Well, hello. Thank you so much for the 63 months and the tier 3 Kuros. I knew it was Kuros. As soon as I heard the sub sound when I turned on my stream, like 1 second later, I knew it was Kuros. Thanks for 5 months, Mr. Max Salty as well. Welcome back. Hello, Skispan. Thank you so much for 63 months to you as well. Double 63. Kuros and Skisman is up to the same time. Hello, everyone. Hey, Richard. All right. Hope my PC is fine now. I updated some drivers. Hope it won't die again. Because that's not good. It died on the weekend as well once. Now it's just playing League. And it's a new PC. I think I'm cursed, honestly. I'm doing something to my PCs that makes them break. Ooh. Wasn't there like a video I wanted to watch? And then I didn't watch it anyway.
They asked for my...
Was it a Max video? About the loot? This is a nice song, I like it. Now, let's
this
watch
is
the
gonna be
loot
controversial.
thing.
Let's rip.
Oh, it's a 30-minute video. So long. Let's watch a little bit.
A lot of things to go over, but the very first thing we're going to talk about is the changes and experiments to raid rewards in Dragonflight.
Is the music too loud in comparison to the video, or is it fine?
Dragonflight Season 1. Big post. Skarzard, huge banger developer. Love to hear stuff from Skarzard. Hey everyone, we wanted to get out a sort of primer ahead of raid testing tomorrow to provide context for the sorts of changes you will and won't see as you step into Dragonflight's first raid vault of the Incarnates. A lot of people are saying like they think this is just going to be tested for tomorrow, so let's see how they feel about the testing part of it, because the reason why they're posting it today is like tomorrow if people kill bosses on Heroic and then it's only Need for Greed and there's not a personal option, then everyone would just be speculating and wondering, so they're basically coming right out and saying...
I think I might watch Taddle's and Dreadnought's video instead, because we got some additional information after this was announced, and I think Max didn't have that additional info yet.
So do you think they're going to have a Black Friday sale for Dragonflight?
No.
Why not?
Well, I guess maybe.
Well, it comes out on the... Dragonflight comes out on the 28th,
When is Black Friday? Hang on, when is that?
Well, the Black Friday is like the 20...
It's November 25th.
Yeah.
Nah, no way.
You don't think they're going to have a Black Friday?
Did you see that Max rated Munkin S tier for Shadowlands for rating? Would you agree? I personally think that making tier lists right now is... Like, I just don't see how we should possibly know what's good and what isn't outside of certain... Like, we do have some knowledge about specs, right? Like, we have the knowledge that some classes have certain niches, and we have the knowledge that some classes have certain buffs, right? So we know, for example, that Mage gives Intellect, Priest gives PI, blah, blah, blah. Like, we know that stuff. And then additionally, we also know that classes have certain niches, right? Munkin has spread out AoE, for example. So we can speculate and say that, oh, if there's a lot of bosses that have spread out AoE, then Moonkin is likely to be good on those bosses, right? But first of all, we haven't seen all of the bosses just yet. We've seen 4... No, how many bosses? 5. We've seen 5 bosses out of the 8 that there are. And that's it. So saying that a certain class is going to be S tier is so speculative, as if I would be saying, you know, I think Moonkin is going to be good in 11.0. You know, you just don't know. It's impossible to know this stuff outside of the very logical things. I mean, yeah, it's very logical that you're going to have a mage in a raid. Yeah. It's logical that priest is probably going to be good if PI is staying as strong as it is. Stuff like that. And we know that Moonkin is going to be good if they're spread out AoE. That's a fact. Because Moonkin obviously is very good at spread out AoE. And we have known that forever at this point. So yeah, saying that Moonkin is going to be S tier, maybe? Yeah, who knows? Is there going to be spread out encounters where you need spread out the AoE? Then yeah, probably. Oh, it was for Shadowlands and not for Dragonflight? He said that Moonkin was S tier in Shadowlands, like overall. I mean, yeah. I guess. Yeah, I mean, it was really good in... It was really good on some bosses in Castle Nathria. It wasn't that good on SLG and Denathris, which sucked a little bit for CN specifically. It was really good on other bosses though, which I'm not sure how much that matters. Then it was really good on Sylvanas, obviously, and on most Sanctum bosses, because you waited 3 minutes on like a lot of bosses, which obviously made Moonkin really good with 3-minute Venthyr cooldowns. Then it was pretty good in Sepulcher as well. I don't think it was honestly that great in Sepulcher. Like, it wasn't like OP. It was good though. It wasn't nearly as good as some other classes, but it was good, I guess. So yeah, I mean, overall you could say it was S tier. I guess almost all range specs were S tier overall though, right? If you think about it that way. Like, Warlock was S tier in Shadowlands as a whole. Moonkin was probably S tier. Hunter was S tier. Mage... I wouldn't... Maybe Mage was not S tier. Mage wasn't that great in some raids. Yeah, so those 3 classes for sure. Like Hunter, Warlock, Moonkin. From the ranged. Yeah, I guess those 3. Balance was the best spec overall above Warlock. I would disagree with that. I think I would generally disagree that Moonkin was better than Warlock. But then it always depends how you look at it, right? Like, what makes a class good in raiding? After, like, so let's say Castle Nathria is over. How do you determine which classes were actually the best in Castle Nathria? Like, do you look at which classes were the best at the very start for, like, Race to Will first? Or do you look at who did the most damage? Or do you look at who was the most played? Like, there's so many things that you could be looking at, right? Just saying that a class is the best or was the best I feel like you need to define what you mean more specifically, right? Perspective was for a raceable first, taking into account utility and damage. Yeah. Yeah, like if you define it like that, specifically for raceable first, then it makes sense to make a tier list. Warlock was never as stacked as Balance. But was he looking at like all of the bosses or just like the more important ones? Because I would argue that for the raceable first, there's only very few bosses that are actually important per tier. Because a lot of the previous bosses are so easy for them that they can play whatever the hell they want. It doesn't really matter, you know what I mean? So even if a certain class might have been the best for Cymox, they ended up not necessarily stacking it because they don't need to, you know? So I would argue that if you want to look at the best classes for a tier for Race to All First, you would only have to look at the more difficult bosses and ignore the other ones, I think. At least that's what I would do, I think. Because who cares what you played, or who cares who the best classes are for Shriekwing, right? If you would 100% optimize a setup for Shriekwing, then it would look completely different than what they actually played, right? Because why would you have to optimize a setup for a boss that dies in first try, no matter what comp you run? I feel like there's a utility to damage ratio, which both Druid and Warlock would score high. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like, honestly, I think that the Moonkin utility, like, it is good. But I do wonder why Moonkin utility is always placed so highly if you don't look at damage. Because, of course, Moonkin has, like, a... Like, it depends what you think about when you say utility, yeah? Because to me, when I think about utility, I don't think about damage profiles, right? You could say that spread out AoE is a niche utility, but it's not really, right? Spread out, the fact that Moonkin can do spread out AoE is like I wouldn't consider it utility at least. So if you disregard that, if you disregard the damage profile and the niches that Moonkin fulfills when it comes to damage, then I don't think Moonkin is actually that exceptional when it comes to utility that is needed in raids specifically. Because Druid does have a lot of utility, but a lot of the utility that Druid has is not necessarily that useful in the raids. In my opinion, at least. Like you have a bunch of stuff like Typhoon, Vortex, Mass Root that barely ever does anything in a raid. The only really useful utility, in my opinion, that Druid has is Stampeding Roar, Innervate, and possible off heals with Heart of the Wilds. Battle Rest, you don't count Battle Rest. Battle Rest is not a utility that you count because you always have Battle Rests. I wouldn't count that. It's like counting Bloodlust for a mage. I wouldn't count that as utility either when you think about raiding. Because, I mean, you always have people that have Bloodlust. Same like you always have people that have Battle Rests. I don't think you specifically... like, when do you need Vortex, you know? Like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the utility that the Moonkin has is not that needed. It's more of a niche thing that is not, like, generally good. Thank you so much for 22 months, Griswold. Appreciate that. Yeah, even Heart of the Wild is not a thing most of the time. Heart of the Wild is also a very niche utility that... It is useful, of course, but... I can... If I remember the bosses from Shadowlands, then there were maybe like 3 bosses where you actually used it actively. Heart of the Wild was used in Painsmith Intermission. Heart of the Wild was used on Race to World First Rygalon, because that boss was insane and they needed... Like, Echo used Moonkins to off-heal because they had 1 less healer compared to Liquid. So they used Heart of the Wild there. Specifically, only Echo did that. And outside of Painsmith and Rygalon, Keltas maybe, yeah. But yeah, I mean, as I said, like it's very like niche. It's not oh, on every boss you used Heart of the Wild. Or it's like you never invite a Moonkin, in my opinion, to specifically use Heart of the Wild, unless it's a very niche like scenario. And Vortex, yeah, Vortex is a good ability, but it's also incredibly niche. There's definitely bosses where you used it. But it's again like Rygalon, you use Vortex. You could use it on Anduin, but it wasn't as good as like a Binding Shot or something like that. Yeah, there's no way you used Heart of the Wild on Sylvanas. Unless maybe in phase 1 intermission when people get hit by Rife or something. I don't know. Yeah, I definitely see Moonkin being like on the stronger side when it comes to utility, but it's just like a lot of small things that add up. It's nothing that is... Yeah, I don't know. Like it seems like a very specific thing, in my opinion. I don't think you generally invite Moonkins for very specific utility unless it's super niche. Yeah, and a lot of our utility is not unique either. It's like other classes can do the same thing outside of Innervate. Innervate is, of course, only Moonkin. I know! We're so close to 30k followers. We're gonna reach it soon, TM. Hey, Brian, what's up? Brian, yeah, root I wouldn't even consider a utility, honestly, because you never use roots. And when you use it, there's so many other things you could do instead as well. Root was like, Master Root was only like Leovim, and you could have used other things as well. It's not necessarily, like, it's not that you need a druid to root them up for you. It's just because you could keep it permanently rooted without too much trouble. So I don't know. I think whenever people look at utility, I think they generally think that ranged utility is stronger because ranged are generally just better. So I think the value of certain utility is being inflated by the fact that they belong to a ranged DPS. Because ranged DPS in general, first of all, there's less ranged DPS than there are melee DPS. And there's more spots for ranged DPS than there's for melee DPS. So you generally have specific ranged that you just default your setup with. It's like you always have a mage, you always have this, you always have a warlock, you always have a moonkin, you always blah, blah, blah. And then the utility that those classes bring seem more important because they're there, but you don't bring them for it, right? Outside of the roar that you might want on specific stuff, right? And innovate. But I don't think that you... Like, there's ever, or not ever, but I don't think that there's rarely ever a boss where you're like, oh, we need another vortex, bring a moonkin, you know, like, I think that just never happens. I think we're just, a lot of people are being influenced by the fact that they're there anyway because they're ranged. At least that's how I feel, honestly. Because a lot of the utility, as I said, can be brought by other classes as well. But because Moonkin already provides the utility and Moonkin is already in the raid, then they're the ones doing it. At least that's how I see it. Like, for example, I'm going to give you a very good example. On Rygalon, you had Moonkins in the raid for, like, their damage profile. And you needed to slow and to see the orbs, like the... whatever they were called. The quasars. So... what did you do? Well, you let the classes to see the quasars that are in the raid. You have Moonkins in the raid. What do Moonkins have? They have Vortex and they have Typhoon, right? So yeah, the Moonkins succeed those quasars. Would it be possible for other classes to succeed the quasars in a similar good way? Yes, right? There's Warlocks who can slow it. There's Hunters who can binding shot them. There's DKs that can grip them out. There's Shamans that can knock it. There's Priests that can knock it, right? Like there's so many CCs that actually worked on those quasars, but because the Moonkins were already in the raids because of the damage profile on the quasars with Starfall, they were the ones that mostly used the utility on them. And then I think people are being kind of like, because that happened, people are like, oh, Moonkin has great utility. They're being brought for utility. But that's not the reason why they're there. They just used their utility because they were in the raid already. And I think that sometimes happens as well in M+. People are, like, whenever people think about M+ meta, people always think that certain classes are being brought for the utility. And it's almost always wrong. In Mythic Plus, you almost always bring the classes that do the most damage. And then people think that classes are being brought for utility because whenever a meta evolves around a certain class, then you also revolve the utility-based meta around the class that you're bringing. So for example, Warlocks started being meta. They have never been meta before in M+, right? And then in Season 3, all of a sudden the Warlocks were meta. They never ever in the history of World of Warcraft were meta in M+ before, outside of the Affliction slow ring incident in Legion, right? And then all of a sudden, people came up with all of these great things that you could do with Warlock utility, right? It's like, oh, you have an imp, so you can magic dispel stuff. Oh, you have a Curse of Tongues, and all of a sudden everything casts slower. Oh, you have Gateway, you can skip this. Oh, you have Soulstone, you can death skip this other thing. Oh, you have Taunt from a pet, and you can do this. You have spell steal, stuff like that, right? So you come up with all of these great utility things that a Warlock provides. And before that, you never thought about it. Like, before Warlock was meta, you never thought, oh, we should bring a Warlock to this key because the Warlock can gateway this and can imp dispel that. Right? No one ever thought about that. No one was thinking, oh, we should invite a Warlock for this boss, for the utility. You know? No, you never thought about that. It's because you always work with the utility that a class provides once you have it. It's incredibly rare that you bring classes solely for their utility. That is a very niche scenario that rarely happens. It does happen, but it's not on every single boss. I think that is like a made-up thing. That is super made up. Like, there's some bosses where you say, oh, well, we need a DK grip or whatever, right? And then you bring a DK. Or there's a boss where you need, I don't know, like immunities, and then you bring immunity classes and so on, right? But on most bosses, you just work with the utility that your raid has, and you bring the classes mostly for their damage and their damage profile. And then whatever utility they provide, you're using. So I personally think deciding to bring certain classes for the utility is honestly like a myth a little bit. In my opinion, at least. Because surely it happens, but it's once in a blue moon or something, I don't know. Blue Moon is probably a Moonkin spell as well. Sure, other classes can do the same jobs, but Moon can cover several of those small utilities, and for regular raid teams that don't have 30 players that can play 5 different characters, Moonkin is nice to have. No, Moonkin is for sure nice to have, but as I said, I'm pretty sure you just play the Moonkins because you want to play them for their damage profiles. And not necessarily for specific utilities. That's what I'm saying. Because a lot of classes have a lot of utility and you just have to use it, right? there's many things that classes can do that mostly in the raid are useless, and then once in a while you can use it, and then it's nice. But most of the time, all of these smaller utility things are just not really needed. Thanks for 65 months on station. What's up? Thank you. Naguura is the salesperson for Moonkins. I mean, I don't know. Like, I might be dumb or something, or like not objective or whatever. Maybe I'm biased.
You are now officially.
But that's just what it seems to me. I don't know. I've never seen people specifically invite Moonkins for like super specific utility, even if their damage was bad. You know? I just don't see that being a thing. And it's not only for Moonkins, it's also for other classes. Like, I'm just generally thinking that most range DPS are considered to have more utility because they are just in the raid by default because they are range DPS, right? And there are some exceptions, and it's mainly Elemental Shaman and Shadow Priest. Those two are like the exceptions of range DPS that are not as often invited as all the other range DPS. And I think it mainly has to do with their damage, right? Like, I don't necessarily think that Elemental Shaman or Shadow Priest have like zero utility and they're like useless or whatever. Like, they have stuff they can do as well, but mainly they're not being brought because their damage is historically just not that great. Right? It's not because they lack like an insane amount of utility or whatever. Because surely they have things that they could do as well. Thanks for the Prime sub, Benjamin Bright. Thank you so much. Yeah, no. Also, for whatever reason, people kept saying that Moonkin is really tanky. Which is honestly the biggest lie I've ever heard in my life. Moonkin wasn't tanky at all in Shadowlands compared to most other range DPS. Like, Moonkin was one of the only specs that wasn't able to play Dreamweaver. So we didn't have Pot. And Pot is the most OP thing in progression, honestly. Like, it's so good. And Moonkin not having Pot was honestly really bad. And then Moonkin doesn't have an immunity as well. And Moonkin is like tanky-ish. But I don't think Moonkin is as tanky as most other ranged. Like, most other ranged are just tankier. The only exception is Hunter. That's it. So I don't know where this whole misconception came from that Moonkin is like super tanky or whatever. Because it's true that Moonkins were pretty tanky like in the history of WoW. And then they got nerfed a lot. Like, the tankiness of Moonkins got nerfed a shit ton. They nerfed our HP that we have in bear form. They nerfed like just passive damage reduction and stuff that we used to have. We do have more armor in Moonkin form, but let's be honest here, most damage that happens in a raid is not physical. So it doesn't really matter that we have additional armor for most abilities. Then we have Barkskin, which is obviously a really good spell. It's a 1 minute CD, 20% DR, which is really, really good. But that's it, right? Like, we don't have any immunity, we don't have any higher DR other than the 20%. We have bear form, but it's not great to sit in bear form 24/7. You do 0 damage while you're in bear form. So, I don't know, like, I think there's kind of few classes that are tankier, so I don't think Moonkin's tankiness is something that you can count as utility. Thanks for 25 months, Max. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I guess at the very start when our conduit was broken. Thank you so much for Prime Sub, Roro. Appreciate that. There was a conduit that was broken. The one that procs Frenzied Regen by default. and that healed like way more than it should have. So that was pretty good. But then they nerfed it, and now it's kind of useless, honestly. And even back when it was super OP, it was sometimes useless. Like, yes, it healed a shit ton, but a lot of the times it just procced when there was no additional damage afterwards. And then it was like super inflated value. Like, people looked at how much it healed, and they're like, oh my god, this is OP, look how much it healed. But then maybe it healed something that wasn't necessarily needed to be healed, because we couldn't proc it manually. It was an automated proc. So if there was, like, if you're on 100% HP, and then you get a big hit, so you drop to 20 or whatever, and then there's no more damage for the next 1 minute or 30 seconds, then the trade would have healed us all the way up. But then it was also not needed to heal us up, because there wasn't any other damage happening. So the heal that we got from it was technically useless other than saving healer mana, which is also not true, because the healers have to heal all the other people up anyway. So they wouldn't have saved any mana from healing us, because they wouldn't have specifically healed the Moonkins. The healers just heal everyone with their AoE heals. So the fact that Moonkin didn't need healing didn't save the mana, and it didn't do anything outside of that either. So yeah, the Frenzied Regen trade was really OP with the amount of it healed, but it wasn't. Sometimes it was just useless, you know, like it wasn't as useful as it may have seemed. Frenzied Regen was basically a cheat death. Not even close. The Frenzied Regen thing wasn't... I mean, it was good, yeah, but it was... I don't think it was nearly as good as a cheat death would be. Considering classes like Demolock on Halandris, I can't see any reason other than utility on Halandris. You think that Moonkins were in on Halandris because of their utility? Moonkins were in on Halandris during the race duel first because of their damage profile, because they convoked the shields. That's what Moonkins did on Halandris. They were not specifically brought for utility, because what utility do they have for Halandris? They have Stampeding Roar, which is obviously really good. But you don't need a million Moonkins for Stampeding Roar. You only need it in the intermission phase. And then you also have Shaman Totems and stuff that help you for movement speed. Mobile caster for bombs. Yeah, the thing with Halandris is that Halandris was basically just a mechanics check, yeah? Like, I think there was a number of different setups you could have run on Halandris and killed the boss. I don't think you needed something very specific for Halandris. You just needed to have the players that are in to execute the mechanic. So you could have done it with 0 Moonkins, you could have done it with 5 Moonkins, you could have brought, you know, whatever you wanted, really. As long as you execute the mechanics properly. There are some things that made it a bit easier, like, you know, having gateways was really nice. Having movement speed increases like Stampeding Roar is really nice. But mostly you just wanted to execute the mechanics properly, and you wanted to have enough damage to kill the shields. And Moonkins were really good at killing the shields because they were playing Night Fae in the race. I'm talking specifically about the race duel first. They played Night Fae, and then they just convoked the shields to make sure they die fast enough, right? So that's what Moonkins did there. Yeah. But it's not that he needed them specifically. Classic Moonkin, we are not as OP as you think. Well, okay. If you can convince me that Moonkin has like this insane utility, then tell me what it is then. Tell me where Moonkins were specifically brought for their utility. Because I can't think of many bosses where that's true. And I'm talking about utility, right? I'm not talking about damage profiles. Jailer. Okay, why do you think they were brought on Jailer for utility? Huh? Like, what kind of utility do you think that was needed on Jailer that Moonkins provided? No class is brought for pure utility anymore beside DK Grip and Warlock Gateway? Yeah, that's what I've been saying. That's specifically what I've been saying the last 10 minutes. Hey Royben, what's up? Leave for Aurora and the ability to solo CC ads while being bullied for the whole raid to be bottom DPS and having to sprint across the whole room to get a CC before the workshop phase. But I think for Lehavim it was mainly also just Convoke, right, Royben? At least that's what I thought about it. Because, yeah, you can see the ads with roots, but there were also other abilities that would have worked. Or your Rested Druid could have seeded or whatever, you know? Like, I totally think that Lehavim, main reason why Moonkin was brought was because you could do the split thing where Moonkins plus like mages or something go to one ad and the Rested Raid goes to another ad, and then you convoke the schematic, right? I think that was like the number one reason why Moonkin was brought for that fight specifically. I think the CC was just like an extra benefit that was nice to have, but wasn't really needed. Personally, I think so. I think it's less that one bit of utility is amazing, but more that they don't really have any weakness. Can do AoE, burst, single target speed for mechanics, roar, innervate, tankiness on demand. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that the Moonkin has good utility overall. It's just like this thing that people always say about druids that they have been saying in Classic already, where it's like jack of all trades and master of none. And I think that is true with druid when it comes to utility specifically. That druid can do a lot of stuff, but it's not like the best at anything, right? Like, for example, we have tankiness, but we're not as tanky as a warlock, and we don't have an immunity like a mage. We have off heals, but if we off heal, we don't do any damage while off healing. We have slows, but it's not as good as a slow as like a warlock slow. We have knocks, but it's not as good as like Shining Force, or not as strong as Shining Force. We have Innervate, and Innervate is definitely something that no one else can do, so that's our very specific utility. We have Solar Beam, which honestly is pretty useful in, well, I guess Solar Beam is pretty niche. I think you barely ever need that, actually. But when you need Solar Beam, when it actually works, it's really good. So yeah, like you just have a bunch of stuff that is good, but it's not like the best at anything. So yeah. Like, the utility, of course, for Moonkins, it's like nice, but yeah, I don't agree that that's the main reason why Moonkins are being brought, honestly. Like, I don't think that's true. I think they're mainly being brought for their damage profile. Because Moonkins are just really strong at spread out AoE, and whenever there's a spread out AoE encounter, Moonkins are really strong. And then outside of that, Moonkins are just solid DPS most of the time. Where it's just like, oh, this is, you know. Moonkin can do decent damage on most things. Except burst AoE. Like, as long as it's not burst AoE, Moonkin can do pretty solid damage on most stuff. So you bring them because they're like a pretty nice default kind of DPS to bring. First of all, they are range DPS, which makes them already better than all melee DPS. And then additionally, they just have like a solid damage profile that works most of the time. Yeah, Roots, Clone, Vortex, those are really good. Yeah, as I said, Clone almost never needed in PvE, in raiding. Almost never. I remember one single time where I used Clone as like a strategy, and it was Anduin, to see one at before you go down. Like, that's it. I can't remember. Clone Anduin is broken? I mean, it's not really broken. It's not needed. Clone on Anduin is nice, but I don't consider it broken. You don't need it. I don't see how it's broken at all. You could literally replace it by a stun, and it would be the same thing. But it would still be DPSable, at least. It used to be broken. Like, Clone was actually broken on Anduin because it didn't buff the ads when another one died. But they fixed that pretty fast before anyone had killed the boss, so... Absurd on-demand burst? Yeah, every 3 minutes. Let's not forget about that. Thing is, class with lots of utility and class with bad utility, that does about the same thing. What do you bring to your raid team? I mean, in a race to well first perspective, of course, if there's two classes and that does the same damage and one has a bit more utility, you bring the class with more utility if it's needed. You always have to keep that in mind, because what's the point of having utility if it's not needed, right? It's completely useless if you don't need it, obviously. But then you also have to consider the fact that if it's the same situation in a non-race to well first guild, you don't care. Like, you just bring the better player. But yeah, like, I'm not trying to say that Moonkin is like bad or that it has a bad utility or whatever. I'm just saying that the value of the Moonkin's utility is a bit exaggerated, is what I'm trying to say. Because it's because trust me, if Moonkin damage is bad, they're just not being brought, yeah? Like, there's no fucking way people will bring Moonkin if their damage sucks. For what? For a Vortex? A Rasta Druid can Vortex as well. Like, you can bring any other Druid spec that can do the same thing as Moonkin can, except Innervate. I'm not gonna say Solar Beam because it doesn't matter. Every other Druid spec can use Stampeding Roar. It's not a Moonkin specific utility, yeah? And you also have Shamans that can use Speed Totems as well, which basically does the same thing. So, yeah, that's all I'm saying. People think Moonkins are being bought for utility, and in my opinion, they're being brought for the damage profile, mainly. The utility is just a nice extra thing to have, but it's not like a... Like, they're being cut instantly if they don't have the damage that is needed. Shaman Totem is a big fat zero compared to Moonkin Roar. What? I'm sorry, what? Why would you say that? He's right. Wait, in what sense? He has a 10-yard circle that is up for a really long time and he can continuously walk into it. And Moonkin it's 20 yards, so it has more range. But there's many situations where Shaman Totem was perfectly good. Yeah, I don't know why you're saying that it's so much worse than Stampeding War. I definitely disagree, yeah. The only reason why the only reason why the Shaman, in my opinion, was worse in Shadowlands compared to Moonkin War was because Moonkin War was baseline. Like, Stampeding War was literally just a baseline ability. So everyone had it by default. If you would have to drop another talent for it, then it would have been the same. Yeah, and Painsmith Shaman Totem was definitely better than Roar, for example. And I would even say that on Halandris, the Shaman Totem was better as well than Stampeding Roar. Because on Halandris, you could use Stampeding Roar, but you would never hit the whole raid. Like, it was impossible. People were always incredibly spread out. But in the intermission phase, people were like all walking throughout the same corridor. So the Shaman Totem being on the floor gave everyone speed because you can all walk through it. But the Druid was not able to give everyone Roar. So I would even argue that in Halandris, that Speed Totem was more valuable in a sense. Yeah, you just put it on the door, on the entrance to the intermission hallway, and everyone can get the speed. But yeah, the main downside for Shamans was the talent aspect of it. Like, it was just not a default thing. Well, Moonkins have it as the default. Thanks for 3 months, Thomas. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And then, I'm trying to think of times where Stampeding Roar and totems were really good, or speed totems. And I mean, most of the time, the Shaman Totem was just similarly good. Like on Sylvanas, for example, before you walk to your, like in phase 2 on Sylvanas, when you had to like run to the platforms and stuff, you put a totem in front of the area where you have to walk, and it's good, right? Like, everyone walks through it, everyone gets it. Thanks for Prime Sub, Woodross. Appreciate that. Thank you.
One of us.
Oh, and the Nathrius Roar was really good. Yes. And the Nathrius Roar was insanely good. Because of the fact that you could use it for the intermission, yeah. Yeah, on Soul Render, when you were doing the dodging thing, you definitely had, like, Totem was also really good because you could walk through it multiple times when you were doing the dance. Hey, Secretary, thanks for 68 months. What's up? How are you doing? Yeah, it has been forever. Yeah, so, like, I'm not trying to say that one thing is better than the other. I'm just saying that Stampeding Roar is definitely not just better by default. I think that's honestly made up. Because it's just... it very heavily depends on the situation. And it has just different strength and weaknesses, right? The strength of Stampeding Roar is that it's a bigger range. It's 20 yards. And it's a slightly longer duration if you only get hit by it once. And then the upside of Totem is that you can use it technically for longer, right? And it has the ability to be placed somewhere. So technically speaking, it has an even big... Like, I don't want to say it has a bigger range, but sometimes it can have a bigger range. Because it's like a position thing on the floor, right? Yeah, exactly. Because people are saying it has 10 yards range, but it's not 10 yards when you press it, right? Like, you put it on the floor, and then technically it has 40 yards range because someone that is 40 yards away could walk into the totem and still get the speed, right? It doesn't really have 40 yards range, but, you know, technically the range on the totem is not that important because people can literally walk into it, even if they have been away when you placed it. Turning around, have you ever brought 2 shamans to get speed totems, or have you ever brought more than 1 druid to get more roars? Yeah, that's what my point is. I don't remember druids being stacked in Shadowlands for roars. That's literally my point. My point is that druids are not being brought specifically for a certain utility. You just use it because it's there most of the time. Have you ever heard anyone invite a Moonkin for a second roar? Like, because I've never heard of that before. Outside of, like, previous expansions. Like, because we're talking about Shadowlands right now. I definitely remember Moonkins being brought for roar in previous expansions, before Totem even existed. I remember that. Like in Hellfire Citadel or whatever. Yeah, and KJ, yeah. Usually I never argue this much, but you're in denial about druid utilities. I think we're honestly just arguing against each other here at this point, because I'm not saying that druid utility is bad. I think people are like completely misunderstanding what I'm even trying to say. I'm not saying druid utility is bad. Like, I never said that. I am saying that people are exaggerating the amount of worth the druid utility has. Saying that they're being brought for the utility. I'm just disagreeing with this point. I'm not saying that druid utility is bad. I'm saying that I think Moonkins are mainly being brought for their damage profile. And people are mistakenly thinking as if they're being brought for the utility, and then making it out to be some insane thing, when in my opinion they're mainly being brought for the damage profile. I don't think if Moonkin would have had bad damage throughout Shadowlands, then I think there's barely any bosses, if a single boss at all, where Moonkins would have been brought, if their damage would have been bad, their damage profile. Like, I just don't see the utility being like the main factor for the Moonkins being brought. Right? I think it's, if at all, it's like the second thing that you look at. The most important thing that you look at all of the time is the damage that people do, that classes do. And then if you provide good utility, it's a nice thing to have, but you don't care about it as like a main factor. Unless it's a very important utility that makes a boss a lot easier, which I don't think Moonkin necessarily has that, or at least on the bosses that I can think of, Moonkin didn't never have anything that was specifically making guilds bring them. Like, for example, something like DK Grip. Like, if you think about bosses where DK Grip is really good, then you can say, okay, DKs are being specifically brought because they have a grip, right? That like, I think that makes sense. Because there is some bosses where DK Grip is really, really good. So you bring the DKs for the grip. I'm just saying that this is not a situation that really happens for Moonkins outside of, their damage being good, so they bring them for the damage. Statics, I know, right? If Moonkins and Elemental Shaman were even in damage, you would never bring a Shaman? Well, I disagree. I definitely disagree. I don't see why you wouldn't bring a Shaman if the damage profile of a Shaman and a Moonkin would be the same and they would both be strong. Shamans just die? I would argue that Shamans have similar survivability to Moonkins. Moonkins are not Like, Moonkins are not as tanky as people make it out to be, I don't think. Ankh is pretty overrated compared to Battle Rest Druid offer. I mean, I definitely disagree. Ankh is much better than Battle Rest. Because Battle Rest, you just literally need one single class in the raid that can provide the Battle Rest, and you have all the Battle Rests you need. Like, Battle Rest is like a fake utility, in my opinion. Same as like Bloodlust. For raiding, specifically. Because in a raid, you have 20 people. It almost never happens that you fill up a whole raid with 20 players and then you're like, oh my god, we don't have a battle rest. Have you ever seen that happen? It's like you fill the raid with 20 people and it's like, oh, actually, we don't have a battle rest in here. Like, that doesn't happen because there's so many classes that provide the battle rest that you're never, ever, ever gonna bring a Moonkin for battle rest. That's made up. That's just never gonna happen. So saying that Battle Rest is better than Ankh is honestly made, like, that's made up. Because you can have as many Ankhs as you want. Doesn't matter if someone else has Ankh in a raid, you still have Ankh. No, I'm not saying you bring Shamans for Ankh. Even though there were some bosses where you did that. But that's a very niche thing, like incredibly niche. That's not normal. Hey Stormy, thank you so much for 62 months. What's up, what's up? I mean, I'm not saying... Well, I'm also not arguing that Ankh is like this insane utility or something, but I'm saying that it's better than having a battle rest. Surely. Because having a battle rest is not... Like, that literally means nothing. In my opinion. It has very little value. Yeah, another thing... Another thing with elemental shamans, well, and this is not only an elemental shaman thing, but I think generally speaking, a thing for like niche off specs. Like, I'm gonna give you a bunch of examples. Yeah, it's elemental shaman, it's probably feral, shadow priest, enhancement shaman, red paladin, like all of these kind of specs that are hybrid damage dealers. So not a full DPS class. Like, I'm not talking about Survival Hunter, because Survival Hunter is part of Hunter. Right? So I'm only counting DPS classes that are from a hybrid class. So your other roles are like healers or tanks or whatever. There are some of these specs that I just mentioned that are generally less played, specifically in the Race to World first, because it's like a very big hassle for those players to even play those classes. And then you always think about, like, what for? Like, Feral, for example. Why on earth would the Race to World first players bring a Feral? Like, think about it. Generally, ranged are better than melee because you have more ranged slots than you have for melee, right? There's a lot more ranged slots than melee slots, right? And you have two druid specs that bring the same utility. Feral brings almost exactly the same utility as a druid does, a Moonkin does, except Moonkin has additionally innervate, right? Now, why on earth would you bring a Feral when Moonkin is a ranged DPS, which is much better than a melee, and additionally brings the same utility. Like, it just makes no sense to bring a feral, right? Ever. So, of course, there are a lot less feral players in the Race to Will First guilds. Like, the amount of people that can play feral in Echo or Liquid is probably... I mean, I'm making this number up. I'm completely making this up, yeah? But I'm gonna say, like, maybe 2 or 3 players in total can play feral. Or have played feral before. And the reason why this... Like, why would they learn how to play feral? It just makes no sense. There's... The only time feral would be brought is if their damage is insane. And that has historically never really happened. So it's unlikely that it will happen, right? So why would they learn how to play feral? It just makes no sense. And same goes for some of these other ranged specs and other like hybrid damage specs. It's just like a lot of the players just don't play it, right? Like a lot of players just don't play certain specs at all. And yeah, they could learn how to play it, but what's the point in learning how to play it if they don't bring anything really good, right? So it just it doesn't mean that they're worse. It just means that there's no reason for a Race to Will First player to learn it, you know? Because learning a spec is just like another hassle and like work that they have to put in. And then what for? But that doesn't mean that they're worse. Just because certain classes are not being played in a Race to Will First does not necessarily mean that they're like much worse than others, right? Sometimes it is true, but specifically for elemental shamans, I think the reason why they're not being brought is because their damage profile is nothing special that another class wouldn't be able to do as well, right? Like an elemental shaman doesn't necessarily have a damage profile, like a niche where you would say, oh my god, elemental is going to be so good on this. They used to have funnel, really, but then they nerfed it a shit ton, and now they don't have anything, right? So it's like, why bring in an element? Like, why would the ranged players in Liquid or in Echo spend time figuring out elemental shamans and like leveling up elemental shamans and gearing elemental shamans? Like, what's the purpose if they don't have any like important damage profile that would ever be good on anything, right? So the reason why people play Moonkin, because Moonkin is also a hybrid spec that doesn't have other damage dealing like off specs other than feral, right? You could compare Moonkin to Elemental Shaman, because you have Elemental Shaman and Enhancement Shaman, and that's it. And for Druid, you have Moonkin and Feral, right? So you can compare those two classes. But the difference is that Moonkin has a niche, and it's spread out AoE, right? There's no other spec in the game that can do spread AoE as well as Moonkin can do. So if you can choose between playing Moonkin or Elemental, then of course you're gonna play Moonkin. Because Moonkin can provide a niche damage profile, and Elemental Shaman cannot. So even if Elemental Shaman and Moonkin are the same strength on a boss fight, I like to say you play, I don't know, like any boss in Sepulchre or whatever, and Moonkin and Elemental are exactly the same strength, damage-wise and utility-wise. Let's just assume that, okay? Then of course the Race to Will First players are going to play Moonkin, because Moonkin is so much more likely to have something that they're better at than Shaman. Because you bring the Moonkins, and then maybe later on there's a boss where you need spread out AoE, and now Moonkin provides that niche. While Shaman will never have an occasion like this, right? Elemental Shaman will never be like, oh my god, this is like this insane niche, and Shaman is fulfilling it, so now we have all of the Shamans, and we're gonna be owning, right? So of course you're gonna have more Moonkin players because of that niche that they fulfill, right? But that doesn't mean that on all of the bosses where they play Moonkin that they're actually the best or whatever. It's just what the ranged players play because they have a niche that might be useful, right? Good evening, Tater. What's up? Shaman has funneling single target. Yeah, the funneling single target is definitely something that Shaman used to have, but they're not so good anymore as they used to, right? Like, they nerfed it quite a lot. So the amount of funneling that they really have is pretty weak. And, yeah. Oh my god, what is the song? The reason why so many ferals were brought to Nefarian for Paragon was because they had a really broken damage profile. It was like some sort of, I honestly forgot what it was, but I think it was like they exploited some, well, I don't want to say exploit. They cleverly abused a game mechanic that involved ferals with bleeds and stuff. Mastery bug? Yeah, maybe, yeah. So it wasn't, they weren't brought for feral utility or whatever. It was because they did a lot of damage. Is that a reason for you to have chosen Moonkin instead of Elm Shaman? The reason why I play Moonkin is because I played Resto Druid. And Moonkin was just the damage up spec for Resto Druids. Think about Red Paladin and Dragonflight? I have no opinion about Red Paladin and Dragonflight. I don't know anything about them. I just know that they're really broken right now. Let's talk about Nisoth. Why Moonkins? Whoever Moonkins played on Nisoth. I don't think Moonkins were that good on Nisoth, if I remember. I don't think they were that good. I played Resto Druid on that boss. Lorgic was there, why? I don't know, why not? I mean, you also have to consider that some of these players that are in the Raceable First Guilds, they just main Moonkin. Like, Lorgok is just a Moonkin player, yeah? For example. There's nothing too... Like, sometimes there isn't any, like, super deep reason why you bring a player... Or why you bring a certain class. It's just because that player plays that class. Like, sometimes... Oh, why is Lorgok playing Moonkin? Well, because he's a Moonkin main. Like, I don't think it has, like, any super deep reason why. Sometimes. Not, like... Sometimes specific classes don't have any particular reason why they're being brought. It's just because you bring the player and that player plays that class, right? Sometimes it's really just not that deep. But most people do reroll, right? Yeah. Well, yeah, it depends. Like, there's a lot of players in Raceable First Guilds nowadays that are really good at, like, they're just really good at multiclassing. They can basically play whatever. But I think there's also still quite a lot of players that just play one class. Unless it's, like, a big exception. Like, because there's players that are really good at multiclassing that will play whatever. And then there's other players that are really good at their main spec. And they can multiclass as well. But they're maybe not as good at multiclassing as others are. And then usually the players that are good at multiclassing are gonna take over that role. You know what I mean? So if there's like if there's a boss where you specifically need, or a raid tier where you specifically need 3 warlocks, then you're not gonna ask the person that is not so good at multiclassing. You're gonna ask the person that is good at multiclassing, right? So that's why usually there's specific players that play other classes and other players that just stick to their main class. Even if they could be playing something else, they're just not as good as multiclassing as someone else, right? Like, Fragrance, for example, is known to be really good at multiclassing in Echo, right? So if you need a warrior, then you're going to ask Fragrance to play warrior. You're not going to go and ask... Perfecto to play warrior, right? Even though Perfecto might be able to play warrior as well, but Fragrance is the one that is really good at multiclass. So he's the one that they ask first, right? And the same goes with other players as well. So that's why Lorgok will not be the first person Echo is asking to play Hunter. They'll ask someone who is known for like their multiclassing genius, right? So that's why and I feel like there's a decent amount of Moonkin players that are like second choice when it comes to multiclassing. I don't know what it is with Moonkin players, but there's quite a few Moonkin players who are just not good at multiclassing. Well, maybe not. I don't want to say they're not good at it, but they're just not like the main person you would ask, right? Because if you think about the Moonkins that are in the Race to World First guilds, most of them are not multiclassing as much, right? Like I would say Lorgok, for example, is someone that isn't multiclassing as much. Then you also have Goop in Liquid that is not multiclassing as much. You have Knex. Like, I'm not saying that they're unable to multiclass, right? I'm not trying to flame them. I'm just saying that they're mainly sticking to their main role because other people are multiclassing more than them, right? Sanghelios. Yeah, Knex definitely does multiclass more than the other Moonkins that I've mentioned, yeah.
You are now officially...
I have seen Knex for sure do more multiclassing in general. Thanks for the prime sub, Axter Nick. Appreciate that. Thank you.
You are now officially a boomy.
That's true, Tivo. So yeah, I definitely think that sometimes Moonkins are just being brought because you have Moonkin players. So you just bring them. And they're solid, right? Like, you have Moonkins are usually solid, like average at least. They have lots of tiny utility things that can be useful on certain stuff. They're innovate. They can off heal if you need it. They're like this thing that can do kind of everything a little bit, right? And then you have players additionally in your roster that play Moonkins, so you bring Moonkins, right? It's as simple as that, really. It's the same reason why, like, for a long time, Roger Brown would only play Hunter and nothing else. And sometimes Hunter wasn't that good, and Echo still just brought a Hunter, because Roger Brown really only plays Hunter, right? Or used to only play Hunter. I know he plays other stuff now as well. And did that mean that specifically Hunter was, like, insane on some of those boss fights? No, it just meant that they brought the player, right? He plays Hunter, so they brought a Hunter. But anyway, I'm not even gonna watch the Max video because I know already what he's gonna say about this stuff. But also someone maining a mage has less need to multiclass, I would imagine, as mages are usually always sub-tier. I disagree. I think if you're a mage, you have a lot of reason to multiclass, unless you're the only mage. Because mage always has a rate spot. 99.9% of the time, you have a rate spot as a mage, because you give intellect. You have a buff, a class buff. So, yes, if you're the only mage in your guild, you have absolutely zero reason to multiclass. Right? Because what's the point? But if you have two mages in your guild, I think you have a pretty high reason to play something else. Because I don't think mages are generally broken, that you want to bring multiple. I don't think that's true. He said they weren't just brought for damage, but for their insane utility, and that no class should have that amount of utility. Yeah, I think Max is 100% exaggerating, and he's also doing something that is arguably like a bad thing to do when it comes to class utility. Because a lot of people are giving a certain spec credit for their class utility. And the only reason why Moonkin has so much utility is because sometimes Moonkin is the only druid in raid, and then the Moonkin brings all of the druid's utility. But does that mean it's Moonkin utility? It's not, right? Like, all of the utility that a Moonkin brings could be brought by another druid as well, except Innervate. So, is it fair to say it's just all like Moonkin? Yeah, and Solar Beam, but let's be honest here, Solar Beam is something that is never needed. Like, you never press Solar Beam in a raid unless it's very niche, very specific. Like, it was good on Anduinets. And that's about all I remember. Then could you not argue that Druid has too much utility? You want to argue that Druid has too much utility? I mean, if you want to argue that, you could, if you compare it to some other classes, then yeah. I definitely think that Druid has a lot of utility compared to some classes. But in the end, it's all... Like, I think this whole utility argument is so weird when it comes to raiding, because in raiding, you need so little utility, yeah? But that has to do with raid design, with boss design. Like, they just designed a lot of bosses where utility is not really needed. Like, what kind of utility? Like, I don't see this argument. I just don't get it. I don't think the utility argument is a good argument, generally speaking. Outside of class buffs and power buffs, it's just... I don't know. Like, I just don't think it's that important. Because most raid encounters just don't need utility. Or, I don't want to say they don't need utility, but a lot of the utility the classes have are just completely useless in the raids. It's so niche that you need a certain utility. Like, it's so rare. Like, you almost never need AoE stuns or single target stuns or hard to see or roots or knocks or all of this stuff is just so rarely needed. So arguing that certain classes, if you would say the druid has too much utility for M+, then I would be like, yes, you're probably right. Druid has a lot of utility for M+. That is generally really, really good, right? But in raiding, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're counting all of these utility spells as good utility when you like never need it in the raid, like ever. So yeah, I'm not disagreeing that Druid has a lot of utility. I'm just saying that a lot of the utility Druid has is very niche. And outside of, like, you know, Stampeding Roar, Innovate. Outside of those utilities, it's just like, yeah, great, you have Mass Root, okay, cool. You need it once every year or something. You just made this point, though. Outside of class buffs, you'll never bring X class. Yeah. Outside of class buffs, you never bring a certain class, in my opinion. Outside of, like, their damage profile being really good. I think I agree with the statement, yes. Thing is, druids have utility that is always useful, like Innervate and Roar. Yeah, I agree, but a lot of classes have utilities that are always useful. Right? I don't know, like, there's a lot of stuff that can always be useful. And saying that Stampeding Roar is always useful is also a bit of a stretch as well, right? I think there's quite a few bosses where you don't need Stampeding Roar at all. Innovate, I would argue for sure that is always useful, because you always progress encounters, you always have healers that need mana. So saying that Innovate is always useful, I definitely agree. Stampeding Roar, there definitely are encounters where it's not that needed. And then there's other utilities that other classes bring that are similar, that are always useful. So I don't know, like... Again, I'm not saying that whatever Druid brings is bad, I'm just saying that I don't think it's as exceptional as maybe people make it out to be. Overall, do you disagree that Boomy was S tier this expansion? No. I think I would agree that Moonkin is S tier this expansion. I'm just saying that, or I'm basically arguing that I think Moonkins were S tier mostly because of their damage profile this season, is my argument, basically. Hey, Kimi, what's up? Even in BFA, they were S tier? BFA is too long ago. Let me think. BFA? Moonkin's S tier? Nah. I think I'm gonna have to disagree with that. Moonkins were not that good in Nyalotha. Yeah, Moonkins are not good in Nyalotha. Moonkins were also not that good in Eternal Palace? And what was before that? Oh, BOD? I think Moonkins were pretty okay in BOD, yeah. And before that? Yeah, I don't think Moonkins were S tier in BFA. I'm gonna have to disagree with that. I think that's not true. Thanks for 7 months, MJ. What's up? Thanks for 23, Uina. What's up? What's up? I think Moonkin was Moonkin was probably just average in BFA in the raids. I think the biggest issue in BFA was that Starfall sucked, so we didn't have a niche. I guess usually Moonkin but in Legion and in Shadowlands. And anything before Legion, Moonkin always has this niche of spread out AoE. And I think in BFA, we lost that niche because Starfall was so underpowered. Like, Starfall was basically useless in BFA. So that niche was kind of taken away from us. And therefore, I think we were not that good because of that very reason. It was, yeah, I think that was kind of it. Moonkin should never be S tier since the hybrid. I heavily disagree. Thanks for 6 months, the lucky snail. I appreciate that. Taxing hybrid classes is something you did in Classic and TBC like 20 years ago. You don't tax hybrid DPS classes anymore. That's not how things work. It's a weird argument. I never understood that. I do understand the argument. I think the argument makes a lot of sense, but only if there was a hybrid role in the game. Because we have tank, melee DPS, range DPS, healers. Like, we have very distinct roles in World of Warcraft. And a Moonkin is a range DPS. Same as a Fire Mage is a range DPS. It doesn't matter if your off-spec is Rest Druid or if your off-spec is another damage dealing spec. The only time it would actually make sense for a hybrid spec to do less damage than a pure DPS spec is if we had that role in the game. Like, if we would have a role in the game that is like support role, like if we would have tank, melee DPS, range DPS, support, and healer, then it would make sense for those so-called hybrid classes to fit in that support role that, you know, give certain buffs, support others, and do less damage than a pure damage dealer, right? Then it makes sense. But we don't have that. That's not a thing. If hybrid classes would do less damage than a pure DPS classes, they would never be brought, because the amount of utility that a hybrid class brings is not nearly as relevant as the damage that you would be losing for it. Like, if Moonkins and Elemental Shamans and Shadow Priests would do less damage than a pure damage dealing class like a Hunter or a Mage, you would never see those classes in the raid, ever. No one would ever bring a Moonkin or a Shaman. No one. Because we don't have the role, right? It would have to be perfectly balanced. They would have to buff the utility of the class. You would have to do a lot more healing. And you would need to have some other buffs as well. Like, you would have something like PI that is really strong, plus some other utility or whatever. Because losing damage to bring utility is not worth it unless the utility is insanely good. And hybrid classes don't have insanely good utility. It's just not true. No, I totally think that hybrid classes, like, if you want to have a role that is like a support role, I definitely think people would play it. For sure. I think so. If they would create that role in World of Warcraft, I think people would definitely play it. Because there's a lot of people that like supporting and buffing others. I think that's not something that people generally don't do. I think a lot of people would play that role. But we just don't have the role. Like, it just doesn't exist. If they create it, then sure. But we just don't have that. You say that Blizzard left the idea of hybrid techs behind, but aren't we moving towards that direction now with healer DPS and M+? I'm a bit confused on what you mean. Are you saying that certain healers do less healing because they provide damage? Because if that's what you're saying, then I'm pretty sure that's not... Like, even if that's true, that's surely not an intention. Like, there's absolutely no way Blizzard specifically makes certain healers worse at healing and gives them more damage to compensate. I don't think that's what they do. Disc Priest struggles hard with mana, but best DPS. I mean, that's just not even true, though. Disc doesn't do the most damage. Disc Priest doesn't even do the most damage out of all healers. So the thing that you're talking about right now is just healer balancing. Like, but as I said, that's not intended. Like, Blizzard doesn't specifically buff a healer's damage and then nerfs their healing to compensate for some sort of hybrid tax. They don't do that. It's all just balancing. So if a healer does more damage than another and heals less, then that's just how the balancing worked out. I don't think it has a deeper meaning behind it where they specifically made sure that one healer heals more and the other one does more damage. Like, I don't think that's what they do. Bring back throughput only healing. I mean, healer DPS is honestly a very difficult subject, honestly, because healer DPS is pretty important. And I do think that healer DPS should be balanced more, but the problem is that healer DPS is so... I think it's very difficult to balance it, because certain damage healers can do damage while healing, and others can only do damage when they stop healing, for example. And that in itself already makes it super hard to balance, because how do you do that? If there's a healer class that does a lot of damage while healing, and another class does not do any damage while healing, then what do? Do you compensate their damage to do a lot more damage? To make sure that they can kind of catch up to the other healer whenever they have some time to damage? Or like, how do you do it? It's kind of difficult, I think. Should be easier and less complex to do damage if you have to stop your healing. I mean, I don't think complexity is necessarily important, because I don't think any healer has a complex damage rotation, honestly. Let's be honest here. I think almost all healers have a really, really simple damage rotation. But, yeah, it's just really hard to balance it, I think, realistically. Especially because technically you want to balance the damage of healers in raiding, in M+, and in PvP. And they all have different damage profiles, right? And plus is mainly AoE, raiding is mainly single target, and PvP is like, how much burst do you have for certain damage windows, I guess? So it's like, it's really difficult to balance it, I think. I for sure think they could give it more, they could put more effort into it. I think there's barely any effort to put into DPS balancing for healers, but yeah. Remove healer damage and give them damage buffs for DPS. I mean, I don't think removing healer DPS is great. Like, first of all, you have to also understand that there's open world content. And making it completely unable for a healer to do any content alone would be a bit awkward. Right? Like, then you literally cannot do a quest as a healer. First of all. And second of all, it's also weird because some healers like doing damage. Like, you have to understand that too. It's not that all healers would rather just heal. I think there's quite a few healers that actually enjoy min-maxing their damage. So taking that completely away from them, I'm not sure if people would generally like that. It might be easier to balance if you do that, but is it a good thing overall? Like, do healers want that? I don't know. I personally always really enjoyed doing damage as a healer. Whenever I mained a healer, I always really enjoyed maximizing my DPS, personally. Yeah, I guess it's also... If you wouldn't have to do any damage as a healer, then healing would generally be easier, I think. Because having to like min-max your DPS while also heal, I think definitely adds some difficulty to the role in general. And healing is already a pretty difficult role, I would say. In both in Plus and raiding. At least in progression raiding, maybe not in farm. But I mean, no role is very difficult in farms, so... I mean, I would argue that healer is the most difficult role in the game, actually. Yeah? In progression rating. Maybe not in Plus. In Plus, it's probably tanking. But at least in an unorganized group, it's tanking. If it's an organized group, then maybe it's again... I think it's a tank in a Plus. But in raid, it's for sure healer that is the most difficult role, I think. I think healing plus 15 is harder than tanking them. I 100% disagree. I think healing low and plus keys is probably the easiest role. Because you don't need to do any damage to time a 15 key as a healer. You can do 0 points of damage. You literally just need to heal players. And if the damage dealers play bad and they don't interrupt stuff and things like that, then it's not even on you. Like if there's a cast that goes through that kills your raid, it's not that's not on you. It's the healer. That's not your responsibility. It's the damage dealer's responsibility to interrupt. And if the interrupt didn't happen and people dropped low or they died, well then it's not even your fault. It's just it is what it is. They made a mistake, so... I think a healer in a low key has, like, barely any responsibility, honestly. Yeah? Because, yeah, I mean, obviously you want to keep the players alive as much as you can as a healer, but that's all you have to do. If they mess up, if they don't interrupt, if they stand in something, if they don't do any damage, if whatever, that's not your fault. It's their fault. I thought M plus is DPS. No. M plus is definitely not... M plus is for sure tank. Spoken as someone who has never pugged a 15. Okay, you're just inhaling so much copium if you think that healing a 15 key is the hardest role. Like, you're just delusional if you think that. I can log in right now and heal a 15 key in a pug while closing my eyes and drinking a 2-liter beer. I guarantee you. It is not hard. Stop it. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like I do understand that that people play bad in 15s, but then that doesn't mean that it's the... Okay, so you're basically saying that the healer's job is the most difficult because they have to compensate for the mistakes that the other players do, but that's not how it works when it comes to difficulty, right? Like, if I heal a 15 key, and the 3 damage dealers do not interrupt Medivh, and all of the Inferno Bolts go through, then that's not my responsibility. If we wipe in that 15 key because they don't interrupt the Inferno Bolts, then that's not my fault. That's their fault, right? That's their responsibility. It's not my responsibility to heal things that shouldn't have happened. So if they stand in shit, if they don't interrupt shit, then they failed to meet their responsibility. I didn't fail to meet my responsibility, because my responsibility is not to heal Inferno Bolts that are interruptible, right? Or dodgeable. So I'm not saying that there's a lot of shit you have to heal. I totally see the point, right? I see that you probably have to heal shit because people play bad. But that doesn't, in my opinion, that's not your responsibility. So it doesn't count as it being more difficult, in my opinion. So I'm basically, what I am saying, when it comes to difficult, like the way I see it, if you do a 15 key and a healer plays badly, it doesn't actually matter that much. Because the role is not that... So, okay, take a plus 15 key, and now assume the tank plays bad. Like, if you play a 15 key, and the tank plays badly, you're fucked, right? There's barely anything anyone else can do to make up for that. Okay, that's one thing, right? That's why I'm saying the tank is the most important role. If the tank plays good, in a 15 key, they have by far the biggest responsibility and the biggest carry potential by just playing good. If the damage dealers play good, it's like the second highest carry potential because they can kill shit fast if they do a lot of damage, making everything easier. They can control the mobs properly by interrupting everything. They can dodge everything on the floor to not take damage. And then the healer, what does the healer do? The healer, yeah, he can make up for some of the mistakes that the other roles are doing. But if the healer plays bad, it honestly doesn't matter as much if the damage dealers and the tank play good. That's my argument. That's why I'm saying it's the least important role. In a low key, right? Because if the tank and the 3 damage dealers play really good, then honestly you can play without a healer. You can just completely drop the healer and you're gonna be fine. You know? Like, you don't even need a healer. You can play with 4 damage dealers. Thanks for 14 months, Chris. Appreciate that. And yeah, if you're a healer and your tank plays bad and your damage dealers play bad, then you have the hardest time to carry that key. Because you cannot make up for all of the damage, for all of the mistakes they make. You can't carry them. But does that mean the role is harder? I would say it is the least meaningful role in a low key, and therefore it is like the least difficult. I'm not saying this for all in plus keys, by the way, because if you do really high keys, then healing is obviously a lot more difficult. In really high keys, I would say if it's an unorganized group, that the tank is the most important, then the healer, and then the damage dealers. The damage dealers are the least important in like really high keys. But in low keys, I don't see healers being more important than damage dealers, or more difficult for that matter. Thanks again for the 14 months, Chris. What's up? What's up? How would you rate melee? Oh, melee are a lot harder to play than ranged DPS in M+. Because they have to do the same thing as a ranged DPS, except they have to dodge all the frontals and the close by AoE stuff that happens, while a ranged doesn't have to worry about any of that. And they also have a much worse overview, because they have to stand in melee, where your camera is being filled with like a million animations and whatever. So melee is for sure much harder than ranged. Hey, Ante, what's up? Hey, Dewada. Oh, I'm gonna use titles as clickbait for as long as I want to. Feel as the melee I have a lot more agency over having a successful key, but that may just be playing a rogue. Oh, that's I mean, it's very true. I think that melee generally have more useful M plus utility, because first of all you have a shorter interrupt, right? And interrupts are incredibly important in M plus. So if you have a shorter interrupt, your job is harder. And additionally, you also have more responsibility, right? Because the shorter your interrupt is, the more you can interrupt and you should interrupt. And a range generally has a longer interrupt cooldown, and therefore they have less responsibility. And less often they actually have to hit their interrupt and so on. And then melee generally also have more... I would say melee in general have more like AoE stuns and single target stuns. This is not like default true, but... The only range who really have an AoE stun is like Shadow Fury from a Warlock, but it has a CD, like it has a cast time. So it's not as reliable as like a Chaos Nova or a Windwalker AoE stun, like stuff like that. Shaman also has a delay on their stun as well. Cap Totem has a delay as well, so it's not instant. Fire Mage doesn't have an AoE stun. It's a it's a AoE disorient, which is of course useful as well, but it doesn't it doesn't make the mobs not cast anything for X seconds. It just interrupts spells that are currently being casted. DB is really good though. Like, DB is a really good interrupt. But yeah, Rogue in general, I remember. Dude, when was that? It was BFA. Dude, in BFA, to play a rogue in BFA was so difficult in M+. There were so many things that a rogue did. It was crazy. Dude, I remember looking at a run. It was like a high M+ run. And they were playing rogue mage. What was the third DPS that was good? Windwalker? I don't remember. But basically, the rogue just did everything. Like, you were so reliant on the rogue to do their job properly. They had to do everything. And the range DPS did nothing. Like, the mage was just standing there and like, combust, you know? And the melee DPS is like, okay, I'm gonna shroud here, I distract this mob, zap this mob, I'm gonna make sure everyone manages to follow me, and then we pull a pack, I gouge this guy, I kidney shot this guy, I interrupt this guy, and it's like the rogue just running around all over the place, interrupting every single spell, and the mage is just like, Pyroblast, or like Fireball, just sitting there like jumping around in his combustion, it's like, what the hell is happening? And then you ask the mage for one single thing, and they just wouldn't do it or something. The rogue is like interrupting every spell, and then the rogue is like, hey mage, could you please sheep this mob for a second because I don't have an interrupt left? And the mage is like, sorry, I can't, I'm in combust. Oh, love mages. Brian. Have you tried melee healers? No, I never... Well, I played a little bit of Holy Paladin, but that's like super long ago. I play... Yeah, outside of that, I didn't really play melee healers. I guess you can consider a Rested Druid somewhat of a melee healer once in a while, because you always played Feral Utility, Feral Affinity. So you were always in cat form DPSing. But yeah, I did play Rested Druids. But yeah, I wouldn't consider that like a melee healer, really. I personally don't like being required to be in melee range, though, to be able to heal. I would hate that. Yeah, I think I would hate that. Hey, Nachos, what's up? Okay, I'm gonna be right back 1 second, and in the meantime, we're listening to this video by Dreadnoughts and Tattles about Dragonflight launch date. Okay, it's actually not about the launch date. It's about everything they announce. See what they have to
Initially about that.
Well, the week of December
Okay,
12th, so December 13th in NA, December 14th in EU.
Okay.
Is I think how that will work. Yeah.
Okay, wait.
The fact that all three are coming out at the same time, it seems kind of cool. Personally, I'm very worried about my time during it's going to make it's going to make any hour you can spend playing World of Warcraft if you're a high-end player extremely valuable during starting on December 13th or 14th, depending on which region you're on, going forward. Every hour that you are spending doing something silly like sleeping or eating or working out or whatever needs to be cut and needs to be put into playing World of Warcraft in order to get as much items as possible, I think, with all three coming out at the same time. Because previously, there was that Heroic week where, clearing Heroic, doing some M+, getting some of the items, getting good items, was something that you could do, but there was, a cap on how good your time could be during Heroic week,
Do we have that thing on?
And now, with all of them coming out at the same time, that cap doesn't exist.
We have it on, right?
I'm a little bit worried, personally, because it's a very busy
automatic
time
add
for
thing
me.
is working?
But I think it's an exciting thing to try, and I think it's a good time to run this experiment,
perfect.
although I do think for me it's going to be worse.
I will say right here too, you kind of alluded to it, Mythic Plus and PvP Season 1 will begin the week of December 12th, and with regional maintenance for Dragonflight, the item level rewards from completing Mythic Plus runs will not be capped on the first week as well. And so previously they were capped at 7 or 10 or whatever whenever you're doing dungeons.
Yeah, it was usually +6s. You couldn't get better gear than a +6 gear or something, but it depended on the season. Notably, they haven't said anything about Valor here, so you might be able to get end of run being high, but you may still need to wait a certain amount of weeks to get enough Valor to bring them all the way up to, halfway between Heroic and Mythic eye level.
My initial impression, and it's going to really depend on how it feels to play, is this is a lot of stuff that is coming out the first week, and I worry that it's going to feel overbearing. So I know that for my guild, generally this is only going to realistically affect Mythic level progression guilds, any level of general Mythic rating guild. It's going to affect them by far the most, and I don't even necessarily believe that it affects lower end guilds, although it may in some minor capacity. It's going to feel very strange knowing that you have to go and prog Heroic and probably normal first and foremost before you're able to even go into Mythic. And so there's some level of how much worth is my time? In addition to that, like you said, doing a lot of Mythic Plus outside of, or doing a lot of Mythic Plus runs outside of raid is going to be very important for people who are just going to be raiding, and just because the gear is uncapped, whereas previously it was less important and you would kind of gradually ramp up your gear. Now you're able to get a lot of gear in a very fast time span, because in addition to that, you're going to be going into the raid with M0 level gear, and so anything that you're getting from Mythic Plus is a massive upgrade. Same with even normal gear, where in not a lot of situations, but a decent number of situations, you're going into that tier with something equivalent to normal. You're going to be able to get massive upgrades even from normal. So doing a lot of content early is going to be incredibly important.
Yeah. Depending on a couple different factors, what item level can you get from M+? That's something we still don't know the answer to. If that answer is fairly high, then maybe the week of December 12th is actually just 3 days of M+ spamming until you have Abyss M+ gear set, and then going into Heroic, and then normal for tier. That might be the most optimal way to spend that time early. I don't know.
RWF is going to open up with splits again.
Yeah, Race to World First is going to begin with several days probably of gear farming, which the old Race to World First used to be a Heroic week with a lot of gear farming, but that was off broadcast. Now there's going to be less total time spent because the time going into Mythic is, obviously the opportunity cost is high, but that's going to be moved into the broadcast part. So do expect to see more days of splits and gear farming on the Race to World First is my expectation there.
And again, we don't know anything about Valor. I have a suspicion it's probably going to be capped, but there's been nothing.
Probably.
I think that there's supposed to be an M+ post in the next couple of weeks that's going to clarify some stuff. So I'm really interested to see what that shows up. There's been a lot of clarifications on a decent amount of stuff, including but not limited to.
Thank you so much for 10 sub gifts, Veronica. Appreciate that.
Just clarifications
Thank
on how
so
group
much.
loot will
Welcome,
function.
everybody.
And I've seen a lot of discourse surrounding how group loot is going to come back. Basically, what it is like. It's the need before greed thing that you may see whenever you're...
Yeah, so whatever Dreadnought said obviously makes a lot of sense, that Mythic guilds are going to be more stressed in the first week, while it won't really have much effect on anyone that is not a Mythic Raider, right? Thanks for 1 year, Flowkill. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Well, it actually does have a little bit of an effect of heroic raiders and normal raiders as well, because and plus farming is going to be more relevant for them too. So that's like the thing that affects everyone, I guess, because M+ is going to be uncapped the first week.
If you're watching like classic streams, it's like a UI that's similar to what you see on screen here, where that top roll thing is a need button, it's greed and then disenchant, and you're able to roll on loot that you are able to get.
Can we just appreciate this old? That you can tell this is like an old screenshot that was somebody took because like 4 of the same item dropped, but you can see like the old X Pearl unit frames back behind those as well. So
gosh.
This is a piece of history that we're looking at right here.
Relic.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they talked about group loot coming back, and they said that this is going to be the only loot type you're not able to swap it. And then there was a massive clarification post, which I think cleared up a lot of interesting points for players.
Yeah,
and they added a decent number of restrictions to the need before greed system just in general to make sure that it's more accessible for players. And the first thing, you can never need for anything your class cannot wear. No warriors can snipe cloth robes with a need roll and then give it away or troll. I think that's like one of the biggest issues and complaints that people were worried about. Is like, okay, like what about people trolling my runs with this need before greed system?
Yeah, and then there's a hidden main spec, off spec functionality as well. So when you can click on need for a shield if you're a Fury warrior and you're loot spec Fury, but if somebody who can actually use a shield and loot spec use a shield clicks need, they will have priority over you and they will get the item before you do if they click need. So that is an extra thing that you won't see in the UI. Like you just click need either way, but it does make loot spec an important thing to make sure you have the right loot spec on. It doesn't look at the spec you're playing, so you can heal a raid with your off spec and still get loot for your ret main spec if you want. Does create a bit of an incentive to change your loot spec to whatever drops the most items from a certain boss and roll need on as many of them that drop if you're trying to be super greedy. But I think in general, this is a good functionality for the thing to have.
So a couple other things is you're not able to roll on a piece of gear if you're wearing the exact same piece at the exact same item level. However, if they do have a tertiary stat or a socket on that piece, you are going to be able to roll, as those are likely going to be upgrades. In addition to that, even after winning the roll, items remain fully tradable without restrictions to players. So that way, guild groups are able to kind of pseudo master loot this stuff.
Guild groups, like we'll probably have an add-on that just 19 people will pass and one person will need, and it'll be done exactly like master loot for a guild that everybody opts into that. But you can't ever be forced into that. You always get the opportunity to click need if you want. This exact piece at exact item level restriction makes sense because I think people would get very salty if people were winning exact items they already had. It's worth noting though that it says exact, so you could presumably roll on lower item level piece. Yeah. Like lower eye level of the exact same piece.
Yeah.
Which I think is fine as well, because sometimes people do runs because they want transmog, right? They're mythic geared, they run normal because they want normal mog.
Yeah, Dreadnought is actually bringing up the exact same point that I said, right? Because restricting you from rolling at the exact same piece makes sense, because if I have heroic Ragalon dagger, then it doesn't make sense for me to roll on it again. But if I have mythic Ragalon dagger, it technically does make sense for me to roll on a heroic one if it's like a different look. I don't actually know if it looks different, but if it looks different, then it makes sense for like transmog reasons, right? Because people do play the game for transmog as well. So restricting players completely from not being able to roll on transmog would be really weird. Or not rolling need on transmog at least, because you would be able to roll greed anyway, but yeah.
Seems like as good a reason as any to, you contributed 1/20th to the boss dying, you should get your 1 in 20 roll at the item.
So I think that overall, like a lot of the systems behind the scenes that is going to work into this group loot system are definitely going to improve it for the players. I've seen some people saying that they prefer personal loot. I don't do you understand the argument? Because I don't fully get it, and I feel like I don't want to misrepresent the argument. What exactly is the argument for personal loot?
There's two big...
What about powerful lower level trigger? Well, this loot system will not prevent you from rolling need on items that are lower item level than what you have. Yeah? So if an item is for your loot spec and you can use the item, you will be able to roll on it. Like, you will be able to roll need. Unless you have the exact same item already. So it doesn't matter if you have item level 300 equipped and an item level 250 item drops, you can roll need on it. Unless you already have the exact same one.
Genres of reasonable argument, and then there's a lot of made up stuff.
Okay.
One of the ones that's reasonable that makes a lot of sense is like, this creates a huge incentive towards having not too many people of the same loot type, right, in a group. For instance, if you are a rogue and you join a raid that has 3 rogues versus joining a raid that has 0 rogues, you have, 25% of your chance of getting the dagger that drops, right? The agi dagger, hunters with bows, that kind of thing. In general, just armor type as well. So this creates a bit of a thing of like, you really want to join a raid that has very few people that can use the items you want. And that might be something that's unfun to do, especially unfun to try and like pug hop to try and get. It also, on the converse side, it means if you're running a raid and you don't have any hunters, or you have one hunter that already has the bow, and a boss drops a bow, that's an item that just poof, right?
Is dead.
That boss didn't drop an item, right? And that's
also
something
different than personal loot, though, right?
It is different from personal loot. In personal loot, in personal loot, you could have like the same bow drop for that hunter that already had it. So, but like if you are a guild that happens to not have...
Wait, actually, what Dreadnought just said is wrong. About, like, there is no incentive. There's no higher incentive for a person to join a raid that has more of the same class. It's a higher incentive to join a raid that has less of the same class. Didn't Dreadnought just say the opposite? Or did I mishear that? Like, with this new loot system... Oh, that is what he said? Okay, so he's right, yeah. So basically you want to join a raid that has only 1 rogue, technically. Not a raid that has 5 rogues, right? Like, that makes sense, yeah.
Like
okay, guys.
A hunter or a rogue, in particular?
It does matter. It for sure does matter. Like, with this new loot system, if you're a hunter, you would prefer joining a group that has no hunters outside of yourself over a group that has 4 other hunters. Because if your bow drops, there's going to be 5 people rolling on it instead of just yourself. Right?
Demon hunter, right? Like warglaive dagger, bow, a certain armor type. Like if you're imbalanced on that, it's actually, it may be a moderate to heavy penalty to how much loot you get. The other flip side, the other argument that people make is
there's no master loot. It's only group loot, which is basically the same as master loot.
Rolling need, trading items to one person. I think that is largely an overstated fear. First off, in order for them to have a role that can compete with your role, they need to be the correct loot spec for that item. So it's not like you could have like 4 people each rolling need and then trading items to whichever of them can use it, unless they're all plate wearers or whatever. In which case, it's 4 plate wearers rolling on plate. You should expect that they're all going to be rolling need on plate. And if you're a plate wearer joining that group, you still have your 1 in 5 chance at it. It's true that they can be rolling need on items they don't actually need and trying to trade it to their friends that might have it. But to me, that doesn't seem like a huge leak in the system or hugely different than somebody joining a personal loot raid and whenever they get an item they don't need, trading it to their friends instead of doing an open roll on it, which is very standard procedure.
I think that this makes sense. Overall, even with the arguments that you present, I feel like this group loot situation is at least slightly better. I think that it's very similar for most people, most players in most situations. And then for the players that it's better for, generally like guild groups and stuff like that, it's going to be a decent amount better to be able to trade loot around. The alternative could have been like fully tradable personal loot.
Yeah, one other type of player that may be worse off here is the kind of silent person who cares about loot in a guild. Say you're in a raiding guild, but you really like to M+, and you're a healer or a tank. And you're in like a high-end raiding guild. With personal loot, if you got an item that was untradeable, you got to keep that item, right? With this system, if you are a tank, you will not be seeing any of the items, like in a high-end raiding guild, you will not be seeing any of the items that drop for you until
that's
long after the tier is done. If you are somebody that's like in that guild because you
downside.
care about loot and you're trying to get loot for M+, that is bad news for that sort of player. It's a fairly small range of guilds, hopefully, that will be playing that way with their loot, but that does go down somewhat in the world rankings. There will be some guilds that are doing that, and that
By the way,
the stuff.
I will say though that one of the big things, and one of the things that I think is very important, is the fact that it's only one system of loot. I do not think that they should have like options for multiple systems of loot. I think that the fact that they're being like, all right, this is the only system of loot that you're going to have, is the correct way of going about this kind of thing for raid loot specifically.
Why does Telos think that?
If you had to either make a decision on which type of loot you're going to be getting in your group, that was going to cause animosity between players. In addition to that, like it should just be forced one way or the other. It shouldn't be just an option.
Yeah, I do think that. I think it is good that you only can do like it's not like pug leaders choosing which system to use, because I actually do worry that would be like pretty painful. I think that LFR should probably still be personal loot. They said LFR was going to be group loot. I think LFR should just be personal.
I think having the possibility to do personal loot, I don't necessarily see the downside of that. Thanos is saying it might create the word. Thanos said it was basically would create like fights between guilds, or between like within guilds, like which loot kind of profile you're going to be choosing. And I do agree that might be true. I definitely agree that might be true, that you have personal loot guilds and group loot guilds, and creating a division between guilds like that is probably hurtful for the raiding scene when you already have problems with having enough people actually do the raids. Like, the interest in raiding is generally low, so creating an additional problem might be problematic. But then, I don't know, just not having a choice seems a bit awkward. The one thing you could argue is that, let's say you're in a guild and you really want personal loot, then technically speaking, you can turn group loot into personal loot, except for the fact that items are going to be dropping that you don't need. That's the only downside. Like, that's the only difference. Because the way personal loot worked is that, let's say you have 5 rogues in your group. Each rogue had a chance to get an item, and then each rogue had a chance to get that dagger or whatever. And now, it's going to be the same thing, except you roll, like, you can see the roll happening, and before that it happened like in the background, right? So technically, if a dagger drops and every rogue just rolls neat, then it's still kind of like personal loot in a sense, right? So instead of doing a loot master system, you can just say, okay, if you need the item, you roll neat. Like, we're not going to decide who gets it as a guild. We're not going to have anyone in the guild that does like a loot master that decides who got what. You just roll neat if you need it, and if you win, you win, you know? So technically speaking, you can still do that as a guild. You can just say, we're not enforcing like loot master, we're just letting you roll. Because then it's kind of the same thing as personal loot was. The only downside is that you might get an item that no one needs, which did not happen with personal loot. Like, you can get a bow and you don't have a hunter, right? So that's like the downside. But you could still do it, right? You can still kind of use personal loot, technically. This is how most regular guilds will do it. Yeah. And then it's really not that big of an issue, I think, right? Yeah, with personal loot, you could also get a useless item that you don't need. But then someone else maybe need it. Like, you will never get an item that no one needs 100%. Like, if you have a group without a hunter, then no one will be able to loot a hunter bow. But with group loot, that could happen. It can only happen with a hunter bow? No, it can happen with lots of items. There's lots of items that only certain specs or classes can use, right? I don't get how in 2022 they can just make it with group loot, stuff won't drop, no one can use. Well, the reason why they don't do that is because otherwise you can force loot to drop, right? And they don't want that. Because if they would say, okay, group loot is forced on you, but if you don't have a hunter in your group, then the bow doesn't drop. They could technically say that and make that a rule, but then you can force loot to drop, which would also be bad, right? Like then you can say, hey, I'm gonna make a full DK rate, and then there's gonna be only items that DKs can wear that drop. And that would obviously be weird. So that's why they intentionally don't do that, I would assume. You can force loot to drop in personal loot though. Are you stacking leather classes? Yes, and that's why they are doing this, I think. That's like one of the things they don't want to do. Or they don't want to happen again. They don't want it to happen again, that people are just stacking certain classes, right? For certain loot to be forcefully dropped. Yeah, because it doesn't only affect raceable first guild, it also... Like, if you can force certain loot to drop, it doesn't only affect raceable first guilds, it also affects, like, selling items and stuff, like boost runs. Because you can specifically say, hey, we are selling this weapon. And then you force it to drop. Like, with a, 90% chance to drop. By having only people that can wear the weapon in the raid. And then it's an incredibly high chance for it to actually drop. And then the person that bought it can buy it or press need on it. And yeah, you can do that with personal loot as well. Except the fact that you have the restriction to not be able to trade it if you don't have the same item or a higher item level one. And then additionally, I think that's specifically what they want to avoid, right? If they let you choose the loot system you want, then no one will complain. Yeah, I think the only concern for having the choice, I personally maybe would also prefer having the choice, but I think Tedros does have a point with the division that it would create between raiding guilds. Because it is true that it would kind of create a second division. You would be basically saying, okay, I am looking for a heroic guild, but for a personal loot heroic guild. You know what I mean? And then half the guilds you can't join, or you don't want to join because they use master loot or group loot. So it kind of creates an additional kind of division between the raiding scene, and that's generally bad, right? Because, yeah, you don't necessarily want to have divisions within a content. But yeah, we'll see how it turns out. I think generally speaking, this loot system is good. I honestly don't think there's going to be as many problems with this loot system as people think there are. I think it's generally going to be a good system. It will have certain downsides that personal loot doesn't have, but it will also have certain upsides that personal loot doesn't have. So it's just a complete trade-off. It's not... I don't think group loot is generally better or generally worse than personal loot. It just has different upsides and different downsides. That's it, right? I think most people are going to be totally fine with this loot system. There are, of course, some downsides, and if you're affected by the downsides and not by the upsides, then that's obviously sucks for you. But I don't think for the general player, this is like a net positive or a net negative. It's just like it's just different. Personal always giving gear to the person who is underperforming. Okay, that's obviously made up. First of all, like, it's of course not a fact that the person who's underperforming would always get items. Like, that's definitely something that's made up. Personal loot doesn't promote the player actually being good or understanding the fight / their class. Could have Jimmy and Johnny playing the same class, but Jimmy's just better, but Johnny got the personal loot gear, so fun. Yeah, that will still be the same thing, though, yeah? Like, it's still gonna be the same thing. This group loot doesn't mean that the better players will now always get the items. It will be the exact same thing, because both Johnny and Jimmy can roll neat on the item. The only thing that will change is that an organized guild group can assign an item to Johnny instead of Jimmy. But for anything outside of a guild group, it's still complete RNG if Johnny or Jimmy gets it, right? I thought the main reason they went to personal loot was because of the raceable first raiders frying themselves doing split runs. I can see that split runs were maybe part of the reason why they introduced personal loot, but I don't think it was necessarily the main reason or the only reason, because master loot caused other issues within normal guilds, not just raceable first guilds. All the people complaining about, you know, oh my god, my guild is not giving me items because I'm a trial, or I'm a healer, I don't get items, blah, blah, blah. Like, people were just generally complaining about things. So it changed to personal loot. It is also true that group loot / master loot does promote split rating a lot more than personal loot does. So it definitely will affect a decent amount of Mythic raiding guilds. In a sense that they might want to do split rates again. Which I personally am a big hater of. But it is what it is, right? Split rating will be a lot bigger of a thing again than it was before. And I'm not talking about raceable first guilds, because of course, raceable first guilds did split rates no matter what. I'm mainly talking about Mythic guilds that are not participating in raceable first. Because most Mythic guilds that were not participating in raceable first did not do split rates anymore as soon as personal loot was introduced. Because the value of split rating is a lot lower with personal loot than with master loot, unless you do like 1 million split runs. Then the value might be higher if you have personal loot. But with group loot, the value of split rating is really, really high, even if you only do 1 split rate. So a lot of the guilds will start doing split rates again. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. You're gonna see the same amount of splits, if not more now though, right? You're gonna see a lot more splits now, yes. From not just the raceable first, but like generally from like normal Mythic raiding guilds. Should just take that tanks and healers won't get loot kind of more about Hall of Fame guilds than raceable first, because... Well, the fact that healers will get less loot and stuff doesn't... Okay, so I think the problem that Dreadnought talked about certain people getting less loot with this system, is completely irrelevant for the raceable first. Because if you're a healer... Hi! If you're a healer in the raceable first, you don't give a shit if you get an item or not. Like, I can guarantee you that. There isn't a single raider in Liquid or Echo that will complain about not getting a certain item if it's more valuable for the raid if someone else has it. Because people that are in a Race to Well First guild don't think about their own good, but like the raid's greater good. So if for the raid it makes more sense to give an item to someone else instead of the healer, then everyone will be happy with that decision. The healer that didn't get the item as well, right? There's just not a single person in any of those guilds that would be upset about that. But it does affect other people that play more for their own good rather than the guild's good, which are most guilds, right? Most raiding guilds that are not Race to Well First guilds care usually more or slightly more about their own gain rather than the guild's gain, maybe. I don't want to say every single player does that, but most people do. Most people generally care about their own performance more, their own items. They don't necessarily care that, oh, if I give this item to this other person, they have a better gain and it's better for the raid. Most people are like, oh, I don't care, I want it, you know? So yeah, I think this thing that certain people will not get items anymore, like healers or tanks or whatever, that will be more of an issue for Mythic guilds that are not Race to Well First. And for those players, it's definitely true. Especially if you're a person that only does raids for gear. Like, if you don't care about progression, if you don't like raiding that much, and you only really do it for items, and then you will stop getting items because everyone is traded to other people to damage dealers or whatever, then surely it will be a negative for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I guess it would make sense if LFR is personal loot, but at the same point, if it's
See, it seems like queuing LFR and then re-queuing over and over again until you get one with no other hunters in it is a really toxic thing to be good.
Okay, let's talk about
Yeah,
one of the biggest reasons that this has happened is because of the creation catalyst and tier sets returning again.
LFR.
And so we're not really going to cover tier sets. Just know that you can check down the description. All of the tier sets are out here, and like you can go check on Wowhead and go look at what tier set your class is going to be having come the next.
You don't want to read the Feral Druid one? It's really cool.
Some Feral Druids are crying, and they'll
Exactly.
find it later. There's a couple of very interesting
saying that raids are communists,
or Race
to Well First raiders are communists.
that tier set bonus post that I think that we should cover, though, in regards to like big news. And one of the biggest things is about the creation catalyst being renamed to the inspiration catalyst.
Do you think any of the Race to Well First guilds will do mega splits, like a quad split and feeding one of each kind of armor class? Have 5 split raids? Oh, they'll have more than 5 split raids, for sure. I mean, I can explain split rating to you. It's really not... I think there's quite a few people that don't necessarily understand split rating perfectly. So, because obviously if you haven't been in a Race to Well First guild or you haven't been in a high-end Mythic guild, then maybe you've never done split rating. But it's just, like, you just have to think about it in like a very logical way. Because it always depends on the loot system, right? If I have 2 hunters and 3 mages... With personal loot, what you did, because the way personal loot worked is that the loot that dropped was being decided by the people that were in the raid, right? So if you want to gear mages, then you put one of your main mages in one raid, and you fill the rest of this group up with alt mages, right? Mage, alt, mage, alt, mage, alt. And if you don't have so many mage alts, you just fill it with maybe a warlock alt and another one, right? So you have all of these kind of classes that can loot the same pieces, and then they need to be able to trade it as well, though, of course. And then whatever they loot, they all trade to this mage, because this is the main mage from the main roster, and you want to gear this mage, right? This is how personal loot works. And the way you did it is by just having a million raids. Like, you just have raid 1, raid 2, and so on, until you covered all of your bases, depending on how much time you have as well, because of course this takes a lot of time. So you might end up doing 20 split runs if you want to gear the other mage as well. Now, you have one more raid for the second mage, and one more raid for the third mage. One raid for the hunter bow, another one for the hunter bow, and then you fill these spots with just random people that can trade the items to the mage, right? Now, there were some restrictions with personal loot because all of these players here need to be able to loot the weapon or whatever the item that he wanted, plus they need to be able to trade it, which is not that simple with personal loot, right? It's not that easy. So that's why Race to Will First Guilds had their viewers join their runs and gave them gold to do all of this stuff, right? Now with Master Loot, you cannot necessarily have a raid for only a mage, right? Because if you make one raid where only one single person gets the loot, then it's pointless to make a raid for one mage. It's completely pointless, because what if a hunter bow drops? Because you cannot manipulate the loot that drops, right? The loot, no matter who is in the raid, you will always get the same amount of loot. Like the same loot type. You might get a hunter bow, a plate, belt, leather chest, whatever, right? So making one raid with one mage makes absolutely no sense. What you want to do is you want to fill raids with main players until they cover everything that can be looted without overlaps, right? So a main hunter will go into the same raid as a main mage, because a hunter doesn't have a single item that overlaps with a mage, right? Mage has cloth, hunter has mail. Mage wears intellect weapons, while hunter has a bow. Hunter has agility trinkets, while mage has something else, right? The only thing that will really overlap is stuff like rings, necks, and so on, and maybe trinkets with like uni trinkets, like trinkets that have all stats, right? Now, you just want to make sure that they don't have the same stats then, right? Like, you want to make sure that hunter wants crit verse, and mage wants, I don't know, mastery haste, for example, right? And then you fill this up, and then maybe you put in another DK, because a DK doesn't share loot with those two either. And then it depends on how severe you want to make these splits, right? Because if this DK wants a crit verse ring, and the hunter also wants a crit verse ring, well, then you just make 2 raids for one specific boss, and for the rest they are just filled up. And then the rest of the group doesn't matter what you put in here. Like, it literally doesn't matter. As long as it's alts that don't need items, right? So you fill it up with a mage alt, with a rogue alt, with a warrior alt. Like, it doesn't matter. You just fill it with whatever you have to make sure you have as many people that are loot eligible as possible to get the maximum amount of loot. And then you funnel all of the items into those 3 players, right? But yeah, this doesn't mean that you won't be able to have a lot of raids. You're still going to have a lot of raids. Because if you have 3 mage players, you want to put those 3 mage players in 3 different groups. If you have additionally 3 warlock players, you probably don't want to put the warlocks in the mage group as well, because the warlock also wants intellect weapons, intellect trinkets, intellect everything, right? So you don't want to do this, probably. They also both wear a cloth, so you don't want to do that. You put the warlock in a different group, and then another warlock in a different group, right? So you kind of split it this way, while with personal loot, you kind of wanted to split it in a way where you only have one single person that loots the item, and you fill up the rest with people that can loot it. While with the group loot system, the amount of split rates you want to do in a Race to Will First is slightly reduced, because you cannot force the loot to drop for you. It's going to be random loot. So you always fill this up with Hunter DK, right? Here, here, here as well. And at some point you don't have hunters anymore, so you fill it up with a enhancement shaman and a warrior. And here again, enhancement shaman, warrior, right? And then you will, generally speaking, have overall less rates that you need to do to get the maximum amount of loot than what you would be doing with personal loot. And this is specifically for the Race to Will First, of course, right? Now, you might still do more specific splits for certain bosses, right? Because if there's a boss that drops a unique trinket, like if there's a boss that drops a trinket that gives, like Elegy. Elegy, for example, is a trinket that everyone can wear. Like Mage can wear it, Warlock, Shaman, Warrior, DK, Hunter, right? So if there is a trinket like that, you might still do full splits on some of the bosses, right? you might split the hunter from the mage here, and the DK from the mage, and you make specific rates for those, and you replace those two players with like random alts, right? But that would only happen for like very specific bosses that have something that everyone wants, right? Outside of that, you can always put it in the other group. But yeah, this is like a Race to Wolf first thing. So generally speaking, I think there are going to be less splits for them overall. But there's going to be more full splits. Because what the Race to Wolf first players did is that they did do those kind of raids where they killed a boss like 20 times, yeah? But they only did that for one specific boss where there's like an insane weapon or insane trinket or whatever. They didn't do full clears on like 20 raids, right? But with this new system, they're probably gonna do like, if I would have to take a completely made up guess, I would say it's gonna be like 10 raids overall. Maybe a bit more even. Maybe let's say 12. And in these 12 raids, they do a full clear. So kill every single boss with 12 raids. And then they maybe do a bunch of additional raids for certain bosses. Where they maybe do like 15 clears for a certain boss or whatever. Like if they really want to min-max everything, which of course is always dependent on a certain tier. Because you only ever do these insane kind of splits if you think you really needed to kill the boss. Like in Sepulchre of the first ones, it was obviously very insane because of tier set. And because the bosses were incredibly difficult. With incredible like damage requirements. If there are not insane damage requirements, then they will not do this. Now, the way this affects... let's talk about normal guilds, like normal Mythic guilds. So, most of the time, if you were a normal Mythic guild, the amount of split rates you realistically could do is like 1 to 3. Like, you have your main characters... Because for each split raid, each raider requires an alt to fill up the raid, right? So if you require your raiders to have one alt, then you can do one split raid, right? You have your main raid and like enough characters to do 2 raids in total. And the way this used to work when we had Master Loot was that you did raid 1 and raid 2. And you didn't fully optimize everything, right? So let's say you had 3 mages, but you can only do 2 raids. And I'm talking about heroic raids, of course. Then what you have to do is you put 1 mage in 1 raid, and you have to put 2 mages in the other raid. Because you don't have enough characters to do a 3rd raid. So 1 mage gets all of the loot in 1 raid, and the 2 mages have to share the loot in a 2nd raid. Like, this is how it worked for, like, normal guilds, right? And you basically double the loot, like this, right? Because let's say you got 40 items in this raid, and then you get 40 items in this raid. So you have a total of 80 items by doing 1 split raid, right? That are being distributed among your main raiders. So 80 items from 2 raids, well, you get only 40 items from 1 raid. So you are doubling the amount of loot you get from a heroic raid, or from a heroic week, if you do 1 split raid. This is master loot / group loot, right? If you have personal loot, then doing 1 split raid meant that you maybe got, instead of 40, you maybe got like 43. Like 3 in this raid, 40 in the first. Like maybe in total you got like 43 items. If even. You might have even gotten less, actually. Maybe you would have ended up with only 30 instead of 40. Because the way it works with personal loot, right, is that you cannot trade the items if they're not higher item level. Then what might have ended up happening is that you put 1 mage in this group, 2 mages in this group, and then 2 alt mages mage alt, mage alt. What ended up maybe happening if you did this with personal loot is that maybe this mage got something. This is like some random alt. And this mage gets an item and he can't trade it. Right? So now this mage alt has an item, but this is not a main character of yours. So it's a wasted item, basically. So instead of getting 40 items, you got 39. Because one of your alts got an item. And this could have happened numerous times, right? A lot of your alt characters could have gotten items so they can't trade to your main characters. And then instead of getting 40 items, you might end up getting 20. So that's why people didn't do split runs when personal loot happened. Because the only time this is worth it is if you do like a lot of raids. Like if you end up doing 12 split runs, at some point this was worth it again because you gear the characters in the first week and then you can trade everything in the second week, kind of. Or you fill it up with viewers, right? But if you only were a normal guild that did one split run, then there was absolutely no reason to do a split run because best case scenario was that you got like some more items. And worst case scenario was that you got less items than if you would have only done one raid. Because if you do one raid with all of your main characters, then at least every single item that you get is on a main character. If you do a split raid, the chances of alts getting loot is very high. So now that we have personal loot again, the value of doing split raids is like incredibly high. Like, you get double the loot, is what I said, right? So that means that a lot of the Mythic raiding guilds are going to end up doing split raids again. Even though they might have stopped while personal loot was a thing. So yeah. That is a bit unfortunate again. Well, I don't want to say it's unfortunate because for some players, maybe they like it. Maybe they like doing split runs if it means that they're going to get more loot. Right? I personally don't like it, but... With group loot, you can bring random alts for splits, right? Yes, you can bring absolutely random alts. It doesn't matter. That's why the value of split raiding is so much higher if it's group loot. Right? For a normal guild, they can only do like one split raid. Because you don't need to be you don't need to do any class stacking or any stupid thing. You just have to fill up a raid with any characters. Normal guilds do not do any split raids. Well, I'm not talking about normal guilds as in normal mode raiding guilds. I'm talking about mythic raiding guilds. And normal mythic raiding guilds are definitely going to do split raids. I mean, my guild is going to start doing split raids, possibly. Yeah? And I'm in a 3-day raiding guild, yeah? I'm in an absolutely normal mythic raiding guild. That is like rank top 200 or something. Like, we're by no means like a special or high-rated guild, and we're gonna do split raids, so I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot more that are doing it, not just us. Dude, I don't know what our rank is, D3. I don't know. No, you don't do splits for the VOEs. You do splits for the items that drop from the bosses. Because if you do 2 raids instead of 1, you get 80 items instead of 40. You get double the amount of loot for each split raid that you do. At some point you lose value. Like, in fact, the value curve is the opposite from personal to... Ooh, are you ready for some paint? So if this is the value of how many items you get, and this is the amount of split rates you do, then with personal loot, it kind of was like this. The less split rates you did, the less valuable it was. In fact, it maybe even started in a negative. Like, maybe it even was like this. Like, doing one split rate was like negative value, and at some point you gain value. And master loot is kind of the opposite. Master loot is like this. Where the less you do, the more value you get. So it obviously promotes doing split rates, or doing few split rates, right? Because if you do like one split rate, you already have like the highest value you could possibly get. Well, if you did one split rate with personal loot, you had negative value, so obviously you didn't do it. And no one wanted to do like that many split rates to actually gain value. Neither. I do love my paint, yep. More diminishing returns to negative value? Oh no, I definitely had negative value though. Like doing one single split rate with personal loot, I think had negative value. Like you lose items on your main characters. Because it's always about the loot that you get on your main characters. It's not about the loot you get on your alts, right? And with personal loot, there was a really high chance that you lose items on your main characters if you do split raids. Or if you do one split raid, right? Because if you do one single raid, all of the items that drop are on your main characters. If you do 2 raids with personal loot, the chances of your alt characters getting items is pretty high, right? So you might be getting less items with the personal loot if you do one split raid. When folks are doing splits, are they running the same class or 2 for all of their alts? What do you mean? Oh, well, with group loot, there's absolutely, like, if there's group loot, it doesn't matter what alt you play, like what class. You're basically just, are you just filling up empty space? It's completely irrelevant what class you play. Of course, the reason why it is relevant what class you play is for possible rerolls. Right? Like if you have personal loot as a loot system, it makes no sense for you to play the same class twice. That would make no sense. So you want to pick a class that you realistically might be playing in case your main class is really bad. It's possible that the other class you play might be good, right? So if I play a warlock as my main, it makes no sense for me to play a warlock alt because it has no benefit. Because you have personal loot, you can assign who gets the loot, so you would never give the warlock alt loot, right? But if you play a hunter as a alt, and warlock ends up being really bad for whatever reason, incredibly unlikely, but you know what I mean, then you still have a hunter that you could possibly play, right? It only matters to have the recipients well-rounded so that you don't waste a drop if a drop... Yeah, but your alts are not the ones rounding up the loot table. Like... Did I close my spreadsheet? Okay, again, so with personal loot, with master loot, these are your main characters, yeah? So in the first raid that I do, my first split raid, this main mage is in there, then the other mage is in the second raid, the third mage in the third raid. Hunter is here, DK is here, warrior is here, doesn't matter. Okay, so these are the main characters that are getting loot. Now, you of course fill up the raids to have 30 to maximize your loot options, right? Oh, it doesn't count the empty cells. Fuck. Damn it. Okay. So this is the amount of players we have, right? So this mage gets loot, this hunter gets loot, and this warrior gets loot. Now, these characters here are completely irrelevant. Because they won't get the items, right? Like, it doesn't matter if it's 27 druids. Because every single item that drops in a raid gets attributed to these three main players. The alts don't get anything. So you don't have to have a well-rounded setup as long as you don't have enough people that can get items from your main characters. Now, of course, mage, hunter, and warrior are not able to loot every single item in the raid, so you would be having more than those, right? You would have some more main players in here. You would have like a healer that gets healer trinkets, and you would have like a tank that gets tank trinkets, and you would get... What else are we missing? We're missing leather, so like a rogue is in here as well, right? So these are like the main characters that get the loot. And these characters get nothing. They don't get a single item. So this can be whatever you want it to be. Doesn't matter. They're just buddies that fill up the raid to make sure they do get more items. They just have to be loot eligible. Everything else doesn't matter. They're still able to control drops with class/specs. No, we cannot control drops with group loot. It doesn't matter what you have in a raid, it will not change the items that drop. My main is a Moonkin. I'm currently playing Warlock and M+ because Moonkin sucks. And that is why retail recently sucks very much. People can't even play their main class anymore because they are forced to switch. I mean, no one forced me to switch. I could have very much played Moonkin in M+ if I wanted to. No one's forcing me to do anything. I just wanted to switch because it's better in M+. That's all. And I think the same thing happens in Classic as well. I don't think this is a retail specific thing. Right? Like if you play TBC or Wrath the Lich King, you probably will have a worse time if you play a class or a spec that is considered bad, right? Like this is not a retail specific problem, honestly. It's a community created problem that happens in 2022, no matter what version of the game you play, and no matter which game you play even. Yeah, it's not even a WoW specific problem, it's just it's just like a current gaming society problem.
Hello.
Thanks for prime sub, Havas. What's up, what's up? Playing Wrath Classic right now, DK, Pally, and Warriors completely dominate other classes. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like, if you have a pack group in Classic right now, in Wrath of the Lich King, surely the classes that are considered good are going to be invited more over the others that are not considered good. Right? So I don't think it's a retail problem. It's Plater, yeah? Pretty sure we will see many split runs because of the tier set thing, no? Yeah, the tier is like an additional... I mean, but it's the same logic that applies. Right? The logic is always that you wanna make sure that each tier can be given to somebody. Like, each item that drops should have a recipient that is a main character. Right? So if you kill a boss, you want to make sure there's someone who can get Vanquisher tier, there's someone who can get Conqueror tier, and someone that gets the other tier, whatever it's called, and the other one, keep forgetting the names. And then additionally, you want to make sure that there's also people that get the other loot as well. So one person gets Vanquisher tier, and then one person gets leather loot if that drops, and one person gets intellect weapons if that drops, and you know, like, you just want to... It's kind of like, oh, server shut down. Shut down? What do you mean shut down? Not restart? What are you shutting the server down for? It's Monday. Excuse me? There's no way it's a beta build. Are they turning on a plus? No, it's Monday. They're not going to do anything on Monday, right? Or are they? Nah, surely not. PTR shutting down as well. Interesting. Maybe some bug fixes, possibly? Maybe they introduce class stats? Oh, are they just turning off normal mode testing? Because normal it shouldn't be enabled anymore though, right? And they wouldn't have to restart it for just turning off normal mode, right? Maybe they fix Shadow? Wow, Jerv. You really think they would do that? Oh my god. You're still hoping? Oh my god. You must have you must have so much confidence and hope in you to still believe that they would fix Shadow. He doesn't know that Shadow Priest is lost, guys. He doesn't know. It doesn't make sense to me. It never made sense that they kept weekly lockouts on raids from 15 plus years ago as well. You're saying it doesn't make sense to have weekly lockouts on raids? I mean... You understand that if there was no lockouts, people would just raid 24/7 until they have every item. Which, I don't think is that great. Are we talking about failsafe? Now I understand about WoW, I notice how they are so opposed to people getting specific items and the lack of failsafe policies. I don't know why you can't just get a token per clear, and after X clears you can buy an item off the loot table of the same item. Okay, well there's a very simple reason for that, and it's because dopamine. It's 100% the reason why we don't have tokens. Because it's boring. Like if you get a token and you just trade it in for an item, that takes away the surprise, the dopamine of the RNG. It's like saying you play a trading card game, but instead of having random cards, you just have to collect as many tokens, and then you can buy a specific card that you want. You know what I mean? It's literally just like gambling, basically. Taking away all RNG basically just makes the game boring. And I'm not saying that everyone would hate that. Surely there's quite a few people who wouldn't care, but it affects you subconsciously, and kind of like it affects you in ways that you wouldn't even know it affects you in. It's just how your brain works. It just kind of creates excitement, and it creates like all sorts of reactions in your mind that are good and bad, but it usually does create a positive reaction to not a positive reaction I want to say, but it makes you keep playing the game basically. That is true, Jerf. There's a loot table, but after an excessive amount of clears, I just think there should be a way to get the item you've been farming for all tier. Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to... Well, I'm not opposed to this idea in general. I'm just explaining to you why it is how it is. Right? I'm not saying that I personally wouldn't want that, or that I disagree with you in general. I'm just saying that the reason why we have RNG when it comes to loot is because of that very reason, that RNG makes you play the game longer or something. Dopamine stuff. And then, that doesn't mean that we couldn't have a bad luck protection, though. Because, we have that right now, right? We have dinars, which is basically exactly what you're saying, where you can get a certain item eventually, right? Like we have that right now in retail in Season 4. Yeah, exactly what efficiency said, yeah. They adapted? Yeah, I mean, the servers are down. I don't know exactly what we're gonna get, though. It's Monday. 6 p.m. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Any ideas, chat? Oh, I would love to turn on M+. Oh my god. I've been dying to try M+ on beta, because I want to play beta, but there's no content. And it's so difficult to test classes if you don't have proper content to test the classes in. Like, I'm just standing around and hitting dummies all day, you know? That's like, ugh. I wanna do raid tests and M+ testing so I can actually test my stuff. Oh, thank you so much, Efficiency. I appreciate that. You want to know the secret about my hair today? I woke up, had my hair in a bun, and then I looked at myself in the mirror and I was like, huh, my hair looks very messed up, but kind of nice. So I left it the way it was. I was like, yeah. This is my look today. To be fair, I did change something to it because there's like all of these small hairs that came out of the back. You know, these like baby hairs, or like the hairs that are like not long enough to be stuck in the bun anymore. Like they came out. So I took a comb, I sprayed some hairspray in it, and then I combed the tiny hairs back into my head. That's what I did. To make sure it looks slightly less homeless-y. Yeah, I don't know when a Plus will be available in beta. They didn't say anything about it. Back into the hat. Yeah, this Stranded font looks kind of cute, but it's really annoying, honestly. It's small enough to not be in my eyes, but it tickles my forehead. I hate it when it tickles my forehead. Come on, where are the servers? Oh my god, are we gonna have to play live servers? Because I do not like that. Is it a new build? Oh my god, I'm so excited. What is happening? No new build? Yeah, what is it though? What is it we're getting? Is that time of the day they would push a new build in? Definitely not. I think they usually, if there's a new build, it's usually much later. It's way too early. So I don't know what the hell they're doing. I mean, it's possible it's just like some... I don't know. I mean, if they just enable something to test, maybe? But then there would be a big blue post, so they wouldn't do that either. Like, if they would enable M+ for testing, for example, I'm pretty sure they would want to, like, do a blue post about it first, because there's so many things we don't know about M+ yet. They would want to clarify that before they just enable it on beta, right? They would announce it, they would talk about the affixes, about the loot system, about blah, 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 right? They wouldn't just, like, shut down the beta and turn it on. Isn't the new dungeon? Well, the new dungeons, we can already test them. But I would kind of like to know how long the servers are down for, though. Like, am I sitting here in queue and pressing reconnect? Or should I go on live servers and do something else in the meantime? There's a tuning boss about Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Are you saying that they might enable the old dungeons? Yeah, but they would only enable them for M+, right? Because without M+, you can't test them. Because they're not scaling them up for Mythic 0, right? Or even for Heroic. They would only be testable if Mythic Plus was open. Yeah, it's not rumors. They said that there's gonna be... Like, they haven't clarified how loot is gonna work in M+. Because we, of course, have a different loot system now in Dragonflight. They already announced it with the group loot. And they said that there will be another update about M+ loot. Now, we don't know what that means. Like, does that mean it's a different loot system? Or does it mean it's personal loot? You know, like, we don't really know. Yeah, I don't really know what they're gonna do with M+ loot. I mean... I doubt they're gonna change it that much. I guess there is a possibility that they let you upgrade loot to Mythic item level properly with Valor. But that's that's the only thing I can really imagine they do. I don't think they're gonna increase the item level from end of dungeon loot. Because in the end, the biggest problem that we have with M+ end of dungeon loot is that it's infinitely spammable. So they cannot realistically increase the item level a lot that you get from end of dungeon chest. Because you can just endlessly farm those items. While raiding has a cap, a weekly time gate. So I don't think they'll ever increase the end of dungeon loot that much. But the Valor thing they can increase. Because Valor is time gated as well, so they can do that. The only issue is that raiders might feel the need to farm the M+ Valor cap all the time. But let's be honest here, raiders already feel the need to do M+ anyway because of the vault, so it doesn't really matter. There's an info post 2 hours ago about the service going offline. You just mean the thing about the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, yeah, but that's just, yeah, what about it? Like, they just updated some spells for the dungeon, right? That doesn't mean anything. That's just, like, that doesn't mean they have to implement it now, right? I mean, yeah, they're updating dungeons. They also made a post about House of Valor as well, because House of Valor is also going to be in the dungeon pool. But that's just because they have to fix the dungeons, right? Because Shadow Moon Burrowing Grounds and House of Valor are going to be part of the Season 1 Dragonflight dungeon pool. So they have to scale them up, and they have to fix the dungeons to make sure they work properly. But yeah, and plus it's not available right now on Dragonflight, so they don't have to like shut down the servers to apply these changes right now, I guess. That'd be weird. You know when the server's back? No, there's no post or anything. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think they enable M+. It would be weird. Like, it would just be a weird timing to do it right now. There's also no post. Blue post or anything. I think I'm gonna go AFK for a second, and if the servers are still not online, then we might play some live servers, I guess. I don't know what else to do. If it is offline, it is offline. So, be back one sec.
Why, welcome, Tyler Moonkin.
All right, sorry. It's on the phone. Thanks for gifting us up to Lex. Appreciate that, efficiency. Hey, Mega Freak. What's up, what's up? Yeah, that's exactly what I've been saying. I've been talking to my friend about how good of a mod Mega Freak is. Okay, any updates on Wowhead or anything? Anything? Okay, I guess we're logging on live servers. It is what it is. Somebody yell when the servers are online again, okay? I mean, the thing is right now, because they have already nerfed what made Mookin so overpowered on beta, right? They nerfed the Furor thing, which was obviously completely broken. And they nerfed some other stuff as well. They nerfed Shrapnel. So we don't really know right now how good Moonkin is on beta. Because it's not very good in heroic dungeons. Which doesn't mean it's bad overall, though. Because in Heroic Dungeons, it's all about burst AoE. And Moonkin does not have burst AoE. It's just not a thing. Even though we have gained some spells to make us have burst, like the mushroom thing, for example, that we have, but it's not really making us... Like, it only makes us a little bit better on burst, but it still doesn't make us, like, as good as other classes that have burst, right? And we don't know how our ramp AoE looks like, because there is no content where we can ramp realistically. And we just kind of test it in a normal environment. We can only hit dummies in Orgrimmar. You know, which, yeah. I mean, I saw Taddles was streaming a bit earlier. And he was doing some heroic dungeons with the new... Or the nerfed Moonkin version. And yeah, I mean, I don't know, like... It's hard to tell. If you look at overall damage meter, you can see it being good. But then at the same time, you see I got Prod Worry doing 40k overall DPS. Like, I don't know what to say about this, you know? It's just really hard to judge. Because you don't have anything... like, most of the things aren't really balanced. And additionally, the content that you can do is just not very well-rounded. To see who is good at what. Really hard to tell. Someone's talking about me in his chat. Naguura had 33 Star Search casts per minute. Well, that's me. Yeah, there is no tier list for M+, because we don't have M+. Like... Okay, first of all, let me explain to you that tuning has not been done yet. So basically, everything we know at the moment on beta doesn't really matter that much. Because tuning hasn't been done, and tuning is almost always what decides what is good and what isn't. Almost always. Because we have information. Is this... Yeah, right. We have information about the abilities that classes have. But that information is not really relevant when we don't know the actual damage numbers the abilities do, right? Like, what's the point to know that Moonkins have mushrooms, for example, but we don't know how much damage they're gonna end up doing? Because if mushrooms, Moonkin mushrooms, if they explode for like 1,000,000 damage, then Moonkin is gonna have insane burst AoE. Right? And then Moonkin would be incredibly good for M+. But we don't know how they're going to tune them in the end. So we don't know how much damage they're going to do. So there's... Like, we just don't know. And additionally, not only do we not have tuning yet, we also don't even have the content yet to test. And plus, it's not available on beta to test. So we're lacking so much information about M+ in Dragonflight, that saying that anything is going to be better or worse, or listing anything in a tier or in a ranking or whatever, would be completely made up. I mean, I can make up a tier list for you if you want. I can make it up for you, you know? But just know that it's made up. Because we're lacking the information needed. Gross. This freeze confirmed best second Dragonflight. You can only assume looking at boss right now. Well, we were specifically talking about M+. And I think, I mean, generally speaking, people are usually, like, even when you have all of their information needed, even if we would know how much damage each class does, and even if we know the boss fights, we would still not perfectly be able to come up with a best in slot lineup for something. Because it's just, like, sometimes you just cannot possibly figure it out. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's definitely very difficult. Because in the end, it's just theory. It's just theoretical. Like, you can do the math, of course. But what kind of math can you really do about certain things if you're lacking certain data, and then additionally you're also lacking testing? Because in the end, Simcraft does figure out exactly how much damage a class does in a certain scenario, but it's single target, right? Any sort of simulation is not optimized for very specific scenarios. It's only optimized for a single target. So if you ever think of a boss fight, like if you think about, I don't know, like Anduin, right? People weren't able to tell which classes are going to be the best for Anduin, even after we had all of the information, right? Because it not only depends on class tuning, but it also depends on boss tuning as well, additionally. And boss tuning is never final until it's actually there on live servers. And even then, it's maybe not final, and they might still change it, right? And that's why no one ever knows what is going to be the best. Ever. Because think about it. If people would actually know, like if it was actually possible to figure out what the best classes are and the best specs are and the best lineup is for a given boss, then why on earth do you think the Race to World First guilds wouldn't just bring those exact classes and gear those? And they're the ones that know the most, because they are the most try-hard that try to figure out everything beforehand. And even the Race to World First, like even Liquid and Echo, don't have a perfect idea of what's going to be the best for a certain boss. They can only tell once they're actually there and they're testing the boss and seeing what they're lacking and stuff, right? There's too many variables and too much unknowing, like too much hidden information when it, like specifically when it comes to tuning. So yeah, it's just impossible to know, you know? You can speculate, but there's no point in speculating. In the end, if you want to play a good class, just honestly, like it's actually so simple. Like if you want to play a class, if you're so scared that your class is gonna end up bad, and that's why you want other people to tell you what to play, just play a pure DPS class that is ranged. Just play Warlock or Mage. Those two classes are almost always gonna be good in some form, and you're fine. No, I'm not joking. Hunter is not a pure range DPS class. It has one melee spec. Warlock is dogshit in beta. There's just no way Warlock is gonna be bad. Trust me. It just won't. It doesn't matter if they're bad currently in beta. It doesn't matter. It will be bad? Yeah, it won't. It will not. And if you care about M+ as well, if you care about M+ and rating, and you want to have a class that is going to be good in both, then just play Mage. That's it. It's that simple. Play Mage. Or just play what's fun for you, because that's what matters. I mean, yes, you should always play what's fun for you. But the people that come into my chat and ask about tier lists and ask about what's going to be good and stuff, if they wanted to play what they enjoyed, then they wouldn't be asking the question in the first place, right? Because if they would just want to play what's fun, they would just play whatever is fun, no matter what's going on. So just play Mage or Warlock and be done with it. I think streamers take tier lists too seriously sometimes. The streamers are taking them too seriously? I think it's the viewers that take them too seriously. Hey Cloud Cookie, what's up? Beta seems like a weak alpha. Really hope this 2 months will smooth it out, because it's really not ready. Hundreds of fingers crossed. I mean, I disagree. Beta definitely seems very finished right now when it comes to almost everything except classes. Like, honestly, beta has almost everything already, yeah? They still have to test the remaining raid bosses that they haven't tested yet, of course, and they have to test them plus. But the dungeons are there already, right? Like, in plus, it's just the dungeons scaled higher up. The dungeons are already there. Like, we tested the dungeons already. And the 4 dungeons that are old dungeons, right? So... But yeah, the classes themselves are definitely still very... Like, there's so much tuning that has to be done, so much bug fixing. But, it's not impossible to get that done in 2 months. And the quote-unquote good thing, like, something that people also don't necessarily understand is that the game can release just fine without tuning being perfect. Like, that's something you have to understand, right? Like, if there's a bunch of talent, like, let's say, like, if you open up your talent tree and there's, like, 3 talents that are really bad, that does not prevent them from launching the expansion. Like, not at all. If you open up your talent tree and there's some talents that are undertuned or overtuned, that literally that's not gonna hold them back. They can 100% release a expansion because they can tune talents and stuff during the expansion. It's not a game-breaking thing that won't that prevents them from giving us the expansion. Yeah, I think like almost all of the expansions that were released were incredibly imbalanced at the start, yeah. Like class tuning and stuff does not have to be done beforehand. I mean, most people would prefer if it was done beforehand, but it's just not realistically a thing, right? Usually the game comes out, the expansion comes out, and then if there are things that still need to be tuned, then they tune them when the expansion is out. It's not that they release the expansion and then this is how it is and they can just never change it again, right? So once it's released, they can still say, oh, well, this ability does too much damage, this does too little, and then they just, tune it as they go, right? Yes, beta's still offline. I hope there's people yelling when it's online, yeah? Still offline. What could they possibly do right now? What is it they're doing? An internship to a power cable, maybe. But yeah, as long as the content works, they're good to release the expansion. As long as M+ works and the raids work and the zones work and the quests and the cinematics and the professions, that's like the main thing. Tuning and all of that stuff is not that important. I mean, of course it is important, but they don't have to be done with it before the expansion releases, basically. PvP tuning will be a disaster? Very likely, yes. As usual. I'm not gonna take part of Break the Meta, no. First of all, I'm going on a holiday next week, and then additionally, I was also thinking that there's... I think retail is just that now, like Shadowlands is that. Because M+ is going to be released soon, raid testing is happening, so I'm just going to be a beta gamer from now on. I'm going to be a Dragonflight gamer. No more retail. Max. The moment M+ is released, retail's gonna die. Yeah, a lot of the M+ players are gonna start playing beta, instead of doing live keys. Wow, you must have misheard efficiency. Okay, let me do some completely random key. Wait. Well, we could do at least 3 more in plus so I can have a bigger vault. Also, shit, I'm not gonna do a Mythic. I mean, I'll see. Depends if they release in plus or not. On beta in the meantime. Tell me when beta is online again, yeah? Because then we're gonna log right back. So I don't have to do any retail stuff. I personally like the fact that they have only 4 new dungeons at launch. I'm a fan of the decision. The reason why I think it's good is because, like, I think a lot of people are just used, because this is how WoW used to work. Like, almost all the time, we get all of the dungeons at the start of the expansion, and then later on we maybe get like 1, maybe 2 dungeons, and that's it, right? Now, but the reason why this is how it is because dungeons used to be the stepping stone into raiding for like the longest time, right? Like dungeons were like the first thing you did, and then you started raiding, and then dungeons were not content you did anymore. And then they introduced M+, and now M+ is relevant all the time, right? So having all dungeons released at the very start is not necessarily something that is good, unless they release like a lot more additional dungeons over the course of the expansion, which they don't have apparently the resources to do. Like they cannot realistically release 4 dungeons every patch for new ones, right? So what they're doing instead is they just have 4 new dungeons at the start, and then the other 4 in Season 2 to stagger the new content of it when it comes to dungeons specifically. And I don't see it as such a bad thing, because bringing back old dungeons to M+ almost feels like a new dungeon to most people. A lot of people haven't even played the dungeons that they're bringing back anyway, so it's almost like new to them. And even people that have played the dungeons before, it still is new because the classes that you're playing are different now. The affixes are different. So even if you have already played the dungeon previously, it still feels almost like a new thing because you're doing it in different content with everything having changed. So I don't see it as like a bad thing. We are paying a lot of money for old content. I mean, you should never think about it this way. It's because, like, in the end, you're paying for something. Like, no one's forcing you to pay money. Like, I think that this whole argument is like, oh, we're paying, so they should give us new content. It's like a weird thing to say, because you choose to give them the money for the content that they're very openly telling you that they're giving you. So if you're not willing to pay Dragonflight because of 4 old dungeons that are being implemented, well then just don't buy Dragonflight. We're rating today. Oh, it's 7 already! Oh my god, I didn't realize it's already 7. I thought it's earlier than that. God, we're raiding. Oh man. And yeah, I understand that people want new dungeons. But it's not like the dungeons aren't there, they're just not impossible. Like it's not that they didn't create the content, like the content is there. They just think it's better this way. Like they're not trying to give you less content. They're just trying to stagger the content more, which is not always bad. I think it's lazy, but why is it lazy? Like what's lazy about it? They created the dungeons, yeah? Like, it's not that they only created 4 Dragonflight dungeons. They created 8 Dragonflight dungeons, the same as they did for Shadowlands. They're just not making them implacable. There's nothing lazy about their decision. The reason why they decided to do this is because they think it's better to stagger the content. And I'm not saying that it is better or worse. It's just something they didn't want to try. There's absolutely nothing lazy about this whatsoever. Instead of creating like 12 dungeons to have always new dungeons, they only make 8. But they never made 12 dungeons. That's made up. Never ever in the history of World of Warcraft did they release an expansion with 12 new dungeons. That's just never something they did. Thanks for 17 months, Michael. What's up, what's up? They always I don't want to say they always created 8, exactly 8. But 8 was the dungeon pool whenever M+ was a thing, really. I don't know how many dungeons they... Like, in the history of World of Warcraft, I don't know how many dungeons they usually released. But it was for sure never 12. Like, I think 12 is, like, a very exaggerated number. It's possible that they were, like, sometimes maybe 9, or sometimes only 7, or, like, whatever. But it's usually just around 8. Plus, minus 1, 2. They've always created 8, but the way forward should be hire enough people to create new dungeons for every season, and not implement old ones. I mean, like, I do understand your point. Like, having more dungeons, having more content is always better, right? Like, technically speaking, I would want new dungeons every patch, every month. Now, if they give me 2 new dungeons every month, or every patch we get 4 new dungeons, yes, of course that would be great. But I don't understand why people are expecting that to happen when it never did before. Like, people are just completely thinking about this so illogically that it makes my head hurt. Because people, for whatever reason, are thinking that because, like, Blizzard brings back old dungeons, and people are concluding that they're doing that to save time and work so they don't have to create new dungeons. Which makes no sense, because they have not... Like, they're just trying to give us more options. They could have just not done that. Like, what the other option would be not having 20 dungeons. The other option would be to have 8 new Dragonflight dungeons and keep them for the whole expansion. That's the other option, right? Like, we basically... What did we have in Shadowlands and BFA? Think about it this way. Like, in Legion and in Shadowlands and in BFA, they create, like, 8 new dungeons to start, and then they maybe give us, like, 2 more dungeons throughout the expansion. So we have a total of, like, 10 to 11 new dungeons per expansion. Like, 10 to 11 new dungeons per expansion. And what are they doing in Dragonflight? They're probably also going to give us 10 to 11 new dungeons. They're just adding old ones, so that we're in total have, like, 20 dungeons that we're playing, and, like, maybe 9 of those dungeons are old dungeons. They are not creating less dungeons in Dragonflight compared to previous expansions. They're just giving us more options to play because they bring back old dungeons. Like, I'm not saying that it wouldn't be better if they create more new dungeons, but I just don't understand why you're expecting that just because they bring back old ones. That's not how your brain should be logically, like, thinking about this issue, right? If you dislike them bringing back old dungeons, then yes, okay, like, I totally respect your opinion. If you don't like playing old dungeons, then you don't like playing old dungeons, right? Like, I totally get that. But saying that they're lazy or that they create less content this way is just, like, wrong. They're not creating less dungeons in Dragonflight compared to what they did before. It's the same amount. It has nothing to do with laziness. They just have a change. They just want to change the way they create the dungeon pools for M+ as an experiment to see if people would like it more. Right? They're just testing if people are going to be more interested in M+ if it changes more throughout the expansion, right? And if it doesn't work out and people don't like it, well, then they'll go back to the old system, right? They're basically just testing if switching the complete dungeon pool from one season to the other is gonna help M+ as, like, a whole. Because changing the dungeons completely from one season to the other has upsides. It also has downsides, of course, but it has upsides of it being completely fresh and completely new. Even if they bring back old dungeons, it's still completely new. Meta and everything is going to be new, right? So whatever happens in Season 1 M+ is completely irrelevant to what happens in Season 2 M+. So if you're a player that starts in Season 2, then you're not going to feel like you're going to be forever behind in M+, because you don't have the same knowledge that people will have that already played in Season 1, right? Like, it just creates kind of like a new... like, it just changes the way M+ works when it comes to experience. And, like, it's just a complete reset for each season. The same way as all the other content resets. Like raiding, for example. If you're a raider and you raided in Season 1, and then there's a raider that starts in Season 2, then that person that starts playing in Season 2 is not going to have a disadvantage over you that started in Season 1, because the raid that comes out in Season 2 is completely different to the raid that was in Season 1, right? And they're basically trying to do the same thing in M+. They're trying to completely change all of the dungeons that are in M+, to make sure that people that start later or start in that season, they don't have a disadvantage over other people. And I'm not saying that any of this is better or worse. I'm just saying that they're trying something different. And we'll see how it works out, you know? Like, maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, who knows? But I don't see why it's such a big problem that they're testing it, you know? Yeah, it's very possible that it will help player retention. There is an issue, though, that I personally kind of realized when I was playing Season 4 on Shadowlands. And it's the fact that acquiring knowledge about a dungeon seems... how do I explain this? Like, I basically felt like people lost a little bit of interest or motivation to learn dungeons properly, because we know that as soon as the season is over, the knowledge about this dungeon is going to be irrelevant. And it's kind of the same for raiding, but raiding is different. And I think raiding is also easier to understand than M+, because I think dungeons require a lot more information to be able to know everything about them, compared to the information you need about a raid boss or about a raid. Because there's just more mechanics, more stuff overall in a dungeon compared to a raid, right? So it almost feels like that there were quite a few people that were not motivated enough to learn the dungeons properly, because they know, okay, in 3 months this dungeon is going to be gone, so what's the point in me spending hours and hours and hours getting better at this dungeon when it's going to be gone again? So that's like the downside, I guess, with that new system, possibly. But then again, like, I don't really know. Like, I'm just thinking about it in a theoretical sense. I don't know what's actually going to happen, because of course Season 4 in Shadowlands was a bit different compared to any other season, because not only did we get different dungeons in M+, we also didn't get a new raid. So Season 4 in general seems a bit useless for most players. Like, most players have less motivation to play in Season 4. It's not just because the dungeons are different, or it's not just because the dungeons are going to be gone in a couple of months. It's also because there's no new raid and stuff. So I don't know if the same thing is going to be applied to Dragonflight Season 1. Who knows? And an additional upside of completely changing the dungeon pools is also that the loot table from M+ is going to be changed completely, which I personally like that a lot. I hated the fact that we had the same loot table from dungeons for like 2 years. And you're always playing the same trinkets, always playing the same rings, weapons, whatever. It got a bit boring, so changing the loot table is nice as well. Or it's like an upside as well of that system. Yeah, Druinors. So where's the raid? Invite. Fuchsia? Oh my god, what is this? Why is my Elf UI ray trim enabled? Oh my god. Why are my settings weird? I don't like it. Is there anything else weird? Wait, how does this even work? Ah, where's it? Where are the raid frames? Groups? Oops. Why is all of this enabled? What if they completely changed inhabitants of a dungeon after a certain raid tier is released? For example, a new powerful race that wipes out the previous inhabitants has new tactics and loot tables. I mean, yeah, I don't hate that idea at all, but I think at that point you might as well just create a new dungeon, right? Like, if you only retain the design of it and you bring completely new models and new bosses, then you might as well just make a new one. I don't think they confirmed anything about the dinar system. I don't think there's going to be a dinar system. The reason why a dinar system is right now is because we have 3 different rates that rotate. I don't necessarily think that they're going to bring that back. I mean, they could bring it back, but I don't think they'll bring it back for the first raid. There's only 8 bosses. I think it would make very little sense to have a system like that, especially with group loot. Yeah, like the thing with the dungeons, I think in the end we should just wait and see. I personally think that it's probably going to be good. Like having 4 old dungeons, 4 new ones, and then second season the other 4 new ones, different 4 old ones. I personally think that it's probably going to be good. But I'm just, like, we're all just speculating at this point because in the end, you don't really know how something is going to work out. Like, something like that is always a bit... So many times people have a theory, or they think they're going to hate it, and then they like it, or they think they're going to like it, and then they hate it. It's really, really difficult to know beforehand, honestly. With the new way dungeons work, I really think an emphasis on a clear end key level would be good. Like 25, it just becomes CMs. Why do you think that's needed? Why do you think there needs to be like an end key level? Isn't that like the whole reason why like a high-end and plus community exists is because key levels scale infinitely. So putting in an endpoint or putting like a key level where it doesn't go higher will completely defeat the purpose of that, right? At least I don't see the reason behind it, right? Because right now, like high and plus only exists for fun. Really? There's no real reason to do high and plus. The only real reason for it is to get score and get like rank 1 title or something. That's it. And removing that just seems weird. Like what? Why? It's just taking it's only taking something away. It's not adding anything positive, right? There are no legendaries in Dragonflight, yeah. So far. Ten men and plus would be cool and fun to watch. I honestly would also really like 10 men and plus. Actually, maybe not 10 men and plus, but 10 men. Like I really would like 10 man Mythic rating. And I know we already had that before, but I was just like loved. The best idea I still had is the old content Mythic raids. 10 men. Oh, I would love that. I would love if they bring back old raids. But make them like a 10 man version and then actually make them somewhat hard. Like kind of like time walking, but tuned for 10 people, and also make it like actually challenging in a like. I don't think that it should be like super challenging, but somewhat challenging, you know? So you don't like one-shot the boss. That would be so fun, I think. Like imagine they would bring back like old raids, like I don't know, like Hellfire Citadel or Throne of Thunder, and then you do it with 10 people, and it would actually be like somewhat of a challenge. I'd love that. Thank you so much for the 11 months, Wraithis. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Yeah, with current numbers. I would love if they scale it up. Like the same way they scale up the old dungeons that we have in the Plus pool. Like the way they scaled up Iron Dogs and Grimrail and whatever. Like the same way, except for like 10 people. I love that. Firelands, yeah, that'd be nice. And they could even make like a whole thing with it. At this point, like technically speaking, they could make a whole thing where they say the items that you're getting are specifically for like time walking. So it's like a whole thing where you can get old items and they're like really good for time walking. And then you do all these old raids. I don't know, I would love it. Flex rate is a good initial idea. Too bad it ended in LFR. I mean, we still have flex rating for 10 men and for normal mode and heroic, and it works out just fine. The thing is that we don't have the flex rate for the actual difficult content. Because, I mean, people are still 10 men raiding, right? Like, there's people who do 10 men heroic raids or whatever. I personally would just like it for the difficult content, because to me, heroic is not difficult content. The only difficult content for me personally is like Mythic rating and plus. And both of those things don't work with 10 people. Like you have either 20 people or 5. So I would love to have something in between. Yeah, it's also true that flex rating is kind of punishing for smaller raid sizes. It depends. But yeah, 10 is usually not enough, right? Rated BGs, yeah, I'm talking about PvE, not PvP. Yeah, I meant the 10-man content more as like a... Because I think they can totally add content to the game that is not like a requirement, but it's still fun. Like, for example, like the mage towers. People love mage towers, even though it didn't give you any player power whatsoever, right? It was just fun content that was optional. And I think they could do something like that for 10 men as well. Is what I mean. Like, I'm not necessarily saying they should turn Mythic rating into 10 men. But they could add 10 men content that is like optional for fun content. I think. And they could specifically do it for time walking, because then it wouldn't require like an insane amount of resources for them to create the content, right? Because the problem, of course, is always that you have to think about, like, someone has to work on this content, right? So creating a complete raid or something, like a completely new raid for 10 people, that, of course, would take an insane amount of resources for them to actually create. But bringing back old content and turning it into 10 men, that seems like a lot more feasible, and, like, it would cost a lot less resources for them. So that's why I'm kind of suggesting it. I have no idea if Mage Shower will be available in Dragonflight 2. It's only available during Legion time walking, so I assume whenever Legion time walking is enabled in Dragonflight, it will be available again. Well, never mind, wait, it's actually enabled all the time now, right? Yeah, I don't know what to do in Dragonflight. I have no idea when beta is back up. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's offline. It's weird. I wanted to do some beta stuff and then it was just gone. Ah, shit, I'm in the raid. Man, I thought I'm allowed to bench. I was looking forward to running circles in Orbos. Yeah, there's no blue post either. It's really weird.
Where's the Noxy guide?
Oh my god, is that really loud?
Who is missing? Oh, it's Raddy.
Me.
Where is he?
I've arrived.
Is it loud?
Oh, no.
Fucking hell.
Poor guy.
Fucking hell, mate.
Fucking hell.
Or is it fine?
The fuck are you doing here, Andy?
Fucking hell, bro. Wait, Red is here. Get in the raid ready.
Is it better?
Yeah, I looked at the sheet and
Or is
I'm
it
like
still
a
too
different
loud?
color for every boss, so I kind of just
Thanks
stopped
for
paying
5
attention.
months,
Yeah,
Psy.
if
Thank
I'm
you
in the
so
middle of my
much.
screen, I don't have a partner.
Whoa,
So
okay.
loud.
After recent times, I don't know
Now?
if I want to be a partner, bro.
Whose dick will I hold on Ender?
Pass, I'm
Wait, bear back
consent.
1 second, guys. And then we're doing this rating
Can
thing.
I not
Oh,
come in?
I'm just gonna die.
Call
if you want
HR.
them, I guess.
I
Wait,
honestly,
why am I whispering? Flail a mouth, fucking raider.
I feel like Bob has
But
genuinely
Mal.
scarred
Still
my
got you
brain from
invited,
doing
though.
keys the other day. I keep thinking about that moment where we were on the first boss of Iron Docks and I said something and you just replied, "If that happens, I'll die of cum." Like it's literally like seared into my brain.
Shouldn't be in, but who is in instead of Quit?
Probably my demon hunter on the sheet.
Nice.
Warlocks.
It's
And
more
Rain is the last
concerning.
person.
I've said it so much
Yeah.
recently, I don't remember what that was about.
It was me
Yeah,
saying when we time this, we get a junkyard.
Do
Oh,
any
yeah.
of the do any of the DPS want to sit?
Yeah, me.
Yeah, me. Why do we have so many warlocks, bro?
I already ended.
Rain is the last
in.
slot, right?
Yeah. Well, Noxie wants in.
Hi.
Hello, I can sit.
Okay, Fireman. Oh, DT. You're a good one.
Okay, I need to check the sheet. Wicked. You have to be on the right here, Lifelum, just so you know. I have to be where my port is.
I swear to God, dude.
It's not a question.
I'm not moving to you to clear, just so you know.
No, that's fine.
He's
Bob
mine.
will move to me.
Bob, don't do that.
What? He's
Ratty
mine.
making a second summoning stone just outside the raid.
Yeah, you couldn't fit through the door.
Don't actually know why.
Do
Just
summons.
force of habit. Some juice, please.
Can I receive a summon, please?
We're trying our best.
Oh. Understandable.
Have a nice day.
Better me. Please go again.
Look at these 2 summon stones so that when someone accepts on a big mount, you can go to the other one.
alright. Let's
Good
do
thing
this.
people are clicking on you.
And yeah, to
I don't find
conclude...
this
Oh shit, what is this overlay? Jesus.
Yeah,
Carry.
so
To conclude the whole and plus,
just press Malefic
discussion.
Rapture.
I just think...
Destro?
I honestly think
Yeah.
that people generally should be a bit more open to changes
you don't
because
need
they can always change
you
it
don't need
later
press.
again, you know? Because I think
Okay, I'll
Blizzard
press
trying
that,
out
yeah.
stuff is generally a good thing.
I did flask slash.
But if everyone always has like a
guess at the
super
time
bad
that it-
opinion about it, then you might be biased
How can I
going
keep-
into
I
it.
just-
And then
Stop
even
joking.
if it's a good thing, you might not like it, you know what I'm saying?
I need to change Zaxxy's CC.
And
to
that is a bit of a
You're a
problem,
meat
I
lover,
think,
aren't you?
that the community is generally reacting badly about
So-
things that they don't even know if they're going to be good or bad.
D3, can you place marks?
Like, we should be generally a bit more open
not here.
when it comes to these changes,
I...
because it might actually
do
just
it.
turn out good,
Might be one stun.
you know?
It just gets
Sometimes
worse and worse.
we just don't know. We shouldn't be so biased
I
just
know,
because
you
it's
just
like
crack
something
on, dude,
different.
Big T said he could
do it.
I'm
fucking
assigned
to nothing.
You should be a bit more open. Where's the overlay?
You fairies me in intermission.
One
Thank you.
second. Overlay, overlay.
Who wants to take the PS1 stun? You're taking it. Radical.
There we go. No, shit.
The one that's on the sheets.
Stun one. Wicked.
No, I definitely understand where it's coming from.
Which I couldn't have done anyway if I was playing.
I 100% understand where the hate is coming from.
Who can actually do
Because
that?
if Blizzard, like
Right?
Blizzard made a bunch of bad
Sorry, what?
decisions in the
What am I
past,
doing?
Can you
and then you kind of
shackle
just
somebody?
lose trust
Yes.
in a sense.
Class.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
So that's the green world
And I
marker,
totally,
yes?
like, I totally
On both
understand
sets
that.
of ads.
Yeah. Probably won't last very long on the first set of
But
ads.
they also have made an effort
So when you
Roger, Dodger.
crack on
lately to
assignments on the sheet.
be better.
Yeah.
And
you're
that's
assigned
why
to a
I'm
melee
saying
spread, so you don't actually need to go into melee. Fine.
sometimes we might miss a
what
good
for the,
change
the first marks,
because
what
we are the way we
Wait,
are.
but
You know, like
the green world
if
marker,
you're
that's
not
the one we're
open to
killing first.
changes,
Yeah, but you
then
don't see that one on the second. That's why
we
I said
might miss
last
out
time.
on the
makes
game
sense.
becoming better
I
Do I
wouldn't
even
say
have to
no.
do it at all?
because
or
we're
the first?
like that, you know, and that would be really bad.
Gotcha.
Like we don't want that. I forgot how to play retail Moonkin, honestly, yeah. Where's my Stellar Flare? I forgot to use my orb.
Whip it in.
You think this late or what's the...
Whip it into the box.
I forgot my orb, guys. I didn't use my Shadow Orb.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I'm also standing in the wrong spot, but
Can we
that
whip
doesn't
this
matter.
essence into the box? Okay.
I'm very disappointed currently, not gonna lie.
All the way on the edge of the platform.
It's lost.
Okay, go to green if you do not have a partner.
Because in the end, everyone can have their own opinion about things, obviously. Like, if you think something is going to be bad, then you think something's going to be bad, right?
Don't hit these ads, don't hit these ads. Listen to the boss.
Ad went in.
It's just a problem when people are...
30.
5, 4, 3.
When people are like doomsaying stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm out.
It's fucking dead. Get in the barrier and finish it. Can?
Just jump off. So you can't one pierce it with missing.
The project will.
Yeah, because I definitely see the... Like, I'm not gonna blame anyone for not trusting Blizzard, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, now I know how much damage we do, I'll just move the
I
bots away
obviously
and stuff
understand where you're
very
coming
unlikely.
from.
The speed at which those ads die changes every week, so...
I was thinking that. I don't know if just leaving the boss on top
It is
of
time
them
I'm
and
gonna
hands
use
off
my
people
orb.
is like the actual play or not.
Well, if we're trying to one-phase it, right, we probably want maximum not
Yeah, but you'd get
on boss.
But yeah, being
But you would get
skeptical
people
is
as
one
fast
thing,
as
right? But
possible.
absolutely doomsaying something is like another
True.
thing.
It's
Like,
a grip and click.
We can
system
generally
on the start
be
of
like,
front
oh,
and
I
melee.
think I don't like
It
this.
was in melee, it just needed to be clicked.
But if you're
Oh.
like, oh, this is absolutely the worst thing ever, like,
The
without
moaning was
actually
moaning mostly
knowing,
about it not being gripped in. right?
that's like,
Took a while.
yeah. You just have to be
Yeah, it was like
logical.
3 yards from the boss. Like, just needed one of the melee to click it.
It
He's a
wasn't like
rich in
one of
anime,
the
I
opposites.
know, right?
I guess you could have just insta-clicked it.
Checking and temper stacks, in my opinion, is not important at all.
Whatever, I'm gonna grip it on top of the boss now anyway.
Just to double check, we're skipping, right? Like stacking it.
Yes. Yeah.
Did we get a meat plate?
We have not got a meat plate. Oh, Lalio's not in. Who put the last meat plate down?
Wait, how do I have a meat plate off then? Oh, I guess
Yeah,
it just
same.
expired. It just expired, I bet.
Yo, I have a question. According to the sheet, I'm 5, yes? So where do I stand? Because where is the sheet?
I didn't even look at the
what is
sheet.
The orientation of the screenshot.
Next to me, it's orange.
Like,
Checking?
we're looking at the boss right now. Like, we're
Okay.
at the bottom.
Yeah.
We're
Okay.
like, if you walk in from where we are, we're at 7.
So I'm 5, so I'm here. Okay. I was
I'm
standing
number
there. There was just people
9?
there, so I was making sure. Let's
There's
go.
9.
I thought your image wasn't loading or something with Macedonian
Okay,
internet.
sure. I'm sure it'll be
Also
fine.
Macedonian internet, because I think I got cleared at some point, and I was like the opposite color of Angel, and then like 3 seconds later he fell rushes to me.
5,
So
4,
Well, because
3,
it doesn't matter.
2, 1.
Fucking Yabla, bro. Like, fuck off, all of you. Let's lame the third worlder, guys. It's really fun. Lol, ha.
At least he understands that it is funny.
Right, there it is. It's in melee. It's going to go, oh, look at this. This is a record for sure.
5, 3, 2, 1.
I can't really delay my cooldowns here, right? Even though I would like to. But then I don't have it in the mission phase, and that would be really bad.
Cool. Is there a warlock next to me and not a mage?
Flying by me in.
Have my tank here, I'm fuming.
I also dislike the Eclipse system.
100.
I don't like it.
Yeah, we need a hands off quite early.
I think there could definitely be like
70.
something better than that.
60. 50.
It is definitely better that you can alternate it in
40.
Dragonflight. Like that makes it slightly better. But I would still prefer just a completely
5,
different system than
4,
that.
30.
2,
Holy fuck, this thing.
1.
He's
Even
not
doing
dying.
damage.
No, so just had people got pulled out because.
Ah.
No, I did like a hands off the group.
Is anyone logging?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Are we wipe or?
Yeah.
Yes, we are whip.
This is the go.
I like the Legion Empowered system. The Empowered system was also boring in my opinion. Like, I didn't hate it for sure, but it definitely needed something else.
Oh, yeah, there is.
But the thing that it needed was just not Eclipse, in my opinion. I don't know.
Make somebody press it.
I was about to check logs, and then
I'm taking it on Paul.
I saw the
It's
name of the log, and I've changed my
take
mind.
it.
I am.
I saw it wasn't being
I was
taken.
thinking of something truly vile, but I stopped myself.
I mean, in Legion, we already have.
Paul, I
Did
got
we
a
have
PI
Eclipse in
at
Legion?
Paul. I assumed it was stashed.
You know what? I don't remember. We did, right? Oh no, in Legion we had the empowerment system plus astral power.
It
Yeah, I
surely
remember
wasn't
now.
me.
I didn't PI late.
Ooh, a meat plate.
Javi, you want
The Eclipse system, like, I wouldn't mind the Eclipse system. Is the biggest problem is, in my opinion, the way you enter Eclipse.
Wow.
It just feels so slow and clunky. The fact that you have to cast 2 abilities to enter the Eclipse.
I'll just like claim the stash as PI all fight.
I think I wouldn't mind Eclipse if you literally just had like a button that alternates it for you, you know? Like if I have a button and I press it, I'm in Solar Eclipse. I press it again, I'm in Lunar Eclipse. You know? And there's like permanent up or something.
Time to supplement my work.
But then it would also be boring and we would need something else to make it less boring and have our abilities wouldn't work, like Solstice and whatever. I don't know, like at this point it's obviously also just pointless to talk about it because there's no way they will remove Eclipse. It's just how it's gonna be for Dragonflight. Maybe they'll think about it again for the next expansion after Dragonflight, but for now we're just gonna be stuck with it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Your reality ends here.
I was typing.
What is this camera angle? Why is it so bad?
Darkness consumes light.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There is no balance.
Fucking them all.
Ah, then you move up, bitch. Then you move up, bitch.
Hungers.
I play can you must spell?
Yep.
Your end has come.
Should I Starfelt? Maybe I shouldn't have done that? I needed to extend my Incarn though.
Sorry, Bob.
60.
It's very important.
Missed the stun.
I'm.
Oh, we missed that.
Well, Did we not? Okay.
The
Five,
you missed it, and then
4,
they died because
3,
Shadow Fury has a cast time.
2, 1.
I mean, did we not say Raddy was stunning? Because the sheet says me, but then we said Raddy was stunning, no? Okay,
Yeah,
posted it on
exactly.
voice.
It's true. Moonkin gets reworked almost every
On the
expansion.
first one, it just got stunned.
So
Yeah,
I'm
then
still a
that
bit
sounds
salty
really
about them
ridiculous.
reworking Moonkin after Legion.
My bad.
Because, I don't know, like it felt like Legion
The
Moonkin was
first
fine, people
poll,
liked it,
somebody did the
and
thing
then they
as
just
well.
reworked it.
Yeah, I did it.
Blending sleet, yeah.
I don't know why. It was fine.
You just done anyway, because it might be random.
Yeah, it
Still
doesn't
salty
matter,
about
yeah.
it.
They might
Yeah,
not
you're
hit everything.
You're right, you're right.
Yeah, they generally reworked the way dots work. But they could have nerfed our dots without reworking
This is
the
the
way
one thing.
like Eclipse and Empowerments work. Like they didn't have to do that. It's weird.
I believe we've wiped because they added the cast time to Shadow Fury 2 expansions ago.
Yeah, I don't absolutely hate the eclipses. Like, I definitely think that it causes really weird
You fucking start.
interactions and problems. Like, I'm not a fan, but I also don't hate it. Like, I think the eclipse system, generally speaking, is okay. Could be better, but yeah. Okay, cheers. It could be better. Is the music still loud enough?
Is it a permanent
5,
thing that you need
4,
Fatal?
3,
No.
2,
Oh, wow, I needed this pull.
1.
Sure.
Your reality ends
Can be.
here.
Are you okay, sir?
I was looking at long again.
I mean, I guess this is just what happens when someone plays
I
a
don't
lot.
have a path.
Seriously.
I hate Warlocks.
I just like people that ult Warlock because it's fodder. I'm sick of it.
Yeah, just make the hard swap.
5,
Ranged. There's like
4,
4 people with barrier.
3, 2, 1.
Give me more healing to do.
No balance.
Where's my other person? Oh, there.
We need to inspect that more damage, Raddy.
Very relevant, I guarantee you.
2.5 million damage to moats. Wow.
Only?
Your end has come.
Can somebody stun them?
Girl, you do the second one then.
70.
But then honestly, I'm pretty optimistic about Moonkin and Dragonflight. I think it's gonna be nice. We get a lot of cool stuff
50.
that is gonna help us a bit with the issues that we are having.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Not spear.
Oh, what is this?
Your end has come.
Did they die because...
Not against fear of place, because I clicked them back, and they just pulled it back, and then just rolled into the middle.
Has that happened multiple pulls, or is it just that pull?
No, it's just...
No, it was just this time.
Is it just me or we're lacking damage inside even regardless that?
We are.
I agree. See, once pandas can be druids, all of our issues will be resolved.
I'm just
We are mythic rating, yep.
We are missing a Danish Fimkin. Fireman, did you know there's a sheet for the second week in a row?
No way.
Oh wait, was Fireman supposed to go down?
You'd have looked at the sheet when I told
Oh.
you you're in the wrong position.
I don't know, I'm just on fucking autopilot. I've literally done this exact same way for like a
Right,
fucking
and you
year.
used that excuse last week whenever I told you that the assignment sheet
Yeah, yeah.
are on the sheet.
Oh no.
Probably autopilot into looking at the sheet before bosses with assignment.
Yeah, the servers are still down, Beta. I don't...
Wait,
At this
there's
point,
sheep.
I'm hopeful again. Maybe they did... Maybe they are
Ooh,
putting
that's
in
more
Plasma
gold for us.
Beta. You think they
Fucking
will put in
bonkies,
Plasma
man.
Beta? Maybe, yeah. I don't know. Will Jack ever be back on MDR TGP? I don't know. I am
that was so clean.
like
Oh, that was very.
I am not somebody
Thank you for that.
who would be
What?
involved
No, please.
in a decision
I can take that one as well
like
now.
that.
Take that one as well.
I have no idea.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I really wish we had a monkey S shadow play.
I don't know about that.
It was red. All of these Infernals are landing at different times, so I don't know if I'd been like to.
Do you need berries?
It's not an exact science.
Have you got a pet out this time?
I do.
Nice. One step closer to making you lock.
5,
At the edge, and I'm about to
4,
break.
3, 2,
What? That's a
1.
lyric.
Away, bro.
Bars.
I'm about to break.
Beautiful.
Thanks.
Not you.
Oh wait. Oh really? Stormix posted something about it? For backend database work.
Toxic.
What does that mean? So there's gonna be nothing new? Is that what it means? I don't know what backend data work means.
90. $70. 50.
5,
40.
4, 3,
Just
2,
slam on this barrier.
1.
35. 20.
Okay, maybe
10.
not slam. Going a lot
5.
slower
Play is so good at counting.
Shit, did they die?
That's not how you count.
We didn't have the damage?
Is that the third or the fourth stun?
Oh, it's just timing out, right?
That was that was it timing out.
Oh.
Man, Anduin seems difficult today.
No, I can change that.
The project will.
I mean,
So there's nothing new?
I will just go down.
Darkness consumes light. Your end has come.
Several times, sorry.
I mean, yeah, like, there's always at least one ad that's just never being stacked, really.
Yeah, I mean they are getting stacked on the other side, so I think there's a few people who are used to gripping.
Yeah, but it could.
in a certain position then.
Yeah, if wait, Shade, are you tanking the first one? Yeah.
Well, does it mean that there's gonna... Is there
so
some
what we're used to
maybe
doing
tuning
is,
or something?
so the ad...
Or
like
literally
the big ass
nothing?
fonts, like where I'm jumping right now, Flay.
Like, is there no changes at all that
what we used to do is
affects
you grip
people?
the one,
or
well, you
same builds?
main pick up the one that's
Okay.
on...
Hmm.
Wait, is that red mark correct, D3?
Yeah.
Probably is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like you take the red mark ad, like over towards orange, and like this is
Okay, so
roughly
they
where we
changed
stack them.
absolutely nothing.
And then
Okay.
it's like the rest of the people's jobs
Sad.
to
I was excited.
help the rest stack up there as well.
I mean, I've been doing the same thing every day.
I was hoping there's new stuff.
Do you just want to do it the opposite way? Do you think that just fixes it though?
It's really not been. Or
Yeah,
wait, have you been tanking First Kingsborn? Remind me,
No.
Big T.
No, I
you
just
have.
have shit. I just have shit out for you. It's
Oh, so we always grip red ad towards nipple, go around in a circle.
Maybe the
and
boss would die if
usually
I
end
would use
somewhere
Convoke.
between nipple and purple. That's how we've done
I
it.
should give it a try.
Like nipple is
Always.
yeah, like nipple has always been the stack point. So.
Yeah.
Somewhere between purple and nipple. Is
Yeah.
Where it,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Black and white
it's like-
for it.
Yeah, sure. And then stash just knocks the outflanks down because you've been doing the opposite side now.
I mean, what I was
in the
doing
purple.
this time is just wait until one of them is too close and then knock it away. And I feel like it's the safest one for me.
Well, yeah, but then.
And if you
this-
knock at the
and
start,
they-
then
they
you can
like
stack
one.
them earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Because
And then
this
they
is
die
all
quicker.
four of
Surely,
them.
I mean, and Plus has to come out very, very, very soon. I just don't know.
So I knocked
Like
start
this
again,
week, next
yeah.
week.
You knock
2
start,
weeks.
Like X or something.
It has to come out soon, though. Like
Yeah.
very soon. Also, there's more testing
Yeah,
this weekend,
it's like
right?
Blue, yeah. The star
I'm
ad.
not gonna be here
Yeah, of
though.
course.
Yeah.
Well, I'm here on Friday.
5,
I can do
4,
testing on Friday.
3, 2, 1.
Your reality ends here. I'm looking.
Oh, there's only testing on Friday? What? That's amazing. Perfect. I'm here on Friday, I think. Not gonna have anything packed though for the next day, but who cares? I don't even know when our flight is. I think we might have to... Oh, maybe it's super early. Oh, if the flight is really early, then that sucks.
5, 4.
So when do you reckon the expansion's getting?
Because we have to drive to...
No idea. We're around December somewhere, right?
I hope it's soon.
Yeah, it'd just be so nice to have a release day.
We have to drive to Milan. How do you say that in English? I never know. How do you pronounce it in English? Milan.
And a toxin.
Milan. So I have no idea.
80.
Milan.
40. 30.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And done.
Was this not alright?
Finish the barrier. And there's an essence to flip as well.
What a beta mill.
Oh, I can't tell them silence. No, got it.
Someone inside needs to call as well, because I'm off by now.
Demonic barrier, get in it.
Usually mine.
80.
Stop on the souls, stop on the souls.
Gonna need a
5,
knock on this close one.
4, 3,
40.
2, 1.
Okay, drag the boss
Hold
over.
this essence, hold this essence.
20.
Okay, drag the boss over, and start
10.
the souls.
5. Dead.
5 dead.
Most likely.
Oh.
Couldn't trust Ratty to do that.
Someone clicking the thing.
We don't want to delay or
Yeah.
something?
You cannot delay that.
5 more seconds. I'll grip it or
Alright,
send from clicking it now.
Oh my god! That was just so late. Oh.
Okay, relax.
Don't give up, Amber. We will not fail you.
Det är ju en radikal.
At Anderholm, you failed your kingdom.
We can tuck in behind this wall on red and we're safe.
Roger, you don't want to fake.
You fail not only the
Yeah.
Lord King,
Tuck in a bit more.
but your entire
Plant, yeah.
world.
I got gang. Yeah, put it back.
Yeah, I gave you, it's fine, I saved you.
I should have used my cooldowns a bit earlier. But I had a pulse up proc. And I grown all of them. I just stacked our...
Anything in PC?
Soul.
Same thing.
Soul.
Turns out Shadow Death kind of hurts.
Should be fine.
I forgot my shadow
I don't
orb!
have pixel signs, I mean...
Oh my god, I just used cooldowns without shadow orb.
I can back up.
Oh, I would have done so much damage!
Yeah, but you still move, you still go around and kill the odds.
So upset.
Yeah, we're going further. Red up.
2 broke.
All of them broke.
Oh. Can you grip it closer there again? Because the boss just moved.
I had to kick more. Someone CC.
Purple needs
CC blue. CC blue.
Oh, they rage.
Yeah,
We'll watch this King's one here.
DK, grip the S.
No one getting this, no one getting this.
Paramount, get out. You're not supposed to be in that one.
Your end has come.
focus the side.
I have no beam.
We both beam, so no more kicks now.
You don't want the boss to be directly on top of the edge. So, side outside, inside of it.
Your end has come.
Remember, if your CDs come up in the stairs, you do lose them. Just CC these, don't grab anything.
Might get a King's Horns for the short
Need a
shout.
CC on them, need a CC on them.
Watch your step.
My first out of the middle.
We'll just play boss from here too.
End this.
Hopes you remember you're catching on the first wave.
Yeah.
5,
Yes, and I'll use
4,
Shade free
3,
position for the center.
2.
No battle.
First grip go.
I don't know where you were, but
I hope I don't die. My cooldowns are running.
I click this asshole?
Let me get my cooldowns out. Don't kill the boss. Kill it.
Yeah, I'll come to you, Alex. Grip where you go.
Your end has
We got him where the theatre boss wasn't. Oh.
I just hate this. I can't clear.
No! My cooldowns.
Many times.
He's so cute though.
Clean, well played, team.
Hold on, hold on.
What a wank boss.
What a wank boss. App
What?
description.
I need to mute and watch animatic dialogue.
What?
Anyway, I have to drive there, and it takes like 6 hours to drive there.
Nice one, Big Joy. Are you happy with that one?
No.
Maybe not 6 hours, more like
That's a shame.
5.
Already have
What
that.
boss are we going?
Sure, Naguura's happy about hers.
By what?
The helmet.
Oh yeah, I love it.
You got a shiny new hat.
Should be more like that, Big T.
Sorry, yeah, I love video WoW craft.
I like it.
At the most sacred of places. The
Rude.
very heart of the
I went it for avoidance.
We go Regaloon or
to dominate
Lords?
our minds.
Regilant?
Trash, a totally normal trash, I think.
Oh, the
Oh,
protect,
no.
yeah, we can go kill those protectors. then.
That protector over there is looking mighty tasty.
Without proper testing.
Shade, you pick up this first protector, I'll get the second one.
Yeah, good idea.
Imagine pre-pitch where you can have a convoke and vent the ability.
Quick, because it's patrolling. I need to
I
pick
don't
up
think
this
you even
protector.
pressed it.
We need to get the second protector.
I'll get the second one now.
I think if you could have, if you can have convoke and the vent the ability, I think you wouldn't even press convoke. Well, I mean, you wouldn't even skill it. You would never skill convoke. You would skill incarnation. But even if you would go convoke, I don't think you would press it during venting cooldowns. I think that would be a bad thing to do.
Yes, I think it is.
Actually, you would press it at the very end. You would press you would press convoke at the very end. That's you would.
That's his brother.
When you have max stacks, you would
very
press.
matras.
Can you talk, Shade?
No, very matras is the one in the...
And Taurus.
And Taurus, yeah.
Hey, how is Mal'Ganis in Color of Stratham when there's no interest protectors?
It's very interesting. It's a good question.
But yeah, you wouldn't go convoke.
Like this is a boss team.
In fact, right now, you probably never, like the way tuning is right now, I don't think you ever press convoke.
Yeah.
Go convoke, like talented. That's really bad. That's fine though.
That'll be first try on you.
Kill convoke.
Angel Red. It's fine. We've killed Mal'Ganis. We can relax now. We can just pull the artisans, pull the shapers.
Well, it wouldn't give you stacks, Maranatha, right?
More importantly, that second protect.
Pressing convoke would give you exactly one stack.
Survival is not.
Why didn't see this coming?
How is this happening every week?
The spells that convoke is casting don't count as individual casts.
Don't lie to
I
the
don't know,
movie,
they
this is
just-
the first time.
You
They're
know,
just so heavily disguised.
I think Noxy, this boss is a reference to Phantom of the Opera.
You think?
Fandom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Phantom of the Opera.
It absolutely bewilders me that you Googled geologist earlier and yet you're able to say something like that.
Yeah, but he hasn't he's explained why yet. The reason I think it's going to be an absolute banger.
No,
Okay,
it's...
No!
Because there is a guy and a girl.
Yeah?
Okay.
I told you, I actually told you.
I knew it.
I'm so confused.
I didn't think it would be that good.
Who needs in for this boss? Mentor needs in. Oh, no, sorry. Who wants to sit for Mentor?
Wait, do we have a new healer trial?
Get me out.
Arm right.
Fuck.
I don't want to play this fucking boss.
But you see also like he suck you into his dungeon and then they fight together. It's the same.
Yes.
Did you write Phantom of the Opera?
No, I didn't. What? I didn't.
Fuck me, man.
just
Oh my
can't.
god.
Did you write Phantom of the Opera? No.
What?
No, it's a famous thing.
Yeah, 35 years ago, and it's going down in February next year, unfortunately.
What does that mean? What does any of that mean?
They're not gonna broadcast it anymore after next year in February.
They broadcast it
Who
now.
is they?
The
Lords of Dragon.
The Hollywood.
The Hollywood.
The Hollywood.
The good old Hollywood, guys.
Why is everyone laughing?
Sir Hollywood.
This is just crazy.
Leave Stash alone.
I've got tears in my eyes, laddie.
To be fair, the point he's making is, it's a valid point. The point he's trying to make is, I believe it is the longest running theatre production of all time.
It's on heroic, by the way, so I can't enter.
You'll get summoned.
Pog.
Hopefully
within range on this boss.
This hour.
Okay, let's do it.
Wait, do you need to actively bait as range as well, or no?
Yes. But
I
it's not
agree.
like-
Moonkin on beta right now feels really nice.
As in, just don't put shit close to
You
boss
just need,
mainly.
like,
It does feel a bit
see,
slow
like, on
because
this
it's the start of the
general side
expansion and we don't have a lot of haste.
Kinda shuffle around, it's
So,
Gotcha, gotcha.
but that's
let's
generally
do
a
it
problem
right
that Moonkin has. When you don't have a lot of haste,
That's for the best. I
Things
think,
just feel
because
super
watching you
slow
play
because
melee on this is unfun for most
you want to
people's
apply
eyes.
dots,
Do
you
not
want to
do
enter
range
Eclipse,
melee.
you want to generate astral power,
We've all
and
seen
all
you
of
in
those
melee.
things take quite a while.
Everybody
You've
good
gone.
melee.
And the less haste you have, the longer it takes you.
Not a meme.
So, always feels a bit
Watch I go into melee, shall I?
slow.
Noxie Survival Hunter
ramp
on
up.
Lords of Dread just strikes
Oh,
fear
Johnny's
into
in,
the hearts
okay.
of the melee camp.
Who's in? DT, you're in. DT? Is DT in?
Any melee, I beg.
And I
Way
have
too many ranged.
Alright,
I
we'll
have
go
a
melee.
spot,
Yeah, Demon Rin can have a spot.
but
It's in group 2.
not Angel and Q2 at all.
Survival?
It's like a
It's a survival
huge.
angle.
It's like a huge
Where
boss.
have I moved right? I haven't even.
It's like a huge
Solve the
DPS
problem.
loss for the guild because then we wouldn't have.
No, we have
Summon
range.
Groups on the forest. Summon Groups
I love Brewmaster and Dragonflight. Yeah, honestly, like, there's obviously a lot of classes that are not tuned properly yet. Some abilities aren't working. There's bugs, blah blah blah. But I think generally most classes are improved from what
Oh, we doing face
they
strike?
were in
Yeah,
Shadowlands,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, we're doing Rogue Hello.
Some people, I think there's quite a lot of people that are upset their class hasn't gotten something that they were hoping for. But generally speaking, if you compare the Dragonflight version with the Shadowlands version, then almost every spec
I'm scared.
is better, right?
Oh, Ratty's fucking AFK
I think
as
there's
well.
quite a few, like,
Preheat your
I think there's very few
Okay.
specs
Last time I was in the lead.
that
as
feel
boss,
like their
so I
spec
was very
is
scared,
worse
guys.
in Dragonflight, or feels worse.
Ancient Protectors.
So I think generally it's going to be good
Do we know
for
when mods
classes, or for most classes.
God, is it
Somebody might.
again?
Is it the first or second affix?
I was in moats on this. Fuck
It's
me.
on the sheet. It's the second affix.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're
we were lost
perfect,
on
right?
this
I'm
one.
just
It
saying
should
that
be
they're
like 30
better
40
than
seconds in.
Shadowlands.
I'll try.
Not to say that there can't be
and grip the
improvements
mode
still,
or the essence in front of the boss somewhat, so
but
you can move the boss
sometimes you gotta look at it in a positive way.
if possible.
Do we have a new meat plate?
No, I'm so proud of this creation of mine, actually. It's really, meat plate's really caught on.
Prefer a cheese
And of
platter.
course, you also have to keep remembering that the tuning hasn't really been done properly. So some people think that their class can be bad just because they currently don't do a lot of damage, or certain talents don't do a lot of damage. But as long as it's simple number tuning, I don't think it's going to be that big of a problem.
1.
Like if there's a talent that should be doing more damage or blah blah blah, like stuff like that is so easy for them to buff and nerf. Like if it's just an easy number thing, you know, if you just like, oh, this damage, that's now 50% more damage, you know, then
Yeah, sure.
technically speaking, it's really easy for them to solve that issue. Now, if they do it, is another question.
No, you want to go, you can go now, it's fine.
This spell after.
And then you can last as well, Team?
Oh!
Just dispel the other one for you.
A fitting end.
We only have 1 DK, so 3 crispy with good reps.
Shit, that didn't soak.
Darkness.
No trimmer, so...
What mechanic sleeps on this fight?
I don't know. There's a thing under the boss, bro. That's
Fuck me. You did not just mean that.
No, I mean I...
Thanks to me, in streams he came.
Oh, there's a fucking...
I rammed a bit too early, actually.
Why?
Slide too early ramp.
That did not move.
Can someone check over that again? Never mind.
Just run on somebody.
Oh?
The shadows.
Are you not resting, Dean? Are we not resting, Dean?
Who knows, really? We'll, see if I find guys or something. We'll save it.
Okay.
Oh, there's an essence here as well.
I'm dead!
I just ripped it there.
Ah. Can you just tell me this?
What is happening, bro?
Oh my god.
Trust no one.
Bow kicks on this thing.
I don't see any wings, do I?
Oops, team.
Is dying.
I don't see any wings. Why is there a dash?
He just die.
Oh, preheat has Ray and toe.
Everyone has the weak aura, right?
I didn't see any wings.
Weak aura that literally
You sure,
every
right?
single guild in the world uses in the spot.
I probably do not.
Yeah, we don't need it, Shade.
Thanks,
Come back and play.
Yep, I couldn't see boys.
Our game
Not everyone can, right?
finally draws
No,
to a
not everyone.
close.
There's only enough people. Oh no, there is like extra. I think it's
Oh
only
fuck yeah, my Cauterize procced after the poll because of the dots. Let's go.
Who won?
Can you reset this guy?
Oh,
You
he's
can.
Cauterize.
Yeah.
I see now, I see.
Nelly deals for
Also,
a
we
friend
have
of
fucking
Grumble.
debuffs like crazy there.
I know, I think
On the first clear, someone like blinked into mine, yanked it off me last second. I got Fate to Africa.
Sounds like a crispy play.
Yeah, Bobby's a crazy man.
So I'm pretty sure we can collect them both like instantly. With the timing.
He's just a crazy man.
How many
Nothing
stacks
else
do we
to
get?
say about it.
Very little.
Yeah, the second, it looked like the second purple circle too. There was like a lot of people who got hit by the green shit.
Monster just can't survive with stackable Starfall?
Also,
it definitely can.
pickups in
Yeah, but
melee when
we also
the
had like
one's
7
going
people
up.
asleep during the first damage phase.
Yep.
And melee not bait
I
directly.
feel like I
Like-
should not have to say that, but
You
if
can
have
definitely
one
have
of
spread.
the,
You can definitely
like,
have stackable
cylindrical
Starfall.
mechanics like the purple or green circles.
I mean-
you don't go sick.
We literally had sackable Starfall before and it was fine.
Did that actually happen?
Right. Unless you mean the radius that it has as well.
Possible.
5, 4.
And they can do that too. All they have to do is make our stacked AoE come from something else mainly, you know what I mean? Like as long as our stacked AoE doesn't mainly come from Starfall, then it's totally balanceable just fine. They can make our stacked AoE come from shrapnel and from mushrooms. And then Starfall is just like of course it should do damage as well. But it shouldn't be our main damage source.
Nope.
Okay. I thought you said that.
Why are we not getting rid of those debuffs?
Oh, can I get the stealth? Can I get the stealth?
Why am I dying?
Elevate.
A fitting end.
Oh? I got that. That is so bad.
That's not trade of that again.
I can't believe I jinxed Bob. I said Bob is a crazy man and then he died. My bad. That was a very big jinx.
Melee base. There's one in melee.
Yeah, move. Build essence. I'll go and grip it forward then.
Take control.
Sound like it, I guess. There's still an essence.
Oh!
Yep.
Yeah.
This could not have ended.
That is indeed an essence.
We have 2 more priests. I'm like all that someone else.
But it should have just been.
Wait, we have a tank trial as
somewhere in
well?
the first 10 seconds. It wasn't directly next to it.
What's going on? I'm still out of the loop in this guild. Somebody needs to update me on the trials. I was like, why is Flay playing Shadow Priest? Thanks for 7 months, Xenon. What's up? Maybe D3, maybe. Yeah, it's sometimes things are right in front of me and I still don't notice them. It is a problem.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I was removed from the logs for some reason. I can't see any logs.
Did you know that Flay wasn't GM anymore? I did not know that. I did not know that.
Are you in the guild?
Honestly, I'm not sure I even knew that Flay was ever Guildmaster, honestly, though. Now that I think about it. Did I ever know that? I don't even... I never even thought about who the Guildmaster is, honestly. Does it really matter? To me, it's always just like the officers. And the normal raiders. And the trials. Guildmaster has no relevance.
5.
I don't think I ever knew that Flay was Guildmaster.
I'll call when you can click it.
Thanks for 25, Chriso, what's up?
I will cast you into oblivion.
Not quite instant.
Yeah, whatever.
Alright, this time I'm gonna do so much damage you don't understand. Whoa!
Melee bait.
Why? Stash! What the? Jesus! Am I invisible to Stash or what?
You can click I. Lost.
Okay, I'm gonna... Oh!
Can you grip me
I just got hit by frontal.
You move the bosses a bit. So that's
Yeah.
My cooldowns are gonna be too late.
Melee bait.
Okay, I'm good. I'm so fast.
Fall to darkness.
I'm in a bad spot, I don't like it. Cooldowns were too early again. How could that be? I have to press them. This time I felt like I pressed them really late.
Horror grips you.
Thank you, Sash.
My.
Trying to figure out a way out there.
Come to the dark.
Why are we not getting rid of the debuffs?
So insta this
Oh no no no.
Yeah, just insta with the affixes from here. The
And someone in range. Take this somewhere.
Let's move shape.
I just spam the next.
Is Angel not gonna die? How long does he have the debuff for already?
In time to utilize it.
Angel, you could. Why are we not getting rid of the debuffs? Just carrying around the debuffs.
Trust no one.
For no reason. Oh, I'm asleep. What the?
Shadow picked.
I thought you can get gripped over the pedals without being asleep.
Tap off and fly.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sometime.
Slow cover shot.
The gloom rise.
Take control.
Essence fine, thanks.
Oh my.
Melee bait.
I mean.
Horror grips you.
I'm in front of the boss. I don't like that.
To darkness.
You guys that are we less.
We need far more damage on contested.
Yeah, we need to look down.
Mortal after all.
Man, I should have circled again.
Careful, melee.
The gloom rises.
Bait.
Horror grips you.
Click the note as well.
Oh my Jesus.
So far.
Did we just grip the ad like 1 centimeter? Okay.
Horror grips you. Trust no one.
I don't see wings.
Vote, vote, vote.
No
The one
wings.
is in melee.
Rain? Rain, rain, rain.
Map full. Rain.
Nice.
Melee bait.
The shadows hunger.
Don't give it back to me.
Right behind me.
In a space.
Target Contessa.
Take control.
27.
Token shit.
Damn, I tried to get this one to sleep full.
Melee bait.
A fitting.
Might have just fucked myself.
We need a grip on the side as well.
Okay, I'm ramping.
I want to scooch forward, Luke. You can. Thank you. What the in the air?
This is
they're
in the air. What the?
What the fuck is that bullshit?
Oh, come on. I even tried to jump. Oh man, I was ramping. I would have killed this boss. Would have done so much damage.
target Contessa.
The shadows hunger.
Melee bait.
Hey Billy, what's up?
There's Essence over here just chilling.
We have one rest.
Dodge melee.
Don't be close to puddles when you get spawned. There's one in the puddle.
And get some kicks.
Take control.
You can move the bosses a bit more. You've got loads of
Probably no one. Angel maybe.
Yeah.
A fitting.
Is Angel a survival man? Yeah.
That's just free casting in the background.
Trust no one.
Oh!
Is he already?
Kind of fucked.
Oh,
Like
maybe
you
you
sold
should
it
rest
for
as
a
warrior?
Case.
Actually, yeah, we don't need damage dealers.
Don't let that cast.
Rusty spins.
Melee bait.
Succumb to the dark.
How do we have so much damage on Leganis?
Oh my god, it's such a shit show over here.
Why don't
You
we...
just gotta make sure you live the next swarm and then boss is dead.
Yes.
Melee bait.
This is looking a bit sketchy. Oh my god, there's so many debuffs. Oh, get rid of them.
Ready to stack in and live.
Fall to darkness.
Focus Contessa as much as you can. Watch melee.
There are
They're all in the air.
three in the air.
It's just hard defensive. Just sit
Oh
to your
my
immunities.
What? That's so dumb.
Why the fuck are they in the air?
Why are they spawning in the air?
Considering it's people standing on the ledge. Come.
Something like that.
That's so
We're just
weird.
too close to the edge.
It's just buggy, huh?
No, because the well, if you
in
kill it in the
range.
next like 10 seconds.
No,
No,
it's
don't
range.
We can't kill it.
They're going fine.
This is
Why
messed up.
didn't you do more healing?
Cooldown.
Let fear take
Right,
control.
we're just going straight to Sanctum now. So just Earth out.
Could it beat it like? Is it that they're like expiring or getting like dispelled somehow automatically like while we're getting gripped in the air?
Come back and play.
Nah, I think it's just bugged in general.
Because like
Because it just
we saw
happened
one that was
now.
in the air that was like nowhere near the edge.
Yeah, but we had 4 puddles spawn in the air now, right before the swarm, and there was no grip or anything.
Most of us got the TP for Sanctum, by the way, and doesn't share CD. So just use it.
Which bosses are we doing in Sanctum?
We're just going straight to Solanas.
Okay.
Wow, so we have to kill Targaryen.
Thank you so much for 3 months, Barris. Appreciate it. Welcome back.
Good talk.
What did you say? I can barely hear you.
Somebody mentioned grips, so I was wondering if it's the motor ads.
Oh no, I was saying like how it grips you for the Among Us.
Oh.
I was trying to figure out like why the poles were in the air.
So it's the third option. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you do?
I think the real answer is because Shadowlands is almost over and they don't give a fuck.
Surely we just pull Targaryen with 0 powers, right?
Oh wait, we're doing Tarragu now. Oh my.
You at least get like one. You at least get like 1 or 2.
I mean, yeah, sure. Let's get
If you
one.
get 2, you
'cause
might as well
can't
get
re-
3. If
You
get
can't
3,
really
might as well
skip
get
the
4.
first boy.
Just get them all, dude.
Let's get them all, mate. Have a fucking good time.
Imagine our logs.
You know, I honestly am so glad we're doing Savannahs. I missed that boss. Sanctum is my favorite raid.
The Necrolords march on the
Where's the
altar
wine?
of domination.
Man, I don't have any
Join
wine.
us and lead the charge.
I wish I had some wine for this Sanctum of Domination raid. Oh man.
Just need +1 inside.
The jailer's sanctum looms
I
above
don't.
us.
First person here.
How
Actually,
do
I'm
we
not the first
breach
person,
it?
but
The Tara
almost.
blocks our way.
Can you imagine?
It is time for
All
the
help
jailer's
click.
pet to meet its
Or just,
end.
teleport to the raid yourself.
Yeah, we're selling mounts apparently.
Well, if I
Apparently,
could,
people
bitch.
need gold.
Same.
Hey man, I don't have raid teleport, and I was the second
Unreal.
one there.
Yeah, I'll I'm do almost there as well.
Did you use the tech?
Stop
The glider
being
tech?
lazy, bro.
Oh, someone's using the tech right now.
What's that?
The glider tech where you glide from Benari all the way over.
What's this? Leave the Shadowlands better than it was when you entered by completely
You die
following
like right
achievements.
before you land, but then you just respawn right outside the raid.
No, I'm pretty sure we're not doing this. We're doing Mythic for
So you
mounts.
lose your Stygia if well, I don't even know if that's a mechanic anymore, but you would if it was normally like that. You just pick it up.
Not my Stygia, but...
I'm already locked, by the way, because yeah, I was boosting Sylvanas this week.
Okay, well, don't do that because we did that in Minrid.
Oh yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not an achievement farmer, title farmer, mount farmer, transmog farmer, or pet farmer.
Free me.
Sure,
Be right back 1 second until people are like
Summon
here
the
for
Thunderthorn,
this whatever it
yeah,
is.
last
Be right back.
Blasting fasting.
When is our next trade?
You guys did Malta last week, right?
On Thursday or?
No, it's on Monday. We always raid
raid-
Mondays, unless
We raid on
say
Mondays
otherwise.
unless otherwise stated.
Oh. Okay.
Anything otherwise?
Nice.
Oh,
What
deemed
now?
stated otherwise. When is it? Oh my god! I
It's
just
tomorrow.
I just swept these ads and now they've got this debuff. Dizzying tumbles. I don't know what it does.
What does he do?
Yeah, you can't be killed now.
Oh, it makes me immune. It's like a raid-wide bubble. That's insane.
I'll have a
If it's
dizzying tumble with you, big
raid wide?
Oh.
Come on, lumbering form, let's go. Please.
I can sit.
I hate this.
What's the debuff called from picking up the green shit?
Oh, I got ever-beating heart. We can go, boss.
Actually, Hughes, you might survive the last phase now.
But in the last phase, you're losing your buffs.
Ever-beating heart doesn't help me.
Almost lost.
No, Shade, we're bossing.
Oh, we're boss. Nice.
Do we really need to clear all the trash?
No, we
No,
go boss.
hence why he just said we're bossing.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought you
Wait,
were
we're going
doing-
boss?
We're boss here.
Yeah,
Boss,
the big guy in the
getting him
middle.
outside of his room. Yeah.
Playing him on the stairs.
138 wipes on this boss. Yikes.
I have 94.
Well, I mean, it's because every time you pull this boss, you pull it 5 times, right?
Yeah, true.
Because he's hard, right?
Meat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just so hard.
Meat plate.
Meat plate.
Booga booga.
Absolute fucking fiends.
Meat's back on the menu, boys.
You're a meat lover, aren't you?
No.
Meat is always on the menu in Mist.
Where's Ryder with the
What's
sound?
your favorite food?
Bob is just unleashed.
Well, what is your favorite food?
Don't. Stop.
Something high in protein.
Like rice, bread, or tea, if that counts.
Tea is not
What?
food. What?
Just like rice?
I like
I
chickpeas.
love giving tea.
Shut up. If you're not in grips 1 to 4, get out.
Dude, chickpeas in general. Fuck
I
yeah.
can see if there's also the ones
Rice
to join.
and tea.
Hate chickpeas.
Give me that hummus, dude.
Hate hummus.
I was so confused. How do you
I think
eat
it's
bread?
pronounced Hamas, right?
True.
I do too.
Oh my god, what is
How do you
this?
eat bread with ice?
What?
Wow.
Don't you eat with your eyes, Dash?
No, like, it said it like... what?
Dude, whatever.
I think that's what he just said.
I don't need buffs.
But because that's what he said he liked to eat.
Huh?
Buff has sacrificed his taste buds for HPS.
Oh.
Wait, this is the guy
I don't
from
even have food
Torghast,
buff
right?
now.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Now actually, I never realized that. Well done.
Put the chains
Four.
on
I'm looking for
the chains marker, which is me.
Shit,
Ranky?
my weapon oil is running out. Oh my god. How am I supposed to do damage without weapon oil?
Oh, it's on the sheet.
Oh my. It's lost, guys. I'm gonna do 0 damage.
I'm not very picky. I don't like cheese very much.
How can you not like cheese?
Really?
How do you not like cheese, bro?
It's okay if it's like in food, but like raw
Like
cheese
all of
is
them?
not.
Yeah. Raw cheese.
Yeah, like just talking cheese.
Just taking your cheese natty.
You don't eat a bag of breaded cheese like
You never raw dog. Never raw dog shit.
I mean, I'm from Denmark.
Have you never raw dogged some cheddar?
Twisted lumbering form. Read. And live loop. Of course it's live loop.
Look at this. I'm lumbering and I'm being so courteous. And you almost fucking knocked me and other people.
Wait, this isn't right. I thought. I'm sorry, Daddy Gore.
I thought I was with and Brady.
Man, the best was when...
I was about to say what have I been see?
The best part was when Ruddy tried to fear me.
Played the same class as someone.
But he didn't have Blink ready, so he put a gateway from his position to my position.
Accidental casualties.
And then when he arrived, his fear was gone, but I had a fear, so I feared him instead.
Yes.
Can you recruit someone from the US?
That was the best time I've ever seen.
Say that again.
Can we recruit someone from the US, which is actually single for one?
You have
Why
to talk to
are
an
you
officer.
asking me this? Yeah.
Can I look for green cards there? Just happening.
That was very disappointed to find out I was married.
What?
Stash wants to marry
Oh, Pete, we have a
someone from
question.
the US
So
that is
did your
single
wife
for a
have-
green
See,
card.
you're fat.
Yeah, that's
Did your
fair.
wife have the... Yeah, but did she have that name before or after she was your wife?
After.
Oh,
It'd be pretty cool if it was before. I shouldn't tell people that.
Yes, my clan is ruined.
Wait, you married her because of
Did I
tweets?
miss you guys asking?
Yeah,
me?
yeah, that's right.
Last week.
No, I haven't. I'm too mentally broken during raid to ask anyone the chicken wing question, yeah.
We could just skip it all together, you know.
No. You just
Oh my
need
god,
to
I
add
just
it to
got
the app,
PI.
and then you're not wasting anyone's time.
I got loot from this though. Way.
On your best time.
Yeah, that question's gonna be like 2 paragraphs long to try and like communicate what the fuck you're asking. Because it's gonna be like, what?
Fortify our
No, you just have the picture and you ask them to label it.
Oh yeah, the diagram. Okay, yeah, label this diagram. That's right.
Yeah.
We could use your expertise.
I have a Warlock
And you
Gate.
give them only 2 answers.
Not Venthyr Gate.
The Terra Crew's
He put a Warlock
essence
Gate from his
is
position to my
master.
position,
wrong
and then
portal, right?
used the gate, and then got feared by my fear.
It's the wintry portal.
I hate this place, man.
That's what that.
Unheroic. It's not.
Don't pull. Oh, we don't have a rope. Do pull.
I can invis bot through and then...
I need one more with me.
Oh, you pulled for someone.
Hold on. I mean, like, it's not faded. We just kill it.
Yeah. Just
Okay,
kill it.
you just kill it. You just kill it.
Skillet?
Just killing it.
I'm going to sit here.
Max skillet?
Skillet? I'm blasting. They fucked me.
Behind me?
Damn, Marforged Blade, is that a new monk ability?
Yeah, it's the...
Let me in.
The brewmaster
that's
challenge.
huge.
Then why,
That's
then why do you have
poggers,
it?
dude.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
they're
just
looking
so
at
good
me.
At this game.
You are.
Nearly do as much damage as my DK.
What is Yarpigak? The mage.
Oh, this is my favorite boss in the whole raid.
Don't
I
speak
fucking
of it,
love this
Stash.
boss.
Use your
What?
brain
Oh,
and
we-
don't speak of it.
Are we doing Fate Scribe?
You've just asked me to do the impossible.
Fate Scribe's my second favorite.
Sepulchre
Use
drops. Very good
Rude.
question.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't
That's
remember.
going a bit diddly.
I think his name is Java.
252
Oh, Jabba.
and 259.
Job.
Yeah, long tank but broken actually.
Don't make me kill you.
He blasted. Can you reset it, please?
Yeah, mid that.
For the last time.
Oh,
When do
I
you
forgot
think
that I'm
they'll
running a
enable fated
trinket
flow to
now.
your
I need a
raids?
Catalyst
Should be
Screw.
soon, right?
I
Next week?
Yeah,
Pre-patch probably.
Nice,
Do
one
you think in
Catalyst.
pre-patch?
I think so, yeah.
I would have thought that they'd give you
No,
at least like a week
remove
or so
preheat.
before pre-patch.
Yeah.
Well, I hope so. I mean, either
I
way,
would have
just give it
thought.
to
I
us
would have
now.
thought the.
Remove attack
I would have thought
helicopter.
that- Doesn't the season end in pre-patch? So don't like achievements.
Remove
go away?
this
There's no
healer.
achievements.
No, but historically, like ahead of the curve or
Does
whatever,
Steam
that kind of
have-
shit goes away.
No.
So I would have
Pretty
thought
much,
they'd do
yes.
it before that.
Who else is using a trinket? Warlocks?
Is
Oh yeah. Put the Warlocks in my group.
Expansion as well when that comes out.
Yeah, we just need
Yeah,
a release
true.
date.
Okay, melee, go downstairs. And then... Yeah, melee and... Noxie.
Fucking
Get
brilliant.
fucked mid.
Get out.
Ooh,
And
we're
make
getting
sure
the
you
Warlocks.
communicate the status of ads because they still one-shot Smile.
We have a
Or
Catalyst
status
groove.
of Rebel.
Let's go.
5,
I don't even know
I
what
mean,
a
using
flag
cooldowns at
tree
fully, yeah.
is yet.
2, 1.
Or?
Sure.
I'll keep an extra left back.
Yeah, whatever. Using. That boss is gonna be dead though.
Are you bullied?
In 2 seconds.
Well, I can't remember who asked, but isn't that how they pronounced it?
No, I'm pretty sure they just were outraged at like the word existing. And think they tried to pronounce it.
Don't silence me, don't
I
silence
think
me, don't silence me.
Phylactery is a banger word.
Where's the
Oh my
last
god, they're
one?
dead. Oh my god.
Think
I'm
it's
gonna get
full of
stunned.
feedback.
Is he hiding?
How do you press Tyrant?
Oh, it went away with like
Well,
8 seconds of
I might have
time.
wasted my cooldowns, guys.
Okay, focus the Soul Reavers.
Slight waste of cities.
Don't make me kill you. 30. 70. Chill down, chill. Oh my god, chill.
Oh, kill the
We're
You
coming.
guys can.
Okay, we're fine. Just don't die, tanks, don't
Oh, you
die.
need to kite by the way, shit, whenever boss comes up. Yeah, or that happens.
Oh,
I must have.
You should have had more time, but try to start.
Should not have come.
Freeze and shatter.
We're gonna get ads. Ads.
Kill these tank guards.
Can you feel that
Let's focus
chill
them.
in your bones?
Angel, you can stay.
I'll get both A bombs. Shed just for pick up your boys.
ignorant
Focus
fools.
Reavers.
I'll get the first.
Interrupts on Reavers too.
Yeah, I'll get one weapon.
What's your percent downstairs?
40? 37.
You can come up whenever. Thanks, Kite.
We're taking some time, yeah. I guess
Because nobody's got cooldowns this time.
Yeah.
One last DPS.
We got the
Oh,
Reaver.
kill this Reaver quick, upstairs.
We're getting another one, maybe.
We might get some response
We're
here.
getting-
Why are we so slow?
Just interrupt right before.
Oh, shit.
Ah, fuck.
We're dead.
We can probably kill the boss with people dead, just slash them.
Oof.
These are banks. Oh, the tactical targeting.
Absolutely insane video gameplay.
They got a pod. They're wild for a pod.
That was poor tagging from the Reavers.
Nobody died. Unbelievable.
Yeah, nobody.
The cold will shatter you.
There's a lot of spikes.
We just
Hey,
shell
tank
it.
guards, tank guards, tank guards, tank guards.
Only
Okay, well.
ice and rime. Servants of the frozen
Should I stay out again though, or was that too slow?
Yeah, stay out again.
Yeah, we got cooldowns for
Yeah,
this.
it's 20 seconds.
I'm just gonna ramp now.
Probably don't use the cooldowns.
Sure.
Because it will be up again,
How much
right?
percent is it?
I command death itself.
Focus Reavers.
I think. Or it will still be up, I mean, when the phase starts.
Need to chill those things.
Probably. I just kill. I'm ramping.
You're good, you're good, you're good. Left and center.
Yeah.
Maybe I used it slightly too early.
Oh, put Mac in. Oh, who is this guy?
Okay, whatever. I guess it doesn't really matter.
Can you feel the chill in your bones?
Everyone eat out at the last second.
You think?
Attack this one?
Ooh. Shouldies.
No, Dom socket though.
You know, WTF Bullzard?
The choir boys.
Any
I like
fuck
that.
no Japhus.
Fuck no Jatus?
No, I could fuck Najathus.
Beta's back up, so nothing changed, yeah?
No.
Okay.
There's no rule against fucking a sword.
Yeah, I
In
read this
true,
was a
actually.
fun fact. That wasn't banned.
In any country.
Who wants to sit?
I can sit. That's my toe boys, Anduro.
Yeah, so I guess nothing was updated. Just bug fixes and stuff again, yeah. Seems good.
There are no more Valkyr.
I googled it, not knowing what to expect.
Telling you that the world servers are down?
That's fucking a
Ooh.
sword.
So they were trying to fix
You googled
things
that?
and instead they broke
googled,
things.
Can you fuck a sword?
Perfect.
Shouldn't do that, dude.
You get a picture of Mornia.
Love to see that.
I found a YouTube video on how to have sex with swords.
Anyone else want to sit?
I can sit, I don't mind.
I can sit.
Oh, yeah,
I can eat.
also.
Hunter's out.
Yep, same.
Why did they do this?
There's all of these giveaways going on Twitter right now, and people are tagging me for things. Like when someone tells you to enter this giveaway, you have to like, retweet, and follow, and tag a friend. And people are
Anyone here
tagging me
not
for
at the
all of these
Solana
giveaways. Like just random people.
Yeah, just so you know that if it drops, you're not learning it.
Yeah, Big T wants to learn how to have sex with swords, apparently. I know.
Did
This
you
skill is
find out,
weird.
Dixie, by the way?
I'm not surprised.
Did I find out?
I like the swords.
Yeah, look what I've put in the pub.
I looked at that and just like.
I'm not controversial. Oh, you're definitely very controversial.
They were the top hits.
Big fuck off sword.
That's a very relevant query, so.
Ye old
What
fit
kind of
two-hander.
void creature feels graves?
There's a big fuck off sword.
A mage called Deem in my guild, apparently. They're everyone's preferred way to eat graves. I'm sorry to break it to you, but I think you're in the minority on this one.
Riff with my Andril.
I'm sure you could if you just like.
No, it's really blunt.
Oh, is it? Oh, what can you do?
I
But
think
it's
I
okay
got
to be
this one.
different, Deem. It's okay.
The pointy end is quite pointy, but it's so.
It's very trendy to be
there's a
different
coordination required
in the
to-
current day and age.
Take it down the blacksmith, mate. Get him to sort it out for you.
So
Makes
just think
sense
about
that
it that
there's
way.
old blades, to be honest.
Get trendsetter.
Walking into
Yeah, so-
Belfast City Centre looking for the local blacksmith to get my sword shop.
So, like some of the swords on the website do come sharp. But
I think it's an
that is-
option.
Yeah, but also like it, depending on what the blade's made of, it will just fall apart if you try and use it as an actual sword. Yeah.
Did you guys see the Reddit post of the dude in the US who was just open and carrying a sword?
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Immediately thought of Toe.
I did see that. I also thought of Toe.
What?
Some dude was just like
Open
going on the phone
carrying
every
a
day with
sword.
the,
Thank you so much for 20
replica
months,
of the
Lucifer. I
Master Sword
appreciate
from
that.
Zelda.
Wait, he's looking for a blacksmith, man.
Look, if you don't have concealed carry laws, you have to just open carry, alright?
You think you can get a concealed carry permit for a sword?
Yeah, like a sword king. Actually,
Do you
those
think
are.
you-
I'm
you
pretty sure
think
those
you
are
can
illegal.
conceal the sword?
Yeah, you just have to walk with a very straight leg.
Do you need a license to have a sword?
No.
No,
Okay,
but there's
'cause-
swords that are illegal.
Blade
Those in the
yeah.
United States.
There are rules.
People kept asking
Yeah,
me
we
if
are
I
doing a
get
man
license
round
for that, and I was
balloon.
like,
No, there are
Can you buy
rules
a
and laws
sword?
around what can be sold.
In a sword
and
shop,
what can be sold to.
Stash.
In Sordia.
Sorry.
Aha.
Anyone know what he's just said there?
Yeah.
No idea.
Phantom of the Opera.
He asked
What?
where can you buy a sword, and then he answered it himself by saying Swordia.
It's like. What?
Hook, line, and
No.
sinker.
Fuck me.
It's the.
Oh, Stash.
But Shley, like you know that it is a reference because at the start of the song she's saying, "In sleep he sang to me," and then she put the sleep paddles.
The more you explain this, the funnier it
Yeah.
gets.
Yeah.
So I hate to say this, but I do agree with the points that he's attempting to make.
Up.
That is an awful thing to have to say.
Yeah,
Take it back.
I don't laugh like that. Okay, I'm mute.
Anyone else want some pasta?
Yeah, I'll take some.
I never really miss wearing glasses, no.
Have you peeled it?
Obviously, you don't eat pasta with the skin on, dude.
But it does still
Wait,
feel
what? You
weird
don't?
sometimes to not wear them.
Do you not? I just put the whole bag in the whole
Isn't
water.
that just
and
weed?
then... No. You put the whole pasta bag in the water, and then the plastic
Weed is
like,
what he
melts
goes for
into
after
the
the-
pasta.
The plastic bag dissolves, you can cook it in the bag.
Yeah, it like becomes a plastic sheath.
Have any of you got the limited McDonald's nuggets?
The spicy
What?
ones?
The what?
Oh, the special
Limited
edition Supreme
McDonald's
Drop
nuggets.
McNuggets. Yeah.
Okay.
The Jerry Slayer.
I
Yeah,
got
the
some with my
nuggets?
wallet.
Have you tried skinning those?
The spicy nuggets, yeah?
No.
Really?
What, the chili nuggets?
That's interesting, Ustor.
Homemade nuggets
Save
right now.
the
I
spicy
think it's
part
probably
for you.
just
Just put it in your pocket, or
habits,
something
maybe?
to nibble on.
Put it in the bowl, put it in the fridge, you can use it for another
I mean,
day.
I still have glasses.
Exactly. Yeah, you
I
can put it
basically
on the
took all of
grape
my
after it's
glasses
peeled
that I
it.
have
You
and
can make some more chicken and put that
made
skin
them
on it.
into blue light filters.
Stop posting
I personally
pictures
never
of
really
your
wore blue light filters before, and I don't feel like they have an effect on me, really. At least I never felt that way. Like, I never felt like
Right,
blue glass filters helped me in any way.
I bet
But
you paid
I have them
$500
now.
for that big T.
So if I ever feel like wearing blue glass filters or glasses in general, I can
If
wear
I
them.
gave that to you for free, you'd decline. That's a lie.
No, I would. If you gave me that for free, I would take it to sell it.
If I ever feel like wearing them, then
No, that's illegal.
I got them.
It's illegal.
If they just make monitors with blue light filters on them,
What'd you say about mailing
what
range
if they
in phase
just
two?
create eyes,
Range go left, now we go
human
right.
eyes,
Yeah.
that have
Oh,
blue
Shade,
light
you go
filters
left.
in them?
Like range double left.
Yeah.
Are you going right, Stash?
Wait, who goes
Yeah.
where? What's happening?
I go right.
Wait, oh my god, we going?
Where am I going? That's all I want to
Then a
know.
food buff.
4,
No, you're a malaria
3,
ranged.
I'm
2,
Mali.
1.
Yeah, right.
I hope you can figure it out yourself, to be honest.
To be fair, I was not
right,
listening.
Same.
Bro, I was eating
Okay,
some
let me
fucking sweet and
channel my
sour
thing.
sauce with my
I'm not
nuggets.
moving.
Now it's on my
Oh!
W key, like, every time I press it to go forward, like,
A sweet and sour sauce.
Sweet and
Are
sour.
you joking, man?
Yeah, for my fritters.
Sweet and sour.
Dude, where's? Oh my god, where's the boss?
Oh.
Also, why do I have an arrow?
No, no.
I was so far away from those.
It's my
I think we
first
bait
time,
him.
don't worry, dude.
5,
And at least I
4,
understood.
3,
Yeah, beat up blue.
Give him blue.
5, 4,
Ah.
3, 2, 1.
Me too.
Lama Ashala
That is exactly what I was thinking.
Remember the sun well.
Remembering?
I never done Sunway.
Do we need to like time our damage with each game?
We can do it together on rats.
Yeah, but yeah, I need to be.
I hear some cloaks are still pretty good there.
Stash, what server you on, mate?
I am on a golem.
Oh, get in there, mate. Save server.
Get in there.
Five.
Yeah, man. Let's get
in.
Three.
Yeah, let's do a.
One.
Something.
We do a contract heroic.
This is why I said that we need to time our damage with the game.
It's fine,
But
it's fine, it doesn't.
I thought it was going to be fine. Stack on the orange. There.
And two chains.
Ooh. Alright, can we clear comms then? Clear comms.
I'm getting this arrow.
Oh my god.
Oh!
Riven doors.
I'm going to get Riven from Pod. Oh! Pod next to me.
Yep. Pod drive.
Never mind. Res me.
These fucking warlock bolts.
I am alive.
So look here, go left, right? I mean, you go left.
God, guess what I meant when I asked if you were going right?
Oh.
I just want to make sure I understood
I'm not.
No flame.
Giant. Trying to murder me.
Oh, you just love cutscenes.
LFG!
Let's go!
Oh, we're watching the cutscene, guys.
Wait, Noxy, do you think this boss is longer or shorter than Anubarak?
No, everyone look at my
It's a hard one.
look at my little pet. You got 10 seconds.
That boss is
Stand
unfathomably
next to me.
shit.
Holy shit,
Hello,
like,
Stash boy.
we
Where
always
are
like, what? Where are you?
Oh.
Wait, what?
Oh, you missed it, dude.
Identify yourself.
I am
Bro.
Dash, born of Israel. I'm
I put the X
27
on.
years old.
Oh, I can't put the X.
Is the jailer trying to break out of the mall?
We'll do Stash.
Something
What is your
else.
favorite food?
Oh. Bread and ice.
No, no,
Ice. Just love some cold bread. Gotta chill it down with some ice.
Dang!
5, 4,
It's too spicy.
3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Their forces are
Do you use
numberless.
Venticle as an boss right now? I think I do.
Be fun.
There's not very many of us over here. Can we not do?
Oh.
We're strictly told to do a
No,
range
yeah, I'm
split.
saying for the next boat we cannot do the same split. Yeah.
Only if it comes from the mouth of the radio.
In your debt.
Now I'll break you.
Okay, but can.
It's slow.
Oh god,
Watch out,
I'll
waves.
go left, I'll go left.
No, what?
4, 3,
We need multiple people to come right on this.
No, no, no.
That bait was sick.
No, no, yours are not there. You do the rest is in.
So which way am I going now?
You're going right.
You don't have
Do you need me to tell you which one that is?
surrender.
No, I'm good with the
If you hold up to your hands and make like an L, you can see an L on your left.
The war mate, he got his tattooed on his
The
hand.
tip.
Yeah.
What
What the fuck? That's a game changer.
Wait, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, I just tested that it works.
It's huge tech.
This was the shortest gate I've ever seen.
And there's no right or left, it's only...
But it doesn't work in
Oh,
Danish,
you
though.
can't, you can't gateway through those.
Toe?
Balance up the damage on either side.
5, 4, 3,
Naguura's
2,
unbalanced it?
1. 4,
If Americans have a
3,
cheat code for direction,
2,
dude, it doesn't work in
1.
Danish. We have a V and an H. It's lost.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, it doesn't work in Australia.
Once again, proof that the
Yeah, because they're upside down.
England
Yeah,
is,
because they're upside
superior.
down, that's right.
means to claim our heads. Stop her. We're done
We need
with
to
your
get on that.
game.
No, we actually, now that I think about it, in German it's also L and R. Or left and right.
Thank you, Bolvar.
This is why us Danes have so many issues. We have to use all
Why
the
you guys
power
on the
left and
boss?
right.
Watch out, hunting wave.
5,
Because
4,
we lose one more.
2, 1.
Wait,
Go
what
down.
goes?
4,
Step to right
3, 2, 1.
when you die.
I love that gateway.
I've got quite a few stacks of mail there.
To be fair, you were slower than you were last time even with the X person, like. I think one should have been fine if the damage was similar.
Sylvanas, give Anduin
Serpent?
to me.
If you get it left and right.
Hear the sound
Oh, I was there,
of
mate.
suffering. We're out of time.
Anyone else confirm his progress?
Orbos is being
I
enveloped
remember to
by
get
the
blood links
maw.
on Anduin here.
Hold them back a little
Shit, I
longer.
almost forgot.
The portal's
It's also
nearly
asymmetrical,
open.
which I didn't bother factoring into the equation at all.
It's done. Hurry!
Damn.
No! The jailer is going to destroy the Arbiter!
Pressing the button.
The servers went up for a second and then it went down again, right? They should be up soon, like very soon. Because they're supposed to be up right now.
Yeah, go send it.
Go.
Send it, send it.
And then after the...
You're lasting? Oh, my
It goes away.
Full bail, yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Nothing escapes my
I think
race.
it's quite bad for you to deal in the,
2,
the last
1.
longer than the platform.
Okay, orbing. I'm going.
Heed the call of the Banshee
go, Victor.
Queen.
On this, but unironically.
I must use.
Can I stay? I'm
You're
ramping.
kind of gone.
Oh, unfortunate. Oh man. That was just not the last timing I wanted, guys.
About what?
That was just not the timing I wanted.
Basically.
Is that by the time we get back to the sepulchre, the protectors will have respawned.
Oh no.
5, 4,
I'm
There's just so many things that went wrong there.
4,
And I thought this raid had peaked.
2, 1.
Hey, where are the spawns here? That's a very weird spawn.
Hear my cry and despair.
Are you doing this master stash?
Sure, yeah, of course, no worries.
Yeah, I did vault testing, yeah.
I always hit my mark.
I tested all of the
4,
bosses that were
3,
testable
2,
so far.
Nothing escapes my wrath.
The bosses were, like, definitely
4,
seemed a bit undertuned.
2, 1.
But other than that, they seemed fine, mechanic-wise. Seemed like fun.
He's dead.
Heed the call of the Banshee Queen.
That's just toxic. What the fuck?
I wanted to give it to free hit.
Hey, Kara, what's up?
You could marry him?
He doesn't want.
Back up.
Maybe on the next mages?
4,
But he's a
2,
mage.
1.
Okay,
The sound effect at the end is so loud.
The jailer is
Yeah.
gone.
Rez.
Wherever that gateway led, it's
Thank
been
you for the
sealed
PI.
behind him.
No worries.
We thought
Nice.
the jailer was
Are we
coming to
doing
Did not
slay
let him out,
the
just
Arbiter.
Park again
immediately
now?
back to Fucker.
Absorbed her essence.
Okay.
As if her power.
My raid cooldown, or my raid teleport.
Okay. Abby, can you trade that to the druid?
Jailer be damned.
Yeah, they wanted to put the servers back up again, but then like some of the world servers were down, so they put them, they shut down the servers again. I don't know. I think they're trying to put them back up right now.
Grave,
It seems
presumably.
like.
But why would he have a grave? He's literally.
And yeah, if you want to watch the testing, they are highlighted on my channel. So if you go,
Yes.
if you click
Ooh,
on my
there's some
name,
trash
on my
here.
Twitch name, there should be like video. You click on videos and then highlights, and then you'll find the testing if you want to go over the bosses. If you want to
Just
check
a
them out.
protector.
I'm lagging with so much lag.
I'm lagging with so much lag.
Lagging with the lag.
Need it in. Imagine
Oh.
it in.
Wait, the trash respawned. No.
Who wants
I'll
that?
probably go back to being not in.
hiking out.
Wait, it's a disaster. Can we go to the boss and just summon people or something?
It's my
Where's the boss
birthday,
up
get
there?
me out.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday
to ya.
How old are you now?
No way we have to do the trash again.
Are you old now, Javi?
Does your age start with a 2 or a 3?
I'm so upset.
Or 4?
There's no way
5?
that it's a 3.
It's a 5 for sure.
13.
Yeah, I can't do beta right now, unfortunately, but thanks for reminding me. Unfortunately, I have to rate.
No.
27.
I'm gonna guess 26.
No.
How
It's
much?
28 for sure.
Wait, 27?
You said yes to 26.
Oh, you're so small.
Small. Says you do not get to say that to other
It's actually
people.
like 120 centimeters tall.
Yeah, but I'm 27.
Damn.
After
And I
25,
got you
though,
there.
every level you get, you become weaker. So
Ooh.
Wait, is
That
that true?
That debuff
Yeah.
started. That debuff started before 24.
Oh, no,
You lose a
Vox,
talent point every level. So.
Yeah,
No,
that
Vox.
process started before 24.
I think I've been losing
Mystery.
points since I was 15, honestly.
Yeah, I believe it. Moonkin's been great.
it's like in BFA, whenever you're leveling and your character got
Everyone
level and you got
start leveling
extremely
your
weaker
Moonkin.
every level. It's like that.
There's an experience boost going on right now in retail.
Why is his protection?
Make sure
up
you
here?
level up
Yeah.
your Moonkins
VFA
before it's too
leveling is
late.
sick. You just get
Get ready.
crippled every time. It's like getting
Please,
shot in the
summons.
kneecaps.
Yeah, and once you crested, what was it, 115 or 116?
Okay, what is the
When
best
your
rate to
legendary
M
stopped
plus
working.
in DPS
Yeah,
slash
that's when it really. That's when you were like
Your character just like fell
senior
over.
citizen.
Guys,
Oh,
you either play Moonkin or you play Warlock or you play Mage. Those are your 3 options. Nothing else is gonna be good, okay? Moonkin, Warlock, Mage. Pick one of those 3. No Hunter. Nah, sorry. No Hunter, sorry guys. I'm making a tier list right now. Tier list.
I just have a real strong dislike for Lords of Dread.
Why?
There's some nice easy trash on the way there.
Might have a little bit to do with the
Oh.
11
I hate
range
this, I hate
comp.
this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate
It's
this. I hate
just not fun, because, yeah, what Bob said.
It's a lot better if you get 8 or below ranged. Trust.
So much shit everywhere and so few
Yeah,
FPS to.
Let's get back to the normal. What?
Okay, sure, we're getting
FPS.
Zaxi and Malio in.
There's actually Kooming.
Here guys.
Which Boomkin one site?
Moonkin?
I can sit.
Mage?
Fucking
I think so.
cheating range players
Warlock.
can play with a lot of range.
Let me get the other mage specs.
Ranged are so bad, even ranged don't want to play with them.
Whoa.
What?
Tell me about that.
There.
Tell me about the
We're
6
done, guys.
melee getting slapped on the first damage phase.
This is a
It was on the
Dragonflight
rollouts because there was no counterplay.
damage tier
Trust.
list.
Did anything happen
It
to
was
the...
fucking
Be right back
invisible,
1 second.
spawned on top of us.
Did
And
anything happen to
everybody can use
the-
that exchange.
Get the protector.
Yeah, you got the protector. Watch out!
Watch out! Did anything happen to... what's it called? To the Walk of Logs access? Because I don't have it anymore.
Yeah, I think you have to be able to pass a Phantom of the Opera trivia quest.
Yeah,
it's
also a new update because healers doesn't need logs. No,
Are
but
you
it's not about
logged in?
logs.
No, it's automatically to the guild now, I think. And if you're in the Alliance guild, you
Yeah,
need
if you're
to-
Alliance, so you get
I'm
good
not
bed.
Alliance. He's in the Draenor guild. Yeah, but
Okay, well,
it
Turns out that's not the guild, Sash.
Yeah, it turns out that for the same reason Alliance people aren't in the Horde Terran Mill Guild.
Yeah, but he's not Alliance.
I'm on my
Aren't you
druid on the Darren
But he's
Mill.
not on the right of Hallam.
Yeah, but he's not Alliance.
Yeah, he's not. He's a Horde.
You can also
Yeah, he's
click the
cool.
join link in
Yeah.
the nice channel I made.
Why?
Which one?
Why am I dying to this trash, bro? What the fuck is it doing? Like,
I think it's
more
doing
damage than the
possibilities.
entire
both.
race bosses combined.
What is the nice
Don't know why it
channel?
is this way, but it is.
Okay, yeah.
Speaking of the nice new channel, can logs go back to being the bottom channel?
No, it's way.
I don't. The logs channels I haven't muted. I haven't and hidden. I don't know who moved the logs channel, but it wasn't me.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
can
give
see
it
the
a-
log channel, but there's
not
no
remove
pin
it.
in there.
Oh, well, it
While
didn't
you're
get
making
moved.
nice new channels.
You just created a new one and I got put at the bottom.
The log
Yep.
channel is important for content.
Yeah, while you're making
Yeah.
nice new channels, can you make a channel where there's like a link to something that would detail like
Crack
boss
your mouth.
strategies and assignments so that
that would
someone
be great.
knows, we can know who's doing what before we pull the boss
I'm gonna
fight.
have to start throwing an ATR out and linking the sheet before every raid. Before every boss, actually.
There's a sheet?
Alright. Oh,
Yeah,
oh
make
my
sure
god,
you
I
add
forgot
Naguura
to
directly as well, so she's not
hide
looking
the
for Mythic
secret
plus grip 6
tier
months
list.
before raid.
I forgot. Is it
Maybe
TI
it's a
target tier
really
list?
good key.
Not gonna lie, I
does anyone wanna
almost
sit?
forgot we were raiding today as well.
Yes.
Yep.
Why is Noxie offline?
I do see.
He's doing a new bar, right?
Short back and blow your fucking head off.
Can you get Lalio in so we can get a new
Hey,
juice
it's
hole?
every caster check, well,
Alright,
as usual.
A what now?
I can sit.
So
A juice hole and a meat plate.
yeah, curse 1 to 4. If you're not in them, hearth out. Summon everybody in them. Instance is still full.
I have both of those.
We need to be faster.
Okay, can we kill this boss?
On the grips and the ads. Someone shouldn't need to call it every time. Noxie, Stash, Steam, Big T, Angel. You're getting hit way too much by the swordies on the ground. Just be more on point with it. We can probably overmove the boss as well. And we need one more person to pop on the moats.
Not me.
I mean, I can stand on the moats if you
Unless
just
Nagani?
Just your luck.
Sure, you do that.
I can bring Nagani if you want.
And we have one of the warriors pop on the moats as well, actually. Because
When is it we trigger?
Nice.
So I can just pre-ramp into it.
It's like
roughly.
It's 20 seconds for the damage phase, whatever. I'm not sure what by time that is. But
It's
not
about
like
20 seconds and
Yeah.
some, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no worries.
Hey, Justin.
Change covenants to that.
Thank you so much for 22 months.
Are you coming
Dankeschön.
back?
Abofella.
I can't do it instead of you.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay,
I
it's
am,
actually
yeah,
did
it was
instead
a
of connector.
conveniently timed
Yeah, that's
Warcraft
done
update.
Oh my god, have you guys heard? Dream revealed his
There's no one else who's
face.
just also than Alia.
Have you heard? Oh my
We get him in for
goodness.
GLO then.
Dude, I swear to god, it was like all over the internet.
Do we have feasts? Or do I use my own feast?
Yeah, he's
Oh,
this like
nice.
big
Nice.
YouTuber.
Yeah, I gotcha.
And he had a face reveal recently and everyone was talking about it. Yeah, right? Amantilla, yeah. Yeah, I don't, it was so insane because people, like, he looks like a normal
Okay.
human being and people were like going ham somehow. Oh, I don't know. People were like, some people were like super mean. And other
5,
people were like, I don't
4,
even know.
There's only one affix on, by the way.
It was so
Yeah.
weird.
Oh, for fuck's
I will cast you into oblivion.
Not much for the moats.
We got no moats, bugger.
Oh, we got no notes.
We'll just kill it this full anyway.
Lonely bait.
The shadows hunger.
Who needs notes anyway? I am in a weird position. Let me get out of here.
Let fear take control.
Oh!
Last.
Oh yeah, I got fronted again. Fuck. Come on.
Lonely bait.
Ah, my dad.
The Paladin melee.
Need the bot
Fall
now,
to
it's too late.
darkness.
So many circles.
There's a lot of circles.
I'm lagging like fuck.
Yep. Oh, fuck.
Maybe in the new PC, this is not it. Like, oh.
First paycheck to the PC fund.
Can somebody take mine?
You just run into somebody with it. And you can just look at.
Succumb to the dark.
Is there somebody with me?
Alright, we'll just find somebody.
He was just keeping it.
Sorry. Rage bait.
Melee bait.
He was like, fuck it, I don't need to get rid of this debuff. It's mine.
Like, Jesus Christ, Melly, what am I watching?
Like if you've got one in melee, like fucking run it.
Let fear take control.
Are we wiping? I think it's a wipe.
Mortal after all.
And someone release and run back to the start. Or is there a fast way back to the start?
You can... Well, someone...
So there's spawn in the air again.
You could wormhole their Mortis. Just manually run into the raid. But I'm not sure if you start at the start.
It doesn't do it at the start.
Yeah.
We'll just do it with one after.
I was expecting some Greek gods, but he was just mad. I don't know why people were expecting anything really.
I've got 700 MS.
Like what?
I can't fucking play this much.
What made anyone think that he looks somehow like super special? I don't know.
This could not have ended any other way.
And then people, okay, so apparently there was like a picture that got leaked, like a long time ago.
It's the ancient console on your left. I think you can just
like they
port to the
basically were
start.
saying, okay, this is Dream, and it was like a picture of some guy that was like overweight. And now people are basically saying that it's confirmed that that picture is him. So people are basically saying that he was overweight and lost a lot of weight now. Because he's not overweight anymore. And now people are like talking shit about that, which is so awkward. It's like, who cares? I don't know. Yeah, it's a Minecraft YouTuber, yeah.
I get to summon.
Are we playing this 2FX or 1FX, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you just activate it? Because I didn't get a raid message.
No. But
Like, it's like, no matter if you like the guy or not,
Oh, it's 1FX.
there's just absolutely no
I'm
reason
going
to be
active the
toxic
second
about
one.
his appearance
got
in
it.
any
Very large
way,
variety,
shape,
you
or
ask me for
form.
Someone and be getting a summon.
Like, who cares if
Dodger 5
they were overweight or not, or like... How does
Expecting
it
for the
matter?
third time.
Okay, so Warlocks and Zaxi are still going on notes.
I feel face reveals are so difficult. Yeah, for sure. Because we don't show it from the first second, it gets so much harder over time.
By
Yeah,
the
it just
way,
gets so much
English is
attention
really
because
very
it's this
heavy
mystery
revealing.
thing,
It's
right?
probably better.
Like, if you don't reveal something about yourself as a content creator, then people start talking about it, like, oh my god, what could it be? Like, how could he look? Like, it becomes this like big mystery, and then once, like, it's really
My battery's
difficult
not
to
been
get
working
out
for a
of the
lot of tools.
mystery. I feel like
Yeah, that's not working. That is true.
because I don't know, it just puts so much attention on it. I hope this person has a very strong mental though, because
Let us go.
people have said some shit that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemies.
Oh, didn't know that.
Because people on the internet are spawns of
5,
evil.
4, 3, 2, 1.
That's something that bothers me so much about people in general. The fact that they seem to lack any sort of empathy for other people as soon as they are somehow famous. It's just so weird to me. Just because a person is like in the public eye in some form doesn't mean that you can just say whatever you want about them. I mean, you can of course say whatever you want about them, but it still makes you a fucking asshole. Oh my god, why would you... Ah!
Melee bait.
Fall to darkness.
There's a sleep puddle going in the way.
I rammed way too late because I procced my pulsar and then heat.
Kavi, can I give this to you behind you?
And it was bad.
Horror grips you.
TY?
The gloom rises.
It's basically the same thing as talking shit behind someone's back. Like, we talk shit about someone you know behind their back, that's already kind of like an asshole thing to do. And I feel like people do the same thing about, like, known people.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say, oh, fuck, you've seen it is.
Oh man! Why would she give it to me? Right before. Wait, I can see some people. And this is a person.
Get out of melee as well.
And this one.
Around.
And that. Oh!
Oh my god.
Somebody please take this from me.
Eight.
Horror grips you.
I don't know, I just wish people would be nicer.
Oh, clip. Oh, clip.
I hate it when people are mean.
How much you fill the first one?
Why can't everyone just be nice?
Melee bait.
Horror grips you.
Oh my god.
Fall to darkness.
I'm behind the group. I'm going fast.
My damage is so scuffed. Because I messed up my first ramp. Whoops. Thanks for primes, Booty Pick. Appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome, welcome.
Succumb to the
Whoa!
dark.
You'd almost walked into this.
Horror grips you.
I'm in the fear. Help! Help!
My eyes.
I'm standing in front of the boss and I don't like it. Ah! Oh my god, why there's so many debuffs? Should I take one of you? Who's this? Big Chai, come here.
Trust no one.
There's a soak in the back.
I don't see any wings.
Worthless.
Whoa.
Were you voting?
No votes, sir?
I voted Angel.
Why are...
It shouldn't take that long.
Thanks for 17 months, least access. Thank you so much. Welcome back.
The gloom rises. Worthless.
How do you feel tanks are looking right now for next expansion? We don't really know anything about that.
Do we wipe it, yeah?
Play whatever
Or do we
tank
play?
you want and you're probably gonna be fine. But we don't know anything about tuning specifically.
Everyone has to recover, right?
Let fear take control.
Aren't great for
I don't get it, he's just a guy. People are being disgustingly mean. Yeah.
Yeah, the vote
I would hope
on
so.
It is so messed up that
This
people are being
could
so
not have
mean.
ended
It's...
any other way.
I don't know. It's honestly disturbing how people think it's okay to just randomly talk shit about someone's appearance just because he's like a famous YouTuber or whatever. It's so messed up. And then people always say shit like, oh, well, they chose to be a content creator. They chose to be in the public eye. It's like, yeah, okay, that's...
Angel, accept the rest.
That doesn't mean you're any less of an asshole.
There's 20 seconds for damage phase, you press left. There's never any different.
Yeah, the good old keyboard warriors.
Dasher mic's activating.
I just wish it would be a bit less normal. Because I have a feeling sometimes people talk shit about some famous person and everyone just thinks it's like a super normal thing to do and it's just like totally okay. And I don't get it. Like,
5,
even if they don't hear
4,
it. Like, for
3,
example,
2, 1.
I think this is like some random discussion I had. I don't even remember who we talked about. I think it was either like Taylor Swift or like Beyonce or something. I don't remember. Like, it was some famous singer we talked about. And then people in my chat like called them ugly or whatever. And I just don't get it. Like, what? Like, I just don't understand why people think it's okay to say shit like that. Especially if it's something that is like completely out of someone's control. Oh shit! Like, if you're being mean about someone's appearance, you're being mean. No matter if that person can't see it or hear it, I feel like, you know?
Please get out with the thing.
It's just not cool.
Please. I don't know if it's standing on the ledge, or please stop standing on the ledge, just in case.
It's not being gripped, by the way, it's recasting in the book.
Because even if that person can't see it or hear it, I just don't... And when someone does that, I am just like immediately... I just immediately think like, oh my god, what a fucking asshole, you know? You wouldn't like it if someone talks shit about your appearance behind your back. No matter if we can hear it or see it or not. Right?
Oh. I would say to the people running into me.
Somebody gave the debuff to me and I already just had it. Oh.
Horror grips you.
Did Morgana sail, or are we just really uneven damage?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, well then. Regardless if Morgana.
Yeah, exactly. Numbness. Yeah, that's yeah, it's messed up. But I'm ugly as fuck, so it's cool.
Red, please, unvote.
One day Taylor was doing a plus with me and she bricked my key off. Oh my god, I recently saw a YouTube video about
Vote, please.
Okay, this is actually not funny. I don't know why I'm laughing so much. But there's a guy like who ended up actually doing something really, really bad. There's a guy who was like thinking that Taylor Swift stalking him.
Kicked.
Like, I don't understand how it's taken.
I don't know, he had some sort of mental illness, yeah?
Like, you can see
and he was
what you could see whenever the like, it should not be
he was convinced that Taylor Swift is stalking him. Like some random person, yeah? And he like called the police and there was like I heard the police call and he was like, hey, and he's like, what's your emergency? And he was like, so there's someone stalking me, like following me around town and stuff. And then the person is like, oh, okay, so do you know who your stalker is? And he's like, yeah, it's Taylor Swift. And then he just like kept saying how she's like following him around and posting about him and like really awkward stuff. He was saying that at home his toilet seat is always up. But he came home and his toilet seat was down. And he was like, it's impossible that it was him. It was Taylor Swift. So he was saying that Taylor Swift came to his apartment when he wasn't home, broke into the apartment, and put up the toilet seat. And that's all she did. And then she left. That's what he was saying. And I'm like, yeah. That seems likely.
Just take breaks now.
Typical Taylor Swift.
You're
What if it's true? I mean, yeah, you never know. Maybe she's maybe she has like an obsession or something. Just break into other people's apartments and putting up the toilet seats. It's the perfect crime. It is the perfect crime. No one would believe you.
He'd certainly.
That is true, actually, though.
Pull?
I think famous people could do a bunch of shitty things because it's incredibly unlikely and people won't believe them, right? If someone says,
extended pool timer.
random famous person X did this weird thing to me, and I was like, yeah, sure they did. See, you're already convinced it's true. Oh my god, it killed me so fast. Look. I even took a pot. One push on was not good enough. Done quite a few celeb shoplift? Really? Never heard of that before. Celebrities are known for shoplifting? Really? That's why they call her Taylor Swift, because she's so fast to get in and out. Oh, it all makes sense now. Ah, yes. Taylor Swift. Yeah, okay, I got it now. Many celebrities get caught shoplifting for the thrill. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, I guess. It's probably young people mostly, right? Because let's be honest here, a lot of teenagers in general shoplift for the thrill of it. Not that I would have ever done that. Ever. Of course. Rihanna taking her wine glasses from every place she comes from? Wait, she goes to a restaurant and just takes the wine glass with her? Shoplifting is such a rush. Dude, I don't even know what Noxie shoplifted before. Yeah, I don't want to hear it. It says if you're really famous, you have to try and steal something. Risky business. I don't know about that. There's a funny clip of a TV show host confronting her. Wait, about the wine glasses? That's so messed up. Who takes wine glasses from a restaurant? Okay, I wanna listen to this now.
Now, I'm not suggesting that any of you are actual criminals, but
we are.
All I'm saying is, watch yourself around Rihanna. Now, Rihanna, I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know how criminal you are. Okay, let's just look at this picture. Did you ask permission from the club when you left holding this glass?
I don't think might have been one that I took to the club.
Yeah.
Oh, she took
what about this one? What about this one?
Crystal.
Did you ask about that glass?
That looks.
I'm just speed it up. What about this one? What about this one? Did you ask about that one? They look like the background. That's coming out of my wages.
That's the
Come back. Okay, what about this one? There you are leaving a fashion show.
I took that back to the hotel that I took it from.
Of course you did. Yeah. This one. There's another one. There's another one. And sometimes you don't even bother to seal the glass. Just a ball. You're never seeing that glass again.
My mom is gonna see this.
Sorry, Mom. Perfect. Yeah, what would you do? I mean, honestly, if you owned a restaurant and like some famous person comes in and they'd walk out with like one of your glasses or whatever, would you really be like, hey, you'd be like, you know what? Take it. Surely no one would stop them, right? Oh my god, that's disgusting though. I saw that clip. Yeah, Ariana Grande went into like a bakery and she took like a donut and licked off like the frosting or whatever and put it back on. Like that's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life, honestly. Okay, maybe not that, but you know what I mean. Like who the fuck does that? Like what's wrong with her? Jesus Christ, that's messed up. Like you're a psychopath if you do that. Jesus. I still believe it. I believe you, Nox. I believe you. Kind of tacky to be drinking in public. Is it? Man, I drink in public all the time. I didn't know that's frowned upon. Drinking in public is bad? I don't know about that. I think drinking in public is just fun. Would you rather drink by yourself, all alone at home? I mean, I do that too, but I think it's more acceptable when I do it in public. It's against the law in Norway, at least? Here it's not against the law to drink in public. Here's the thing, though. I think we have a law, and I'm not 100% certain about this, so don't quote me on it. But I think we're allowed to drink in public.
Among Us we Gara, it's supposed
But
to
you're
have
not allowed to be
readout as
drunk
well, right? Or,
in
like,
public.
voted what and shit?
And by being drunk,
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
like, at least you're not able to, like, cause a scene or whatever. Like, they basically have the right to fine you for just being drunk
Been voting as well.
in public.
Check if it's properly going through.
Which is honestly just, like, an excuse for being able to fine people for being assholes or something, right?
Yeah, I didn't see it.
So you're allowed to drink in public. But if you're drunk in public, then you watch out. It's basically just if you're an asshole, I guess. Or if you're being really loud, or if you're doing some
Press 1?
bad shit.
Do it there.
Need more one pressers, it is vital.
Yeah, see, if you know, it's
There.
weird.
Principal compulsive rate.
Indeed it is. How else will you make gold, right? Oh.
Yeah, it's really weird
no.
because I remember...
Oh no, they're all this way too high.
Because here, you're totally allowed to drink outside,
Yeah.
right?
Angel, who's gonna sink it, dude?
So here where I
You or
live,
me?
when you are in a bar
Me,
baby.
and you want to go outside, you can take your drink with you.
Oh, it's not me.
Even if in front of the restaurant or in front of the bar does not belong to the actual bar. Like you can stand in front of a bar
How did
drinking,
that lose, dude?
right? And I remember I was in
Bates.
like
Idols.
North Carolina,
On my way.
and we were in a bar, and I was going outside, and I took like my beer with me.
So cringe.
And someone was coming
Kind of
outside
feels
and
in the
telling me,
reverse,
hey,
it's like
you're
I'm
not allowed to
playing
do this.
one
And I'm
time.
like, I just
I have a
stepped
job, bro.
outside
Now
of
I'm
the
getting
bar.
PC. I've always wanted.
to call
I
someone.
think Andrin and Lord
And
solved
they're
the
like,
worst
hey, you're
by
not
far.
allowed. It's like, oh, fuck.
I don't know. Anduin was disgusting.
I was like,
and
what
this
the
is
fuck?
disgusting
That's so
as
awkward.
well. Like,
I'm a criminal, yeah.
it's like shit is happening and it's just doomed. Like,
Because I wasn't about to leave. I was just stepping outside. I would have come back.
Very important.
But apparently,
I'll take it. I'll
you're
do
not allowed
one.
to do that.
Let's get it, baby.
I'm a criminal.
I have to type 1 demon, it's also very important.
But I already used up my bad luck. Now it'll get
And
worse.
see his more strict alcohol
Oh.
laws? Yeah, maybe.
I have bad luck and terrible luck.
Yeah, it was in North Carolina.
Jävlar. No. Somebody fucking
And
bomb
which
that motherfucker, please.
which country has the law where you can drink alcohol
I
outside,
win?
but it has to be like hidden?
Well, that is
So you can
a
put
low
like
one.
you can put beer
Thank you,
in
Zach.
like a
Thank
brown bag or whatever, and then you're allowed to drink it.
you. God bless ya.
Is that America? That's funny. Thank you so much for sub, Medinek. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome.
This
Say
is
some
my
brown
only way to
bag
make gold,
laws. It's just so weird. It's like
Can make
you're
it
not
a
allowed to
potent
drink
by
outside
UPC.
unless you put your liquor in a brown
No.
bag. Then
We
you're
got the
totally
job
cool.
now. We got the job. So.
Be right back one more second, since we still have a break.
Oh,
Gold.
it's
1 WoW
750.
token an hour.
There's no fucking way to play, please, dude.
Oh, sexy.
Well, what the fuck is that?
Is this my? I've said I'm going to win a roll into retirement. This is the retirement.
Oh,
This is the retirement.
Oh, fuck.
See, I told you guys.
Oh.
1 paycheck.
Okay,
Oh, that's
well,
so close, Big T.
I'll give it to you later.
What the fuck?
I have no gold. I have no gold on this guy.
Absolutely getting away with it.
Yeah, on this
287.
character, Angel, yeah.
Dude,
Yeah, yeah, on this character, of course. Yeah,
yeah.
Demon Rune has the gold. He won it last raid, though.
I know that guy.
But we just win it now, and we pay it from the wins. Like,
Yeah, exactly. That's how you
And
do
that's
it.
how gambling works. Huh?
of course, naturally.
But I'm the house, so the house always wins, right?
Go faster, Flake. Go
Yeah.
faster, Flake.
In this case, the house does not always win.
Fuck, are you sure?
Oh, possible actually. Possible. Pay all of it back.
No, the house
There's
is losing.
no fucking way, dude.
Wait.
Yo, just give all of that to Zaxi. All of that.
You think DMF has gold?
Oh, dude.
Now you wasted it.
All of that plus how much, Zaxi? 287. This is 272.
Have you ever seen a perfect roll? Because we have seen a 1, I think, out of 300k.
I've not.
I don't think I've seen an actual
It's
max
fine,
one.
We broke even. We're good. Now we win. Now we win.
There's no fucking way I roll under 10k again, right?
Yeah, no fucking way, bro. Just
I'm going into rolling retirement now.
Yeah, there's no
I
way I'm
rolled-
reading that, Sash.
I rolled under 10k, 2 out of 3 rolls. So, it's possible.
Those are all.
There's no way.
Gleam
There's
Rising.
just no way.
Don't.
Fuck.
He's pogging right now, dude.
Dude, I'm
That's how
pogging
we
so
get Dean
hard.
to keep rolling.
Just tricking me into thinking I'm gonna win.
Awesome how we're just
I'm broken.
disentertained by moving gold around.
Yeah, exactly.
Great. Love brain chemistry.
Yeah, legit. Lost 300k, won 300k, but still feels like I've accomplished something.
Yeah, true.
Yep.
I'm on the winning streak now for sure.
Yeah, for sure. No way, you just.
Maybe you should also lose your job IRL so you can go get a new one, Angel.
What?
What?
Bro, but.
Play. I
This
got
is the
problem.
last one. I'm not
Bro.
tempting fate anymore after this.
Okay, we're good, we're good.
I'm safe. Oh, pog.
Hopefully Mimter is in. Hopefully Mimter is in. He is,
That's
okay.
so low.
Javi, can you help me for a
Oh.
second?
Oh,
Oh no, dude.
My
Not
God.
sub 6k.
Daddy gold.
Rain. I don't know. What do you want help with?
I don't think Ray was in that.
This is
No, I'm.
really-
I wasn't in, so.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a law here.
FIFA, no.
I'm not.
As a big FIFA.
Oh. Yes, only minus 10k now.
What is wrong with this?
This does look like an issue.
Probably has something to do with along the lines
One
of the
more,
boost
and
can't be
then the break
visible,
is
but they
over,
have
and
no
then we
right to search
focus,
your
yeah.
bags.
Yeah, just do one
Yeah, I
more.
guess.
Yeah,
I mean,
just a one more.
in a
There's no
sense,
way I could
it
lose.
makes
Same.
somewhat sense as
Look how many
well.
people there are.
Because I mean, if you get drunk in public or whatever, at least
Rain is actually in this time.
like children or whatever won't see that you're drinking. I don't know. Maybe something like that.
I have left feet to, like, man, I don't even
No,
know.
you're fine.
You're good. You're good.
Rain rolled onto you.
Oh, wait, yeah, okay.
Oh wait, no, Rain did that.
Yeah, Rain is currently
Just
on the sack.
There's no way I'm actually on a winning streak. I am?
FIFA.
That is
No,
insane.
we have to do one more. We can't end the team on a winning streak.
Yeah,
It's gonna be the fastest one you've ever seen.
Isn't the
yeah, you
brown
ready?
bag even more obvious than the
Boom,
bottle
boom,
itself?
Boom, brrrr, boom.
Maybe.
Oh yes.
Yeah, drinking something out of a bag seems pretty obvious. Yeah.
How do I roll sub
Daddy, get a
10k
point.
4 times in a row?
Daddy,
You lost
just getting clutched.
You're good. They rolled
You
onto
only
you.
lost
You're good.
once though, you only lost once, that's
It's
the insane
okay.
part.
I like paying the poor.
Thank you.
Feels like charity, like that way, you know.
Now we retire. But now we focus on the kill
This
the
is a
boss.
gym bottle with boosting it like a normal person. Exactly.
I am poking.
So
Also, I
Gabby,
shouldn't.
there's no sticks.
Also, I shouldn't be the one saying that. I'm not the best gamer of this boss. I'm not
Man, we
gonna-
haven't gotten so far in this raid, did we?
I don't think so.
Today's raid is going great.
I think I still made an easy 10k there.
We're
so.
just owning.
Yeah, I'm in an easy minus 10k there.
Play, is there any chance you
Hey,
can
Tarzan,
preview
what's up?
onto the
Yeah, this
boss
raid is amazing. I'm so glad we're back in here.
with the...
The only thing
There
that's better is
yes.
Sanctum.
Yes.
But I
hopefully
won't.
hopefully I don't get a circle.
Actually, I think I
I don't
prefer
think you get
Sanctum
three
over
years
this
lead.
even.
Yeah, the first one.
I think.
Yeah, sure.
This boss is very high compared to what it should be out of the first intermission.
Yeah.
We usually
Missing
don't get a lot of
damage
stacks in
and
the first.
execution?
4,
Oh my god, we're so bad
I'm
at
not
this
high
game.
enough.
We still did
1.
like 30.
I think I fixed my internet.
Congrats, mate.
Oh no. This is huge.
The gloom rise.
Bait. Walking.
It's right there. Yeah, I'm not gonna grip that.
Rip it.
I would prefer.
Question is, are we clicking it?
Click it.
Oh, I guess the person with the debuff stoking it instead of getting rid of
You
it.
also need to dodge now, yeah?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I know, with 2 circles of the first clear.
Someone just absolutely kamikazed me last second.
I don't know the fuck had that fear, but I was fucking Al-Qaeda gameplay.
Oh, this is so I'm not soaking this.
Fall to darkness.
Yeah, it's my fault. I was
What is
standing there
bait,
though.
guys?
I need to transfer this to you, Tyler.
Orma. Don't give this to me. I'm dying.
Okay, I got the god procs. We won, guys.
That's
Alright, we
good.
got the god procs, guys. Kaputt machen is Oni.
Let fear take control.
Watch your feet now, man.
The shadows hunger.
So fucking clean right now.
Thank you,
And now
Saxy.
we washing again. And you bait while washing.
Canoe always was 2 feet.
Yeah, true. German.
Just a chance. 5 times a day pray.
Take control.
I think it was related.
No. Muslims watch their feet before they pray every day.
Yeah, but he constantly watching the 3 card.
Trust no
Okay,
one.
sure.
Maybe he just prays a lot.
Yeah. Maybe he just loves foot hiking.
Vote now and spread.
Dash.
I see Minter.
Yeah, it's meant that I am spotted.
Yeah.
Ally bait.
Watch boss rentals.
So Morganus is really healthy, by the way.
Oh.
Okay, whenever the spawn, or whenever the thing spawns, don't click it.
I'm being chased by the fear person.
Lord Snow melee. Coming one straight through.
Okay, you can click it now, click it now, click it now.
And move the boss one.
Melee bait.
Yep, soon.
I'm in somewhat of a bad spot. You're rude. Am I being feared?
Watch.
Okay, there we go.
During this overlap here.
Okay, this is it. I'm feeling it. We got this, guys.
The god procs. Kill it.
Oh shit,
Hitting it.
Angel does have god procs.
Care melee, watch your feet.
Just survival hunter things.
Just keep on staying out melee, it's a delayed one. Stay. Now.
I'm nowhere near that. I can just find my real boss.
So watch your feet from the boss as well, melee.
Yeah, remember now.
Move out if you get hit.
Fine, I'll take it then. Fine.
Get gripped over a sleep puddle. You get sleep.
I believe there's no Z axis at all. Oh.
I'm a bit scared.
Red and vote. Team.
Oh, it's... that.
Where are you?
Me too.
I should have given it to somebody.
No, no. Mm.
Melee.
Man, there's just so much damage.
Succumb to the jaw.
They're slightly sandwiched. Oh
Dodge,
no.
dodge,
Oh,
melee.
alright, looking good, looking good. Rest me. I have cooldowns. I need a rest.
Okay, you can click it now.
Somebody rest me?
Horror grips you.
See why?
Bait.
Oh my god. Ah!
Move the bosses a bit.
Dodge.
Can I use this without killing myself?
Can you do one more ring? Nah, it's fine.
Okay. That ramp was a bit late, but it is what it is.
Oh yeah.
I guess I
Please
cleared
move
the
out.
moon early.
I'll take it. I'm out. Can you give me space? I can give it to ranged.
We'll move the boss forward.
Don't take up daddy, go to the back, please.
Okay, we're looking good. I'm resting rain. Fuck it.
Care melee.
Surely a tank is not gonna die.
Succumb to the jaw.
Take control.
Bait.
A fitting.
Oh, healer dead.
Angel.
Whatever, we don't need healers anymore.
Sorry.
You just click the thing.
A bit more Quintessa.
Coming.
Watch your feet, man.
Oh my god, I don't think I fit through this.
Let fear take control.
Get gripped over sleep puddles, votes.
We can grip that in when we can.
Make sure we dodge
Trust no one.
Keep the ad kicked.
Oh my god.
No.
Who the fuck
Bro.
stuns?
That's my fault. It's fine.
Don't worry, I checked.
I'm probably dead.
It's Vishu.
An angel.
No,
So, yeah.
you don't call anything. You vote and you stay quiet.
Okay.
Why am I dying?
You'll vote.
Angel? It wasn't Angel?
You're gonna need to do some.
Oh my
tank,
god!
Taunt shenanigans on that.
I'm so dead. Oh my Jesus Christ. We're not wiping, right?
Succumb to the dark.
What happened? But why?
Did the unironic sweep the raid?
Yep.
No. It's a disaster. No, my.
Equipping trinket was on the feed.
This
That's
boss
my
unkillable.
fault.
We
I
can't do
still
it.
Don't think that's why we wiped though. We didn't vote, but
I don't
It
know.
was very bad,
Like the
I
third
agree.
and fourth vote on Daligor there, that just came in so
can't do
incredibly
it.
late. Like 2 people did actively vote. It was just like fucking 20 seconds into the phase.
He was behind. He was behind the raid for me, and yeah, we did. I thought we killed him.
I mean,
I got seeded, so
guilds usually have different battle rest
Then how the
rules.
fuck do you end up with 4 votes?
But I
Fuck,
personally never understood the rule where you say that people shouldn't be resting unless it's being called.
But yeah,
I think
make
that's
an
such a
effort
dumb
of properly
rule.
spreading as well, yeah, so people can clearly
In my
see it and easily
opinion,
vote as well.
you should
I'm
just
do not
throw
step
out
on
the
the
rest
boss.
immediately. And then the
Yeah, that was
person
just
that
the same
gets
raid.
the rest should just not take
basically
it
what
unless
XP
it's being
said in the
called.
box.
Yeah.
I think that makes so much more sense. Because
then you
not
need to be
throwing out
talking
a
to the
rest
boss
immediately
afterwards, 'cause
just
people are not going to be able to see there.
it makes people never rest. Because that like no one calls the rest and
get
then you don't do it and then no one does it and then someone calls the rest but then everyone thinks the other person's gonna rest and then just no one does it. So in my opinion, people should just throw out the rest immediately when someone dies. And then the person that takes the rest, they should just wait and be like, should I take it?
There's a
Should I
lot
not?
of shit timings to this spell.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but there needs to be like.
Yeah,
a
exactly,
recording of that,
Teresa.
because
Yeah,
if
that's
it
what
does come up with, like, if
that's what
people
I
are
think is the
like,
most
scaffold
logical
that
thing to
kind of
do.
you just need to say the spell,
But there's
like,
so many
someone needs to
guilds
take, like, ownership there. and
that
the
told
spell
me
and
that
go.
I shouldn't do that. Because I was always a person that would just like instantly rest when someone dies. And then people were flaming me for resting. And I'm like, okay, like, fine, I guess I'm just not gonna rest anymore. Fuck you then. But then I'll just never rest anymore, even if you tell me to.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You cannot escape death.
Okay, this is. Oh my god, it wasn't in Sandfire
Yeah,
clean
because
range.
if you're an imposter and you try to kill somebody, then
Yeah.
Bad start, guys, bad
I
start.
got it, but my brain, yeah.
What are we doing with these debuffs already? That's a very good bait over there.
like me.
Yeah, one second.
And we messed up the very first baits already, can you imagine?
You can click them.
Where's the key person with the... Oh my goodness.
Last!
Was feared.
Care melee dodge. 8. The underboss, please, Angel.
Oh,
It's actually 0 FPS, my bad. I didn't want to move into a puddle.
Fine, dude, I'm just fucking with you.
I mean, you should. I'm ass.
Yes.
Horror grips you.
Care melee.
The gloom rise.
Care melee again.
Cannot.
Razor melee.
There's no timing on this essence, so just whenever.
Yeah, shape one from that.
I'm delaying all the ones before I eat this, but not those.
Care melee.
Careful, there you go.
Trust no one.
Ah.
Weeping.
Oh, it's not me anymore. Perfect.
You need to spread more.
Oh, I do have... It's this person. I was so close to the edge there. Thank God I remembered that I could fall off.
I need to swap this, I think.
Bait, guys.
Bait.
Bait.
I'll come.
Oh, this is...
Let me go through, please. Oh,
Perfect bait.
never mind. Jesus.
It's fine, I'll just try and ward off it. You need to come out of melee with the melee one.
I'm just gonna get fear.
Okay, I guess. Wait, why did I...
Melina.
What?
Dodge. We have the essence up on when we need to
I'm
click it to
horrified in the
not
middle
die.
of the raid.
Need bob up.
Cool.
We're fine.
Don't I.
He's bait every other melee, he's not clicking.
I'm literally standing in the middle of the fucking raid.
Fall to darkness.
Yeah,
In the
still
air
dodge
again?
here.
And the thing with the air is super dumb.
You mad.
Get more Morganas.
Don't trade off with me.
Did I get face?
We'll move around this
My
now.
income was ready, but my
The
Revenant's Frenzy
shadows
wasn't.
hung
Oh! Dude, I almost didn't that. I didn't see it
Bait
because
as well.
I was sending my umbrella.
Bait.
Horror grips
Delay one, you stay out.
Praise every
Caramel.
Oh.
every cry.
Oh, I did get hit by that. My bad. It's a melee's problem now.
Can someone take us off the pod?
horror grips you.
Off the pot.
Trust no one.
Let me just come back here. Okay.
Red and dodge.
Well, I don't know. I was supposed to dodge that one.
Yeah, that's three. I'm doing
A
it.
fitting end.
Oh my god, I'm just that, aren't I? Somebody take this off me. Oh god, oh my god, who saved me? It was
Bait as well,
Luca.
bait.
Dude, Luca is my savior.
Someone trade from Nurg in the middle. He's seated. He's got 10 stacks.
Can someone take this off me?
Why am I getting feared? And there's a person standing right next to me. Is this bugged or what?
I'm clicking now.
A fitting end.
Canada.
What is space? 13 seconds.
There's a cloud and melee.
Yeah, move.
You both expiring in 8.
Yeah.
Fall to darkness.
Oh my, what is going on here?
Morgana too.
Move in, you're in Tethos.
I am in.
Worthless.
Mortal after all.
Res someone.
We will have a rest for the healer if you want to
Yeah. Get Nurg up, I guess.
Take
He's actually dead.
Praise every structure. Silence
Oh.
the gloom rise.
Oh my. It's a disaster. Okay, I guess. Yes, I take it.
Green, yeah.
Oh, it's so
Mode
bad.
2,
I'm so
main
bad.
target Morgana soon. We need to move again.
dead already.
Help me.
Pumpkin tester.
Take control.
A fitting end.
And I'm sandwiched again by this sleep paddle behind me. I'm just gonna get it again, right? Oh my god! Yeah, I don't know what to I don't know what to touch this. Oh my god. Nah, this boss, we can't, this boss is impossible, I'm telling you. I'm telling you right now. We can't do it.
A fitting this could not have
Yes,
ended
we can't do
any
it.
other way.
We should just give up. Let's go Ragalon.
Barely
Kill him, let's see what's up. I like how everyone is watching us wipe to this boss over and over and over. It's like progression. It's great content. Yeah, this boss does suck as a range. It's honestly so annoying. Also, we just have some... I think we're just like baiting incredibly badly. Fucking puddles all over the place.
We're on the wrong side. He's throwing me off so much.
Where are we?
Don't dash me before her.
The fuck? Which idiot healer did this?
What?
It was Stash.
No, it wasn't me. I was dead. No, me tired.
I can't click accept.
Alright, I'm feeling it. This is the kill.
You can just mount up if you walk outside, Kevin.
There's no way we can wipe again on this boss, right? To be fair, I do like progression more than farm, so... And we could... At this point, we can consider this progression, so... I'm having a good time. Alright, I think we're having a quick mental break. Before we continue. Okay, what is happening? No one's saying anything and no one's putting a Reddit check. I'm scared.
I'm CBA.
Monkey.
Was that last
Monkey
part
is.
of the soundboard as well?
Monkey
No,
is.
like, it's not me. Someone recorded it.
What?
Slash, I'm really fucking. I'm fucking mind-blown. Fucking Phantom of the Opera thing is like. Did you just sort of rattle that off? Did you just freestyle that? Or have you had this going for a while?
No, you
No,
for
I
sure
was-
freestyled that.
We had a break, so it
Yeah,
was
okay, fair enough. You
I'm
finally got to type
chasing
up all your
right.
ideas.
I'm picking Fly Vishy Demite, and I'm putting some people in. I need one more person out actually from BTS. Preheat, are you here?
Oh my goodness, we're replacing players. See, this is progression.
Is Preheat not even here?
Uh-oh, where's Preheat?
Oh, he had an AFK, right? That he'd be AFK for the last hour of raid because of his like.
Oh
no.
no.
Oh, exciting. Then I'm doing this. Okay, then I'm doing this instead.
Oh my god, Raddy is here?
Okay.
Okay, don't worry.
Please, if
Raddy
you're
is
not
here
in
to
this
save
one,
us.
go out. We'll go like this.
Wait, Raddy's not in the raid. Oh my god. I thought Raddy's here to save us.
You please swap me for the...
Gross.
I can. I can indeed.
I don't know, I would argue that a mage getting Wind Fury is pretty pog.
But my slappers.
Good.
Surely's weaving in the melee hits.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not melee weaving as a mage, you're just an idiot.
Exactly.
What do you have Blink for anyway?
Where's my mana spring group?
To reach the boss.
Yeah, trade me D3. No, I've lied, I don't.
Wait,
I have the 3 just ready.
What?
You also play?
Wait, what?
Haha. Get baited.
This is a Dragonflight thing.
Oh.
Oh, I got us Elias.
Unless they removed it again,
Wait,
I don't know.
why is Nox in this group? Noxy doesn't have
I mean, it was kinda weird thing to have generally.
a trinket. Oh my god, this group sucks.
Summon your press and you don't do anything with
Where are my Kabbalists? Deem? No. What the hell? Do we only have 4 range players in this group right now?
Okay, we do need somebody to be taking Flay's spot.
Good decision.
Since he was pretty active on doing that. It is not
We
very
actually replaced
amateur,
Invasion
so
Melee. Love that.
one of the priests just call that you're doing it and run into melee and do it. Just make sure you call before you run into melee so that you don't like overlap.
Hey, Paranoids, what's up? How are you? Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. Is Infa still playing? I don't think Infa's still playing.
2, 1.
At least, I mean, it's possible that he's still playing, but at least not in like a Welfare skill or something.
Succumb to the dark.
Slash.
That's pretty good relative to what we've had so far.
Oh, we clicked that on. We clicked already. Can we last? I think it might be fucked anyway.
Bit of an early last, no? Can I get in here? We already have some debuff, perfect.
Nice. So time my CD so I don't do damage to the boss or the ads.
Please
Why?
bait.
Does everyone give me the debuff? Go away!
Fall to darkness.
I need to transfer this to you, Covey.
I have too much face. What am I gonna do
My
with all
seat
of
is
this
so
haste?
fucked up this pool. Here the sleep pool is kinda close, so don't edge
I
it.
rammed too early again.
It's
Fuck, when
under
do
the
you have
wild
to ramp?
spirit. 8 hunters.
So can you take the one behind you right after?
Man.
Stop it.
I'm a subscriber to NoFap, so.
Here, melee.
Same, bro.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. Get rid of
I
it,
give it
guys.
to you,
Get
Hayden.
rid of
I give
it!
it to you.
I have a debuff. Don't give it to me.
Bait.
You want me to click?
Yeah, you can roll it with these ones.
Yeah.
No, I just mean if it's like that, then
Oh my.
it's just easier for me to do it here. So
Yeah.
worry about rentals.
Take control.
Yeah. I mean, these ones you can just go with picking up.
Am I like in two of them?
Let me know if you want the raid swept, Toya. I got you.
Yeah. Not in this one, but on the next one.
Can also find warrior.
By the way, this is sick.
Why it takes so much damage?
Sure was a kick.
Selling carrying.
Chopper. Oh. Chopper.
Which rentals here?
8 as well.
The gloom rises.
Do not go with like this one.
One is.
Someone walk on top of me. Oh.
Yeah, dodge
You can
melee.
click it now. Click it now.
What is space? Why am I getting
Bait.
spirits?
Here, it's on the mount.
Control.
Don't get hit.
It's like you have so much movement speed. Sorry.
Fall to darkness.
This thing with the movement
Dodge
speed
here
is
now.
honestly annoying.
2 coming straight to the raid. Yeah, melee.
Slightly more Morganis.
Succumb to the dark.
8 as well here. It's
Oh, I
probably
don't
the
like
delayed
this.
one.
Horror grips
Oh.
Still, you stay out. Just click this one. Here, melee.
Wow. Just don't give it to me again. Have a debuff. Have mercy on me.
Move out if you have it in melee, please.
no one.
And you get a
Preparing.
good place. I
I'll
got
beat this one.
gripped. You.
Is this
Red and
person?
vote.
And this person.
Brad more, please, team.
Stop moving.
Naguura.
Naguura, an angel.
Watch boss frontals here.
Horror
Bait.
grips you.
Bait.
You're just gonna stay here.
To the jaw.
Oh,
There's dodge as well now,
man.
yeah?
Wait, I shouldn't have fear balloons.
Yeah,
Oh,
fair enough, melee.
that was a very bad idea.
We can move the boss a bit as well whenever you guys can.
Okay, I'm clicking.
Oh man, guys, I fear balloons.
Horror grips you.
What are we gonna do with our ramp now?
Bait, 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 bait. Still move a bit.
Oh, I'm cleared.
It's the dodges here, yeah? So care. Straight through melee.
Wait, check off his stash on this too.
Care.
Use
People getting hit
defenses.
in melee.
Watch your health and use Isles then if you need to, because we got 2 stacks.
People are just bouncing and shit for a minute. Watch boss frontals here, please.
Good job, D3.
Thanks.
More contestant.
Yeah, melee now.
Succumb to the jaw.
I don't want to be here.
So, last big dodge
Yeah.
here. Bait. Care now, melee.
Okay.
Super bugs as well.
Move far. Yeah.
If you get hit, just move out. Don't follow the boss mindlessly.
Let fear take control.
I can get it off you, Shade. Or the tank.
I've taken. Oh.
No. Feels bad. Oh, I'm dead.
Just dodge.
Yeah, I got 1 hour.
Just finish the boss.
Oh my god, we're doing it.
Really
It's happening.
clean one-shot team. Well played.
We've done it. We've broken the defenses of Gold already.
Maybe 5 FPS.
We did it, guys. We did it. Oh my god.
What?
This Cyprus changed when the
Ooh.
game
Stop beating 311s on any character.
Yeah, I know. I am like a 311 machine.
We got loot.
It's actually all
I like
played.
it, I like
You know
it.
what That's the catalyst.
I'm gonna have to
Monk
recraft my
backwards.
legendary though.
No, I'm using legendary backs.
I think
I've
it
never
tastes
been there.
first, but 1 sec, I'll have it for you. So.
Also, did all the healers fall asleep that trio? Why is only Bob healing?
Yeah, we did.
Depending on the
That's
melee.
how Resto Druid works.
Yeah, the rest of it's pretty good at the moment.
I know this boss is also kind of made for them.
It's crit
Oh,
taste
yeah.
with high crit, Big T.
Every boss is
Oh,
made
so it's
for
just swapping the stats on that, basically.
Oh, what boss is not made for Wrestle Druid this too. They're busted.
They're bussing, yo.
Yeah. Well, maybe I should go Wrestle Druid this one. Just, yeah,
So I have a feeling I'm just gonna forget about this item. Like, after this raid, I'm gonna log out. And the next time I'm gonna log in is for the next raid. And I will have completely forgotten about the shoulders that I just looted. It's a very high chance.
Have to, exactly.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we would actually die of
I'm just so thankful that you said die of cringe there.
Yeah.
that'll be.
There's another C word that's gonna slip in.
The dying of cum is a good thing. Yeah, that's like
Oh, okay.
optimal. Dying of cringe is the bad thing.
Okay, so dying of cum is like the best way to
Yeah.
die.
Dying of
I
cum
need
is
this
the
conversation to
bad
stop.
Can I actually
right
bust that?
now.
It's too much effort right now.
I want
That's way too much effort.
on Lords, but
Yes.
I wanted this conversation.
All healers are gay. True.
What the fuck, Mom? Why?
I mean, have you seen the healer challenge in this game?
No, but I've seen sperm whale. A picture of it.
What? What? It is my favorite animal.
Okay, never mind. I didn't know.
What?
Don't explain. Don't explain.
A sperm whale's just an animal, yeah? Just a regular animal.
Oh,
Yeah.
didn't you say?
Regular animal.
I mean, it is.
Wasn't there an off in stash?
Are we talking about sperm whales?
Between the two worlds?
Can you trust a stash sentence?
What? Hey, Big T, Arza.
Nothing? What happened?
Woo.
What?
You are known to me. Your deeds
Why is Naguura to shut everybody up? What did she say?
the harmony of the cosmos.
You're flaming Cappy M. So I don't know why.
There was
I just saw someone fall off.
an undoing platform situation.
That's a valid flame.
Does not know how the spatial collapse works.
Wait, sorry,
It must be-
fell off there again?
It must be weird watching somebody else fall off.
Is der guide for Menta?
Thank God
yeah.
I never fall
Yeah,
off.
yeah.
It's not something I would know how it feels like.
Imagine not knowing trash mechanics.
Dance it.
Yep.
Okay. I need a summon, then I need to go Kyrian. Fucking love Covenants.
Oh, can I play my DK on this so that I can A-bomb in the
Okay, now we can one-shot Rygalon.
Only if you type
perfect.
first time in chat afterwards.
We just played bad
Or
and
you
Lords
do
of
it
Drag
like
to
Angel
bait
in
you into
Ultra,
thinking
and
that we're a
he
bad
refuses
guild.
to turn it off, and he's like, I'm going ham, and then we just wipes.
And now we're gonna one-shot Rygalon and Jailer.
Nah, I'm just lagging, don't worry about it.
Yes, the affixes?
Oh yeah, what's the affix that was? Maybe I need to stake Necro.
Let me just...
Yes, you're joking.
Ooh,
It is
Accesses.
Is it modes?
Yeah, but it's not.
Fucking turn it off, man.
But it's the bad mode.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, I
okay,
think it's
yeah,
the
I'm
bad
just going
modes, yeah.
Kyrian then.
Wait, what do you mean the bad modes?
They only spawn when you're downstairs, so you just click them and ignore them.
Oh, that is cringe.
Yeah, that does sound pretty Kringle.
Pretty common.
No.
And I hate these people.
Not that, no.
We are not becoming a cum guild.
Oh my fucking god,
It's
mate.
too late.
I think you find we already are.
I did not.
I think even having to qualify
don't
that you
involve
aren't
me in
one
this, Bob.
makes you one.
We
Stand next to me and
We
Andrew.
shake
That's as
cocks
far as our
about it.
relationship. Stop.
we did not spend 6 years becoming the only guild in the top 100 to not end bomb relentlessly to start cum bombing relentlessly.
We're not in the top 100 anymore.
That's true.
That's true.
Cum is fun for the whole
Very likely racist or sexist or both.
Yes. You also just twist the
Disgusting.
knife or...
Sorry, did anyone just hear what Bob said?
No.
I chose to ignore him.
Man! Why
did
is
he
this
say?
guild so messed up? Just pull the boss!
What?
Oh,
What it,
I'm too
what
sleepy
it,
for this.
I hate you so much, guys.
What
Oh.
happened to him, man?
Good
I
job, Bob.
don't...
I'm gonna mute these people.
You're out of pocket.
Get me the fuck out.
Oh man.
Stash?
I would not want to be in this guild, not gonna
I'm
lie.
not meant to be in here, Mike.
I can play.
Oh, I don't know. I.
If you're not following the shit, I'll accept someone, just let me know.
Oh yeah, we should be following the sheet.
I guess
Okay.
I'm preheating the
But
sheet.
Yeah, but I'm mentally drained after some bosses.
What do you mean, dude? We just one-shot it.
We did. Right,
Fuck
who's
off,
left
mate.
behind?
Yeah, plus on to what Raddy said, actually.
Yes, same.
Noxie, do you want in?
Yeah, go on.
Alright, take
Go on.
take Jabby's spot on the sheet.
Fucking love Rygalon.
Someone else has to take my spot on the sheet.
Take whose spot?
Sit back and blow your fucking head off, twat.
You don't have a spot on the sheet, do you? Oh, you are in.
There's a sheet.
Wait, Mentorson, who do I not have? Who's supposed to be out?
I do not mind sitting this boss.
Slash's supposed to be out.
Wait, am I supposed to be out?
Yeah.
Slash is supposed to be out.
Yeah.
No, I'm not supposed to be out. I think.
Get
My
fucked,
stash.
She
Bob.
said Noxie was taking Jabby's spot.
I'm allowed to play monk on this, right?
It's Javi spot 14. What is that?
You don't have to if you don't want to, I guess, or?
Yeah, I just gotta stay out.
Arnold.
What, Pheromone the mentor, yeah?
I don't pay you sub.
Unless Pheromone's
Last
playing
time I tried
Pharaoh.
to turn up on a character that wasn't on the sheet, I got yelled at.
Yeah.
Is it time for an agony?
Oh god.
I could go back.
Is Nagany good at backing up third
Yeah,
soak?
we need
Oh,
Nagany,
yeah.
Otherwise you're not going to have any backup soaks.
I could go back to doing a 20 if you want. I don't know if that's there's a range thing.
20?
What?
Nagany and
them
Boomy
in.
go.
I'm
Like, who's
fucking
not on the
James
sheet
Bond.
then?
I'll stick you back on 20, mate. The muscle memory engages.
Well, I
Oh,
can
it's
put...
me.
He's an officer. Fuck, like, I can't believe this.
I'm a druid colour. Oh, thank God.
Where are you?
I see a blue, and I think it's me.
Where are you?
No, on the sheet, on the 7 normally.
Moonkin talent
Right,
seemed
so
really
Moonkin's
good.
there.
Jaffy's on 14.
Of course, there needs to be like tuning
Right,
and stuff, but
let's go.
talent seemed fun.
Yes, okay.
Sure.
Should be fun. Maybe, hopefully.
What?
No homo.
Please
Full
swap
homo
me
for
into the
D3.
Wind Fury group, please.
You're a warrior, you don't
Get
care
me
about
in.
that.
Yeah, get me in instead.
Yeah, we need Pheromone in there for the
5,
cat weaver.
I'm with the
4,
casters.
3, 2, 1.
And you're playing Evoker.
Result in your demise.
Okay, I don't want debuff. No debuff.
You leave it on me for 2, and then you swap it.
Realities reality.
Yeah, I'm with the casters.
Oh!
Big stage.
I soaked that and it didn't kill me. They nerfed the damage that this
It's
does.
bad, boy.
It did honestly no damage to you.
Maybe just
I randomly disengaged into it and it didn't kill you.
You need to take the puddles that are down already if you get this stuff.
They died really
Yeah,
fast.
hurry up,
Didn't they?
get down.
Might have been the Moonkins, not gonna lie.
Matter a little bit. And then kill the first 2.
It's fine, it's fine. We kill one and spawn here, Angel. Just go down.
Okay, the matter is very low.
Don't hit it.
You can finish Quasars.
I'm backing up the last one because no one's soaking it as usual. It is my soak.
Okay, this grip kills the ad.
When you can.
The matter.
Yeah.
Witness the fury of the cosmos.
I can hit from 1. Oh, I love tanks.
I cannot hit from 10! Scabbed!
Well, over going far.
Other range gateway.
Here's an
We
emitter.
get a grip on that thing.
And an essence.
We're just clicking this because we don't care about that.
And you taunt now. Shit.
Pick.
There is no realm in which you can hide.
Again, 2 on me.
I don't like having back right.
Folding upon
I don't like it.
corruption will be eliminated.
Oh, this one is that.
Watch me, Big P. Behind you.
Yeah.
Just doing my core.
Through death, cosmic.
You're next rope if needed, BT.
There's still a puddle down.
Don't hit the matter.
We need to kill the Quasars at the front fast. Angel, join the one. Front, at the front,
Where the
on the boss.
fuck? Oh, I see it, I see it.
I give you Tiger's Lust. Oh my god.
Oh, you're such a fucking legend.
Eliminated.
I don't kill the matter.
No.
I'm backing up the
Kill
last
this
one
Quasars
again.
now.
Oh, okay, just kidding.
Life, there is no
What happened there?
universe in which you prevail.
I thought
Oh,
it was,
what?
I thought it was a debuff, but I don't see anything in the chat.
Do you know if they're going to put Emplast into the beta? They will for sure. I just don't know when.
I died with the thingy.
That would make sense.
Oh, I mean, it has to be somewhat soon. Like within 2 weeks or something. If I have to take a very wild guess, I'm gonna say next week or the week after. I don't think it's this week. I mean, it could be, but it could be this week even.
You want me to just... Do you want me to just heal this? It felt a bit spicy, I don't know.
Only if you have an alt, otherwise Bob will quit.
Can't have 2 rested roofs.
Yeah, pheromone dots is ready.
Lagging?
At least it's not the OG dog.
You stay as a paramount.
Hey, Shellline Smoking, what's your least favorite iteration of the spec? I think, like, the thing is I don't remember some of the iterations a long time ago, or at least I don't like really remember them. But from the most recent couple of expansions, it's for sure BFA. BFA was horrendous. Hated it. Oh my god, I just got PI.
It's PI as well now.
Amazing, I love
the
it.
The mage Discord were right.
Through death will come order.
Knocked me.
Wait, what the hell is this?
Collapse is inevitable.
They're not assigned, so someone just needs to take it out. Just kill this last wave.
Nope.
Through death will come order.
Is this a furnace?
The Madden is on love,
no,
yeah.
it's not. Whatever, I'm soaking this.
Ay, caramba.
Why am I soaking too?
I think we need to assign soaks because we are
Aye.
having a bad
Rain.
time.
No, heal me.
We need to finish off the thing.
One
Kill shot death.
The fury of the cosmos.
I'm not in, mate.
Oh, fuck off.
Melee, we are going far.
There is no
I'm just so fucking dead.
Emitter.
Get the kick out.
This essence is really far. Oh, we just click it. China, okay. Oh, I think so. I guess we won.
Please
I
don't
guess
use reses if I don't ask for them.
See?
Yeah, just...
Told you. Don't use reses if you
melee
don't ask
one
you.
got healed.
There is
no quicker than it should have.
In which
This guild.
there is no universe.
Blaming
What
the
happened?
resters. Oh shit, I released it.
We wifed.
What order do
Oh, yeah.
we usually take the melee? Who does the melee soaks usually?
I guess we don't have a soul stun anyway.
Oh, I just typed it.
No, we oh, those soaks.
But I didn't actually rest, I don't think. Did I?
It's like 4
think I
people
did.
in the first race one.
Actually, did I rest? I don't
Yeah,
remember.
it's usually
Right.
raise me.
I
Shane.
honestly don't remember.
Wraith hasn't been for a while. Who's our tankiest melee?
Well, BFA was really bad because
guessing a warrior?
Starfall was a useless ability for the
Or
whole
Starfall?
expansion long.
I think it's best for a warrior, does it?
That's why it sucked so much, honestly. Yeah.
Sure.
The single target rotation wasn't even that
Usually
bad.
the first look of a chase.
It was kind of fun. I mean, it wasn't great, but it was... Like, we had the whole streaking star thing, which was, like, somewhat interesting. Not really, but... But yeah, the fact that we didn't press Star Search until, like, a million targets was... very bad.
Yeah, don't accept a res if I don't say. I mean, you can cast them, but don't accept.
I mean, yeah, and then additionally, we also just, like, scaled really badly with stats, and then when Corruption came out, it was just like... God, it was so sad. Oh my god, it was sad. Moonkin with Corruption
We're doing so well with our one-shots.
was just all sorts of depressing.
If you kill it now with one shot, yeah, because I just turned on my monitor.
Yeah, it's like when you 1D kill in the 7th brother.
Corruption was great. I disagree.
I just turned on my second monitor, which has an issue where it flickers, and I'm
I
fucking
heavily disagree.
It's just some fucking liquid on it. I don't know what that
like,
is.
I just have to pound it a bit, and then like.
Fuck's
it
sake,
suddenly
that's
stops working. That was not sexual.
Yeah. Oh.
Only Dietrich got it.
5, oh, I got it.
4,
I just
3.
didn't
I
want
still
to hear
cannot
it.
believe people.
1.
Oh shit! I forgot to
Sorry.
check my. I still cannot believe people enjoyed stuff like Twilight Devastation. It's so
Hey.
weird to me. Shit, I'm a debug.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna hit the thing. I'm gonna hit the boss.
Kill the first 4.
Through death will come order.
Take the matter.
I'm not taking the matter.
There's pools on the ground, you can go.
I mean, if I hit the matter, it just dies, right? I can't hit the matter, I don't think.
Collapse is inevitable.
Why am I soaking this? Why am I soaking all of them?
Ladder's pretty low.
Through death.
No,
I went in, right?
No,
What?
you did not.
I guess somebody else took it right to 17.
Right,
felt
but like, you
felt
see,
that because he's a bit,
like,
well,
your screen goes
like,
down and you're in this completely other world.
the only,
Like, I feel like it's
I
quite
think,
obvious if
yeah,
you got in or not.
I don't know, like Twilight Devastation was honestly one of the worst things they could ever implement in a game, honestly. I understand that people like seeing big numbers and stuff, but the fact that it procced off complete RNG was one of the worst designs ever.
Did you wipe now, Nox?
Dopamine hits are fun.
I wasn't really looking.
Yeah, I'm so glad that none of you people are designing this game. Dude, imagine your DPS would completely be RNG.
I'm fucking James
Like
Bond.
it was Twilight Devastation and the stupid star thing. You mouse over a damage meter and it was like #1 Twilight Devastation. And it literally didn't matter how you pressed your class's abilities.
You start back and blow your
You can
fucking
literally
head
slam
off.
your forehead on the keyboard and it could be #1
back and blow
damage
your
if
fucking head
you
off.
proxed your Twilight Devastation a lot. It was so stupid. God, I still can't get over it.
Sorry, the first time you linked that, I was like, that's not that funny. And then
I
just
mean,
kept
RNG
watching
is
it
fine
over
and
and over
all,
again.
right? But if #1 on your damage is an
What
RNG
fucking
thing that
barber.
has nothing
Fucking
to do with
James
how
Bond.
you press your abilities,
3,
then that's
2,
messed up.
1.
That's just messed up.
The first 20 times you said a protector was secretly Morgana, so it wasn't really that funny, but then after that, so much fun.
It's just so dumb that it becomes funny.
Yeah, it's the life cycle of a joke.
Did I just interrupt my stun fire? I didn't write.
Like, I'm on
I might
a
have.
surprise every time we get one.
Like, it must be a bug, it should have been patched at this
Yeah.
point, you know?
It's like in Waycrest when the boss just randomly bugs and heals.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Hate when that happens.
Oh, you
BFA
get the
keys
fight?
reference, Jesus.
Right, hit the matter when you were down here.
Rob?
This is not my soap. Somebody get it.
Can I get stamp up, by the way?
That was the second one then, sir?
Oh, was I downstairs for the first one?
Rally Vichy.
I guess.
Kill these Quasars team. Move the boss, please.
Oh wow.
You can move.
I'll try.
Up. Oh my.
Wow, not if Angel hasn't picked up a...
My health. No. Why? Okay, I take it back. We didn't just pretend to be bad. I take it back.
Mental is strong, but the body is weak after these many wipes.
It's just not working out today.
We're just gagging for boss kills.
Twilight Devastation was the same as Reaping Epic. Super shit design, but very fun. Ooga booga? Yeah, kind of. Well... I don't know. Like, I think...
It's an exclusive achievement that's going to get removed.
I mean, having big numbers and stuff pop up is fun. But if it's complete RNG, is it really fun? I don't know. Because... it felt incredibly bad if it just didn't proc. Like, you could not influence it. That's the problem, right? At least with Reaping, because Reaping was pretty bad design as well when it comes to, like, overall damage stuff. But at least you could be the person that presses the AoE buttons to damage them. Like, you directly influence your damage to them. So, I mean, that was something at least. Wait, oh, we need a Kabbalist group. Wait, why does no one have Kabbalist? What is this guild? Should we even chill her or Mandarin?
4,
sexy.
3, 2, 1.
All possible outcomes result in your demise.
Oh my god, I have a debuff again!
Reality is folding.
I'm not using the matter.
Burst, so.
Get back up on top this.
There are some
Fuck, I'm
puddles
hitting the
already
matter.
down, team.
Oh my god, no one hit the matter!
Corruption, cosmic collapse
so.
is inevitable.
Fuck.
Okay, kill the first 4.
I had to star search it twice.
Where's the thing? I don't see one.
You didn't pick it up.
Like, I went to one, like, I don't know, like...
Question mark?
Yeah,
I went
none
to
of,
one
you,
and
none of you picked up on that wave. Like, there was 3 down, and none of you picked up on that wave.
Like if you get it, you just need to go down always, because it will always be.
Yeah, the only
at
problem
some
with
point there will be,
Reaping
like,
was the
3 on
fact
ground
that
where you
the
just go
damage
in.
meter was completely
And
irrelevant.
then your screen will turn brown, and you'll be a whole other world.
Because all of the damage to the Reaping mobs was just like, yeah.
You're not sure what brown looks like, it's the same colour as the brown dog.
Yes.
Oh, like a man.
I mean, I do totally understand why people like Reaping if you played a class that had a lot of like burst AoE. But then if you played a class that didn't have a lot of burst AoE, then it just felt incredibly bad. Because everyone else is completely destroying the Reaping ads, and like
the
we're like
line
#1
won't
on
change.
damage meters by I don't know how much. And then people who didn't have burst
Yeah,
AoE
if
were
you're
just
slow,
like
yeah.
sitting there as like, okay. well.
Does hit quite hard.
The line does kill you if it stops you doing the mechanic that will then kill the raid.
Yes, but that was like 0.1
That's why
seconds. I don't know, like I was
I
there.
also am not the biggest fan.
thought somebody
Well,
else
I mean,
did.
I didn't. It's not that I didn't like Reaping,
Line gameplay, you definitely like.
but there were quite a few raids that had all
I
of
need
these
to
like
raise the
small
volume on
ads that were
Westlife
randomly
now, I'm too
dying
sad.
to AoE, and I hated those fights. Nyalotha specifically had a lot of those fights. Where, you know, like there's a boss, and then you get
So
these
many.
random ads that have 0 HP, spawn all over the
I wanna
place,
grow old with
for
you,
no
Mr.
reason whatsoever.
I finally finished Brooklyn.
Completely inflating the damage meters.
That's also
Hated
a
that.
banger.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, it's good.
Like it ended really good.
No one hitting the matter again?
It pulls on the ground.
Yeah, you have to go in straight away. You get one hit.
There, go down. Boom, boom.
Corruption will be.
Okay, now kill the first 2 here ASAP.
Is inevitable.
I don't like hitting the matter. Why am I
I help you,
soaking
mentor.
everything?
I touch it. OS.
Fuck it, I'm soaking it.
That the sound
Okay.
Yeah, OS.
That strip your puddles are already down, and just kill the rest of
Oh,
the
now I can't soak this one though. Someone else soak it for me.
There's 2 in melee you can take. Take it more faster.
Witness the fury of the cosmos.
Yeah, I hate this. Give me flayback.
Yeah, same. Hey, that's my name.
Hey.
There is no
Hello. Going far.
Rip the emitter and take it.
Quincy, thank you so much for 2 months. What's up, what's up? There is an orb.
Yeah, I will go.
Or an essence. Oh my gosh, don't kill it!
There is no realm.
Oh, I just got
The map is pretty diddled.
Yeah, only last
Nah, that doesn't
gang.
matter.
Only last gang touch it.
I don't wanna drop my pulsar yet. There we go.
Kill the first 4 here, fast.
I can grip him in with April.
Oh, we got a lot of holders for them really fast.
The
That's it.
radars burning off.
Kill
Okay,
these last 2.
day.
Kill the last 2.
There's one more. Oh, I can't get it anymore.
Alright, now kill
Yeah,
the
you're
first
close.
2. Kill these first 2 fast.
Yeah, I think I said that. We need to re-damage the goal.
Yeah, but it's fine. Pretty long.
Should I hit this a bit
Yeah, it's
more?
pretty low, just leave it. Kill the Quasars, kill the Quasars, kill the Quasars.
Rope.
Last
Yours
grip,
is
go.
yours is next rope if you need.
Last grip, go, and you kill the matter.
That's a kill shot there.
I wanna rest, but I'm not allowed
At the rally.
to. Guess I'm not resting.
Oh, it was a touch time.
Witness the fury of the cosmos.
We are close this time.
Should I use these now? Nah. Oh, but we got moats, right?
Yeah, sure.
Should I use that? No one's gonna kill the moats anyway, I guess. So
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. Ah, fuck it, I'm doing it.
Make
Don't
sure
let me
you're on
die,
the
don't let
board,
me die! Okay.
Existence will be
Sensational stuff. More of that.
For the Quasars. Ooh, I'm gonna nuke
You
them.
barely need to touch the matter. Kill the first 4 here.
Shit, they spawned a bit too late.
through death.
Or I used my cooldowns a
so.
bit too early. It's not that they spawned late.
Kill this Quasar in melee.
I have the first rope.
This one disappeared.
Your puddles are already
Watch out,
down.
shape.
Kill Quasar.
Kill the first 2.
Don't hit the matter, please.
Through death will come order.
Kill this off now, go down and kill it.
Help me, help
Rest
me!
big T, rest big T.
Please! No! Why? No!
Witness the
Okay, I'm not
fury
taking this
of
rest.
the cosmos.
Just me, please, sir. Thank you.
You might need a backup on the last big set.
Might, or you do?
I hate these healers, honestly.
I don't know if I can bump it.
Rip the emitter.
Make sure you stay in the
Shouldn't
core
be able
this
to
time,
use
team.
it.
You can't immune it, right?
Opposite. Oh, I'll just knock myself with the purple, yeah?
Bob, can you bark me?
Nope.
You knocked yourself in the last one.
I need
You
heals.
really
though.
need.
Yeah, I think we can still kill it.
For missing
I'm
people.
dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Stay.
Oops. What did I just do?
Did we have an ad going, or why did we take so much damage there?
Ah,
And the LVI
okay, I
is
got
not
it.
showing me debuffs in the boss.
We're all good.
No, it wasn't.
Like the rest. We don't have a rest. What happened? Oh my god, I thought they killed the boss. And then I looked away for a second and they what?
Just kind of getting cracked.
Hmm. Feels bad. It's okay, that transmorpher beacon. Now we can kill it.
With the power of the orb, Valinor
There's the
will
core.
have
I soaked the
vengeance.
core. Oh, oh my god, we didn't soak the core? That's what we wiped to? Like downstairs? Oh. I would have been alive, I would have soaked the core and sacrificed my own life for it.
Oh, is that walk off?
Of course.
Hey, we have one less been killed, so Quasars are going to need more attention. Whenever they get close to the boss, and ally switch to them.
Oh my god, we have another healer. Let's go.
Anguished water, stagnant and poisonous.
5.
There's no
4,
worlds today, right?
3,
League of Legends.
2, 1.
Priest buff.
I didn't realize that I only had one stack. So enter my clips. Oops.
Realities folding upon reality.
Realities folding upon reality.
Through death will come order.
Puddle's already dying, so drift 2.
Corruption will be cosmic collapse.
No.
Still dying.
Oh my god.
Kill the first 2 there.
I walked over one and it disappeared. Like it disappeared right as I walked over it.
Kill these as they get close.
Okay, I'm soaking this. Fine. Backing up.
Aim pick up.
Oh, ah.
Kill the matter, please.
Witness the fury of the cosmos.
Ooh.
I can reach the boss. Fog.
There is no realm in which you can hide.
Drop the emitter.
Holy shit, who's destroying this matter so much?
There is no realm in which you can hide.
Jesus Christ.
Reality.
They kill the first 4 here fast.
Reality. Corruption will be eliminated.
Last 2.
Through death will come cosmic collapse.
Kill one Provision here that spawns. I'm the first ring.
Corruption will be
There's
eliminated.
some already dying.
Yeah, just don't let the Quasars get too close here. We have no rings here, yeah? So just kill them now.
Yeah, just finish off all the
I'm just dead.
and kill the matter.
Okay, we're alive. A light. Okay, just because I'm getting fate.
Fury of the cosmos.
I do appreciate the face. Even though it is useless. I do love the PIs. What? Just happened.
Existence.
Res. We don't have a grip on this. Can melee run? I didn't kill it. Oh, you can't even. Range not to kill it, range not to kill it. No, you can get up the core. Just stay on the core.
I can rob it close.
Where's this?
What happened there?
Yeah, I
Oh, we had a knock.
was like casting I-beam. I just let out.
You didn't channel it?
Vodka.
Just kidding.
There are wells there? Really? Like even on Monday? Checking.
Someone be back.
I got sucked into a pool.
They are. Are? Podcast.
It really doesn't look unless it's done.
Why is our second residue not doing the same as the first one?
It is
October
not
3.
with a convoke.
currently,
there's
which is why I
against
need to
them.
summon back.
With convoke,
Mad
aim
versus
you like 6
SD
million
or
healing,
whatever?
I'm fucking ready.
No, but I don't know how to fucking
And
play with
DFM
this,
versus
so...
Slav.
You don't trust. I played
Yeah.
I played Venthia on fucking Dusukne on proc. That was not good.
Ugh.
Well, it was kind of good. Solo hit 2 of the shields, but it was demonic.
What stats the spells won on beta? I think right now we just want Mastery because Mastery is super broken. Or something like that. But obviously it will change depending on what talents we actually play and stuff. I think it's just Haste Mastery though right now.
There's no counterplay if you get
I
sucked
think-
into the ball, yeah?
Whatever
What kind of
stats
fight
it
if you
ends
get
up
sucked
gonna
into the
be,
ball?
it's just never gonna be
Well,
crit,
by the
right? Because of
suck
balance of
into
all
the middle
things.
Before there's the little
There's just no way we want
circles, and
crit.
If you go into the other phase, there's no counterplay, you die, right?
It's gonna be like Haste Mastery or Mastery Haste. Probably.
Go in. If you drop it before, you stay on top of
Maybe
your
versatility, who knows? Because Starfall still doesn't scale with Haste, right? So
circle. Just stand on your circle.
Yeah. He said.
Fair.
Don't hit others.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you need to be right in the
scared.
middle. You need to be right in the middle of your circle. Your circle's not big enough that it'll knock other people, but you need to be really careful that you're like right in the middle.
I only have
Yeah.
5 pots left. I don't want to make you guys nervous, but I think this is it.
I didn't know that the... I was scared to knock other people, so I turtle, but that does not work, I can confirm. Like, at all.
alright, let's kill this boss. I hope we're not gonna.
1.5 million. So.
Actually, maybe we should not kill it this try. Maybe kill it next
mean,
try
it's
so we don't do
instant
Jailer.
canceling.
4,
I don't
do
need him,
Jailer.
it's fine.
2, 1.
At this point.
All possible outcomes
It's too late.
result in your demise. Realities folding upon realities. Through death will come order.
Boots on the ground. Go down.
Big crit.
Cosmic collapse
Beautiful.
is inevitable.
I love it when my stars are just crit.
The matter needs more
It's my
help.
favorite thing. Well, only when I'm in my ramp. Outside of that, I don't give a shit if they crit or not.
Yeah, no, it's dizzy.
Hope he doesn't get a diva.
Your ring if we need it.
Kill the last Quasars. Kill them. He got a diva. Can you grip Nuxie into a circle? Grip Nuxie into a circle.
I think we can grab him because he's deceased.
Oh,
He's heal up.
Oh,
Right.
I guess we're wiping then.
Totally. Diffusing.
Witness
Good me.
Today is just fucking
I'm alive, I'm alive.
We're alive?
Ironic, thank you
I
so
just-
Wait, we're actually alive.
Yeah, today is quick first.
If you
Okay, I
need me,
guess you're
I'm
right.
back. I heard Noxy DC.
Thank you so much for 5 sub gifts, Ironic. Appreciate that. Welcome to Marvin, Redax,
I
Tim,
can blame
Timmy,
this Weaver.
Sam, and Slay. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome.
let me bring in Bria and see what happens.
Yeah, just go
Yeah,
Haze
we
Master
can
Dance, I think.
make up most of a
Should be
ball.
fine.
It's Reglan, yeah?
Yeah.
Sadly, yeah.
There is no
Oh, preheat is coming
We were
in.
just waiting for you, dude. Yeah, this
go.
is the last boss in the raid. We cleared everything up until this point. We just skipped this one before.
Sounded like such a bad boy when you said that, Kavi.
Dude, Missouri is finally playable.
Yeah, we beat Lords. What you gonna
Dragonflight.
do about it?
Kill me.
Dude, you can fund the focus T essence font.
Yeah, I know that. I know that.
It's gonna be fucking lit, dude.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh my god, it works.
If you wonder, you wiped us because you got a debuff when you DC'd.
DC before you even pulled.
Oh, fuck
Oh,
off.
really?
What
did
did
you
you
this
say?
whole time?
Then.
You pressed yes on the radio shake. What can we do?
Did actually?
Yeah.
Why did you press yes if you're deceased?
Good question.
How do you press
Click
yes
me,
if
click
you're
me, click me,
deceased?
click me, click me, click me.
Clicking.
I've clacked.
I'm not in the raid anymore, got it.
Got it. Got what?
Get in the rescue, son.
You just need to go and practice on the James Bond
We-
code now.
Can we get a...
Okay, guys.
Oh, someone told me my number.
This is it.
Oh no. Noxy, tell him your number.
20.
5, 4.
100% feeling it.
To his home or what?
Further strike.
Yeah, it's the all the way one to the back.
It's on the sheet, yeah, why are people asking?
I agree.
I took that one from you, Rain. You need to take another one, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
fucked up.
Kill the matter. Okay, your circles are already down. Second grip.
Corruption, cosmic collapse is inevitable.
Corruption.
Kill these ones. I roll.
Okay, last grip. Oh, the matter's quite low. Maybe don't kill it quite yet. Nope.
The last
Oh,
one?
it died.
The last
there
grip
it
will
is.
need to send it again. Okay.
I'm gonna extra go
we're
down
gonna
this
watch
bitch.
the doctor loading.
sure.
Someone tell me which side's 20 is on.
This matter's gonna heal, right?
Right, all the way
Right side.
All the way right? Okay, got it.
Oh, we're so dead.
Witness
Kill it?
There's no
of the
way.
cosmos.
That was the worst timing ever.
I can't see the images. Question mark?
Bang!
Oh,
And
they're
you
invisible
stand
for
on
me
your shit.
too?
I'm down.
Oi,
You
FIFA.
didn't stand on your
Bulldog
spot.
didn't load.
Wait,
does no one have projector textures on? Only me or what?
I mean, I stood in my spot. My corpse is in my spot.
Just the tip.
How's it going without me?
Oh,
Okay, I guess I'm not feeling it anymore, guys.
yeah,
I've
because
given
the-
up on this raid
got
day. This boss not dying. uh,
Oh, am I in range? in
it's
this
okay, I
spot?
don't need this boss though, because I already have the chest and I have this.
Have fun.
There's nothing
Let's
else that
go.
drops, right?
Got it. It's not a hunter.
I would like to kill this boss.
I even
too.
have the
I wanted
boots.
to kill a lot more, but at
I
this
have
point I'll
boots,
settle for this
weapon,
particular one.
and chest. I guess we
Yeah,
kind of want the
speak with
ring
my
as
lawyer
well, now that
before.
I think about
The
it.
Jada's getting it tonight.
Does anyone want to? Does anyone do a
Ooh,
optional
should I switch
SLG
my
replay
loot
just for
spec
good old times?
to Guardian?
Only if we do Rokalo first.
I'm doing it.
Ooh, yeah.
I want the
sign me
ring.
up.
What the fuck is Rokalo?
Can you not disrespect? Oh, fuck.
Have another run up of that sentence.
Can you not disrespect?
I'm not
the
going to
great
repair my gear
fake
because we
scribe
will kill
of
this boss
Rokalo?
this try, and
What's
I
Rokalo?
personally will not die.
If you're
Thanks
middle
for
class, it's
myself
Rokalo.
distracted. What's up?
Halo, no?
No, it
Remember,
doesn't.
you gotta-
I will
If
be
you're
able
middle
to
class,
be
he's Fate Scribe.
just fine with yellow gear.
Hunter?
Whack.
He is Fate Scribe.
yeah,
What do you mean?
Don't worry about it. The
No,
DK
that's
does not
Rokalo
stream,
bollocks.
I'm just fucking gagging.
I think.
Or anything
Kill
at
the
this
boss.
point.
Or you just like
I'm just
Preheat
gagging
my
for
stream.
anything that isn't a wipe.
4,
I'm looking at Reggie and just retching.
1.
I need a translator for this raid.
Now you know how we feel, Sash.
Realities folding upon realities.
Kill the thing.
You kill the first three. Take them out.
Through death will come order.
I wasn't even close, Lalio.
Kill the Quasars.
Corruption, cosmic
There's one more,
collapse
fuck.
is inevitable.
No.
Kill the close ones fast.
Yeah, first two.
Through death will
I
come
kill the ones that are
order.
close. Just kill all of them now. And go fast, the Marines actually. Finish the matter.
Witness the fury of the cosmos.
What, this Rolex works now?
There is no realm in which you can hide.
Fire's up.
There is no realm in which you can hide.
Nice, we get a PI. Love to see that.
Realities fold.
Kill the first four.
Corruption will be.
Don't hit the matter at all, Vision.
Kill these.
My Incarn is ready. Dude, face are so P. I never noticed how P they are.
Puddle's already done.
What the hell?
Kill the first two.
My Incarn is ready.
I roll
When
here.
my
It's yours next.
Venthyr is
Big
still
thief
on
winning.
like the 40-second CD. That's so broken.
Okay, just finish off the Quasars and your puddles are already
Hate
done.
priests. It's honestly so broken. What the fuck? I never realized how much of a CDR that is. Because I never got it as Munkin. And as a Warlock, you don't notice how OP it is. Because you have your own CDR.
Witness the fury.
If you played Astro Warlock. Oh, we
You
didn't
died to
kill it.
something, right?
It's that same melee, it's fine.
Okay, we're fine.
Clutch your melee, Poggy.
So as a Astro Warlock, you never really notice, honestly.
Big.
How much CDR it is, really. I think I use my cooldowns here in just a sec.
DC.
Wait, he DC'd. How's everyone DCing?
Existence will be reordered.
Okay, group 1, light tap on the matter.
Realities fold.
Kill the first four.
Realities.
Please kill Berglow.
Through death
I am.
will come
Okay, kill the last two.
Only last boss. Last group needs to touch it.
Kill the last two Quasars.
I'm trying.
corruption. Cosmic collapse is inevitable. Through death will come
Okay,
order.
kill the Quasars, your puddles are down, and then kill the matter.
Your ring, if we need.
What do you use?
Witness the fury of the cosmos.
I'm back if you think we should ready.
Can't in this realm now anyway.
I'm just saying.
My reach extends to all planes.
I guess I should have waited for him. I could have used my cooldowns here, because then my pot would have been ready. But oh well. Instead of using it in the previous intermission.
My reach extends to all planes.
Just make sure to kill the thing. I'm gonna
Please
drop a
don't
ring
wipe,
instead
don't
here
wipe.
and I'll victim.
Sure.
If it happens.
I'll drop mine. I've dropped it.
I'm
It's
so
fine.
scared of it.
Okay, we are obviously not going to jailer.
The fuck?
Thank the Lord.
Nice one,
I didn't get the ring.
Wait, what?
Where's my ring?
Big one, big.
The jailer.
Yeah.
That was like getting a, that was like getting a 1D on your third map.
No, I'm invisible.
Well.
Clicked on a portal.
Yeah, I'll not dwell too long on that. I think we all know how that went, but yeah.
I think it
Keep
went
the
great. Came in, one
chin up.
shot, easy, dude.
It was pretty preheat actually.
Alright guys. I'm gonna be that
Yeah,
stream for
that is
today.
us done.
I'm gonna go eat something and I don't know, watch Worlds or something. So thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate you very much. I'll see you tomorrow for beta. Tomorrow we can actually play some beta content. I hope the servers are not going to be offline again. That'd be great.
Thank you for the raid team.
And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much for watching.
You're welcome. Thanks for the raid.
Have a nice rest of your day.
Shit happens. We run
Remember
it
to
back.
follow my stream. I'm close to 300k followers. That'd be very nice.
Sub 1 minute queue with Lion.
Let's show somebody.
Oh, that means I can actually play the video
I got
game.
speed on my chest.
My chest.
Speed on my chest.
Fuck
Now
off.
I can finally wait in queue.
Love Swedish people.
Rats on a new
Be
chest. bro.
fun. Okay, let's see him.
Can't believe it.
Baxi, can you pronounce the words I'll write in the pub?
Yeah, I was about to say you have to write it because I can't hear what you're saying because you're Danish.
Yeah, +1.
Oh, this will be a hard one for him.
Yeah.
Let's see how he deals with it though.
Oh,
There's no way.
is he gonna start with awkward on?
No.
What
Close.
a word did you
Yeah,
make him
it's pretty
say?
close.
Achievement.
Again? You cut out.
No, I didn't.
You
I'm just so
literally did.
nervous, I'm stuttering.
We just heard
Let's watch Speed.
Achievement.
There's no queue, yeah.
He's
I
actually
just-
done it.
Speed
I
is
just I had a voice clip of Zaxi saying Inquisitor and then
playing some
instantly
beta.
realising
Oh no,
that,
he's not playing beta. He's playing live keys.
It was just
playing
so
some
good.
plus.
Inquisitor?
Yeah, we would just like do it. It was when we were like
With
pushing keys and we
Ramtham
were just in Aspires, and Zaxi was just
and
like, "Oh,
Paul.
we need a kick on the Inquisitor," and then instantly realised what he'd said, and it was just.
You need to see some
It was just
big
so good.
damage numbers.
And then everyone was about to laugh. I was like,
He's
shut
going
up,
for
we
a
still need a
week.
kick, shut up.
He's going for rank 1. Oh shit. He has 3.3k score exactly right now.
The one that got me the most was still when you got subconscious about the whole Swedish accent thing, and had to say yelling, and then turned it into gelling instead.
Yelling. You always say yeah when you have to say j, and then you just Uno reversed it, dude.
Right, just unlucky. No count.
Alright, thank you so much for watching. Have a nice rest of your day. Have fun
Indeed.
watching
What
Speed,
can't
and
you
I'll
do,
see you guys
indeed?
tomorrow.
It's the Swedish FX.
Play can do anything you want.